Hello, hello, hello. How are you guys? How do I get back to comments there? How are you guys? Two people talking and five lurking, four lurking now. I came on here looking to see if Tina had started a live yet. Because usually about this time, my time, she's already going. So I was hoping she was going. Um, well, I got about 3 hours of sleep today, earlier today. Went to bed after that live. Got about 3 hours, only broken up like twice from Cheyenne. And then I got up, did dinner, didn't do much, just hung out with my husband for a little while. And then I thought, well, I'm going to try to, get in and see all you guys over at Tina's. And she goes live, so I wanted to take a nap. And I did. I laid down for about, gosh, it was about 2 more hours, I guess. I don't know. Anxiety comes when it comes, and sometimes you don't know what it is, and then sometimes you're like into it and you're just trying to. I guess I can only speak for me, but I try to fill my surroundings out. Like, what am I thinking? What am I, what's on my heart? What can be happening that causes it? And sometimes it's just nothing. Sometimes it just comes, and I don't know why it's there. I've learned how to handle my anxiety a lot. Like I have a prescription to help me with it, but I only take it when I cannot um get a hold of myself. And sometimes just, you know, getting a hold of it comes in different forms. Like sometimes it's just going and taking a bath, or sometimes it's watching a movie, or sometimes it's getting on here and going to a chat and talking to real people, or, you know, sometimes it's calling one of my kids, or, you know. So tonight I just thought, well, maybe Tina will come on and I'll be able to hang out and chat, and you guys will make me laugh, and that'll be that. But so I was waiting. I've been up for about an hour and a half, and I've been waiting to see if she's going to come on. And she didn't. And I really hate um, when I know that like Team Rose or Tina is going to be streaming, around their normal times of streaming. I usually, I always check and make sure before I go on that they're, because, we have a lot of the same subs, especially me. Like, you guys came over from one or both of theirs. So I'm always trying to be very respectful of, you know, of that. And so I waited around and waited around. And it's 2:30 in the morning here. I can't call my kids. My husband's in bed. So y'all are stuck with me unless you just want to go. That's fine. And I'm not saying I'm being facetious when I say that. But tonight, before I went and laid back down, Cheyenne, you know, my big oldest dog, she was sleeping on the floor, and she's always in the same room as me usually. She was sleeping on the living room floor, and she got up and she flipped over to her back, which isn't right now. It is uncommon for her just because, hi, Shannon, good to see you. It is uncommon for her just because of the illness, and But sometimes she'll do it, but it's so far-stretched that when she does it, that it's kind of almost a miracle. You're like, "Oh god, look at Cheyenne, she's on her back." But she had flipped over on her back, and y'all, I know she had a seizure. I know it. And I sat there and I just watched her, and, my other 2 dogs went over to her and they laid down next to her. And it only lasted for, like, it was less than a minute that it lasted, but I knew what was happening, and then so after it was over with, and, I let the dogs deal with it with each other, and then I walked over and I sat with her for a few minutes, and until I knew she was fully, like, out of, she had her mind back, whatever happens when they have seizures. And I walked outside, and she went outside to go use the bathroom. And, "Hey, Army Vet, good to see you. Thanks for stopping in." And, she went outside, and I made sure she was normal again. She was normal again, and so I needed to go and lay down. So I think that's what started it. Good morning, Warrior Nun. Morning, Love Bug. But, I mean, she's fine. She's asleep. It's just still, it bothers me, uh, because I know the time's coming. My partner has anxiety every morning, and it's not until lunch she seems to calm down. Yeah, anxiety just shows up in so many different ways. So many. It's so weird. But usually I can pinpoint it, but I have to really, really pay attention because, the first thing you ask someone who's got anxiety is, why are you anxious? And I'm going to tell you, 90% of the time, they can't tell you why they're anxious. And at first, I can't. I I have to sit down and figure out what my emotions are. And it's very few times now that I don't know. Warrior Nun, girl, let me tell you, my husband, uh, I don't know that he watches the lives. I think he listens every now and then because I asked him not to listen to him in the house because I don't like to hear my voice and it's just so cringe. So if he listens to him, usually he'll listen to him going back and forth to work. But Warrior, I'm going to tell you what, I was like, honey, you have to go in there and you have to bring that live up. And I showed him exactly where you were on Panel Warrior, and he decided he totally um, listened to it, had a lot of questions, a lot of what I thought were answers for me with your story, Warrior. Um, but he was breaking it down like piece by piece for me, and just like, because my heart just, and that's the only time that I've asked him, like, please, can you go listen to this? Because my husband, he does a lot more research of certain things than I do, you know. So he gave me some of his thoughts about it, but it really touched him. Your story, Warrior, it really touched him. So I just decided I would pop up a live Tashi. Hello, girl. Wait a minute. No, you didn't. You've had the four-leaf clover, right, Tashi? You went from having the rainbow to the four-leaf clover. Did you add the horsey that I didn't see? What up? Thank you, Lainey. You and your husband made a hedge be around you and yours. I'm glad. Um, gosh, thank you for that. Thank you for that, Warrior Nun. Rivety, I'm not gonna lie, Warrior. I really want to do some more talking with you, but I don't know, you know, I don't want to put you in any jeopardy and or overstep my boundaries, but you have got my head just spinning and my heart beating and I'm I don't think I've met anybody like you. Really, really, I don't think I've heard anything like that. That's amazing. Your story is amazing. Y'all just let me know if you do see Tina go live. I'll shut this down so that y'all could go over there if you want to. I used to have a unicorn and a rainbow, like rainbow bright. Oh, I changed it to. I don't know why I didn't notice the horse. I did notice the four-leaf clover because probably because green is my favorite color. Um, but it's pretty. Hi, Mary Jane Doe. I hope you're well. I hope you're doing well. So the ones that like to chat or come into live streams like this, what do you guys do if do one of you guys have a channel that I don't know about? Or where do you guys hang out? What do you do? Or do you just wait for one of your favorite people like to hop on? Green is your favorite color too? And you're a Leo, right, Tashi? I always put the purple hearts up for my mom because purple was her favorite color. But green is absolutely my favorite color. I've always loved it too. I was wondering the same things. Is there some streaming that I don't know about? Mary Jane Doe, honey, there's all kind of streaming, but I'm just curious as to where people hang out. What do they do? Who do they go watch? Because I mean, I know of places. You know, we could go back over to the Krama community. That's always a fun time, train wreck to watch. Um, Nobody talking real crime. They're just all bashing each other, which is, hey, sometimes it's I'm like, okay, there's nothing else to do. I'll listen to it, and sometimes I giggle. Tell you the truth, I'm just like, you people are crazy. But I'm watching. It's called Freeland's Farm, and they've got two foal watches going on right now. So two horses are stalled up, and they're watching. Like it's really cool because they have cameras hooked up in the stalls, and so the owners aren't having to they run a farm, so they can't be in there in the stalls all the time, right? So they have cameras hooked up in the stalls where actually people are sitting around the world watching these foals or these mares, I think they're called. They're watching these horses, and if they see any signs of labor, um, they've been doing it for years. They'll call the owners, and the owners will come out if they're not in, if it's in the middle of the night or they walked away to go and handle their farm or whatever. So it's really cool. I've been doing that. I've been watching that. I mean, nobody chats um, other than, somebody will say hi and bye, but they actually do round the clock. So some of the subs, there's always at least one sub in on each one of them watching them. It's really cool to see. So kind of like remember the giraffe? What was her name? What was the giraffe's name? April the giraffe. I watched that too. Remember how they had it on, it was on the internet and there were people watching full time? So there's nobody like on a panel or even commentating. It's just, whoever's sitting in chat and they'll talk about, I don't understand numbers. I did ask what the numbers meant. Um, I don't know that I ever got a full understanding. I guess the numbers just the lower they drop or something like that, the closer to labor the mare is. So I think that's pretty cool. I go and I watch that kind of stuff. And I still sometimes will go visit. There's one creator in the Krama community that I still will watch. Like, if nothing else going on, I probably watch one a week of hers, um, just because I do like her and I've been watching her for 2 years. So just hanging here, Roses and Tina, nowhere else. So what do you do in the meantime? I mean, I know you have a whole house to run and stuff. YouTube isn't the thing. I was watching scary videos, like videos on the tubes, that kind of thing. Some people just watch pimple popping. I have a friend that goes on TikTok and YouTube just to watch people pop pimples. It's disgusting. I watched an eagle's nest years ago waiting for the babies to hatch. Did you get to see them? Yeah, it is really, really interesting, isn't it? It's kind of an obsessive. I think it's obsessive because I know I obsess over the freaking horses that I've never met, but I'm excited to see it happen. Listening, download in 1080p motion graphics. Poof, that's a mouthful. In my StreamYard studio, adding mashup audio also. This work. Hey, Army Vet, do you have a channel? And I don't know what all that graphic stuff is, to tell you the truth. I mean, I don't know nothing about computers. I just found out I could watch chat on my phone when I'm live. Oh, there's Tina. Hold on, I want to see what Tina says and then I'll go back up. Army Vet, you're sub to my channel, aren't you? Hi, Lainey in chat. You're doing great. Tina, I was waiting on you to get here. Um, and I waited and I needed to talk to somebody, so I went live, but we can definitely like go over and see you, or you can come out and talk here, whatever you want to do. But it's having one of those nights. One of those nights. Army that if you are sub to my channel, then please put your channel in the chat. That's the only thing I ask. If you're sub to my channel, then yes, of course. And we'll go over and check you out. See what's going on over there. Yeah, put your link in. I was watching The Mares with Britt, and then there was a traumatic birth baby, and the mare. What? When did that happen, Tashi? Tina, will you come up? You want to come up and then let's chat over. We haven't chatted in a long time, Tina. Tashi, when did that happen? My God, that would be devastating. There it is, Tina. Come say hi. Tasha said it was wild to see. They all tried so hard to save them, but the foal was. Oh my God, that is horrible. Especially, I don't care if you invest just 2 days in it. You become totally invested. Like, oh, I couldn't imagine. Yeah, there she is. Let's let's
Hi, you
let's
guys.
let's hear for Tina.
Oh,
It's been
good
so
grief.
long. How are
It's so
you?
funny. I'm all right. I'm so tired. I'm almost tongue tied. I'm like blah, 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 blah. I
Yeah,
I'm just tired. I think
you've
it's
been
all
a
caught up
lot.
with me. The dancing, the stress. It's all
Yeah,
caught up with me.
so
Yeah.
you've been doing a lot, Tina.
Well, not
You
yesterday I felt pretty good. I went up on Ernie's and expressed my feelings of why I did what I did because Mama T was like, why is she doing that? She can come to me for money and this kind of thing. And it
Oh
wasn't
Lord.
about money. It was about
No.
me uh going with the flow and doing the moment kind of thing and getting caught up in it, lost up in it. I don't blame anyone but myself, you know.
See, Tina, I don't think I know what happened because I was driving when that all
Oh,
started and it
you
took
don't
me.
want to know.
Yeah, I don't. Well, I'm not gonna. You know what? I'm like, I know it's probably hard when I tell you guys that I have a temper, and when I tell
Mm,
you guys that I can be ugly and I can get wild and stuff like that. But yeah, I have I live in the moment sometimes too, even what I'm saying. So
hmm.
I can understand how something could get out of hand. You know what I mean? If that's what you think happened.
Yeah, with my clothes.
Oh, well, you know what?
It's not
Listen.
even funny. It's not even funny because I mean I'm giggling and I'm laughing because like I said on Ernie's, I'm 61, not 16, but I'm having fun and I'm listening to this music that I'm really enjoying. I never okay, these all sound like excuses for what I did. I'm just saying why I did what I did. I've always liked rap. I've never ever danced to it. Not even
Mm,
at like they just didn't have music like that at the bars I went to.
mm,
And it's just kind of fun, but I got all caught up in it, started pulling my shirt up, doing really stupid shit. And I mean, I would never like expose, but what I did was near it. And uh and then it was nice for the first time ever to have Nicolina
mm,
be nice to me, but then I heard she just love bombs everyone, and i'm I am gullible, but I'm not gullible to ever believe that she's sincere, especially when it comes to
mhm,
me. And I think people think that I thought that or think that or something, and
mm,
I don't. But when you're getting oohed and awed and you're dancing to the music, you're in your own room and this and that and the other thing. It wasn't even about money. But then when I did look, I did make some, and that was nice. It covered my late fee and then some. But then I heard, she was making money off of me,
mhm,
and then I was just floored because she was like, I mean, it just came out of left field. First, she's like, check your Cash App. You're doing great and all this. And then all of a sudden, like for real, it was like a bipolar moment. I don't even know. I mean,
with
my
you
my
or with
daughter's
her?
with her
Mhm,
because all of a sudden she was like, don't don't give her any money. She made lies up saying I gave Ernie $75. I gave him 15 for a taco, and a
mm,
drink or
mm,
whatever when he was homeless.
mhm,
And he's still kind of homeless. I say kind of because he's, said on his
mhm,
live he has a place to stay, actually just for tonight or something down in someone's home or whatever. But and then their family's coming home and he can't be there, but he sounds positive, and that's what matters to me because
mhm,
what, 5 days ago he was just it, feeling and talking like he was defeated,
mhm,
and now he's back to his old self. But I don't know, so I was able to say what what I needed to say. And, you know, Ernie Shell's show is kind of everybody's show, right? You know, we're all
Mm,
tigers, we're all there to support him.
mm,
But this is the first time, you know, the last year, starting in June, was the first time I even felt I could write in chat because, as I told you, I thought you had to pay, right?
mhm, mhm,
And I didn't even have a debit card then or anything. So even if I had $3 on that, it wasn't until I got one later on. And, you know, everyone else had cards. I didn't.
mhm,
But, you know, it's like um, his mods, they're very serious people. They don't mess around. They're a mod for a reason. They're not
mhm,
a mod to just kind of, for lack of a better word, keep the riffraff out of his channel. They're people that are absolutely doted and there through thick and thin, and they're on time, you
mhm,
know, when his show
mhm,
starts. And I've never really seen anything like it. But anyway, yeah, so it's taken about 2 days for it all to just kind of hit me physically. And I was eating some cake with my daughter and sitting on the couch, and I started nodding off. I mean, that's something else. When you're eating cake and
mm.
nodding off,
Yeah,
you're damn tired.
yeah, you're tired.
It's
Yeah.
crazy. Like, that's so weird. She's like, Mom, Mom. And I said, What? Did I fall asleep? She goes, Well, your mouth was open and you were. And it wasn't open eating cake. It was like I nodded off. And, but see, that's what I
That's
mean. It's
weird.
like, well, I didn't do a show last night, right? So I could get up early and get to the store and get stuff done. And I
Mhm,
still ended up going over a messenger and answering some questions. And I get these long letters, which I love. I mean, they're long. They're like two
mm.
pages long sometimes, and I love them
Wow.
and I appreciate them. Yeah, people tell me about their own lives and can relate to things, you know, I'm doing now that they've done in the past and da da da. And, you know, and so when I see them, I take time to respond because it's important, whether it's an emoji or a voice message or something, right?
Mm,
And you and I talked a little more in the beginning when I first met you. And I don't want you to think for 1 second I don't care as much about you or I don't like you as much. I'm just so busy lately, you know?
I know that. I know that. I
Ah,
know that.
see, and I'm talking a mile a minute and it's
You're
your show
fine. No,
and I'm
no, I
just,
love listening.
oh
That's what I
God,
do best is listen.
oh God. I
And
never know what's going to
and I
come out of my
really
mouth. Never.
yeah, and I don't either, to tell you the truth. I don't have this figured out. I'm not I was thinking today, I don't know if you feel this, but as you grow, you become wiser, right? Towards um like you become wiser towards things. But I feel like with me, I can't speak for every woman, but I feel like for me, like I'm more confused about my life than I've ever been.
Boy, you hit the nail on the head. I'm
Is
really
that
confused about
normal?
my life.
It's
I
it's
don't think so.
terrible.
It's like, are we searching, and what are we searching for, and am I searching? You know, it's like
Mhm,
I honestly can say right now, right here again, I'm not on YouTube looking for a man. I'm not.
mhm.
You know,
Oh,
I'm
I
not.
believe you.
Well, I mean, but I think some people and may, you know, I think maybe Ernie Shell kind of thought that because he thought if Mark was nice enough to me, I might want to go down and visit him and stuff. I
Mhm,
don't, it's, I mean, people are nice and people, you know, some people out there are good looking if you even get to see them. It's not, gosh, I'm always saying this, but I'm truly busy. I mean, here it is midnight, and I just got done watching the first half of Ernie Shell's show that I missed, right? And then
mhm,
I was on just
mhm,
his little last half hour. And and then I watched a little bit of Mama T's that I missed, just a little. And then I went over, and it's nothing against her or anything, but I want to go around and see if my dance is pulled up anywhere because I'm
Mhm.
curious, right?
Mhm.
So I went over on speakeasies because I heard it was over there and it's privated. And and I don't care really who sees it. I mean, I suppose I should. I suppose I
Mhm.
should, right? But I don't because otherwise I wouldn't have really done what I had done. Now, if I was, drunk or stoned out of my gourd, that's kind
Mhm.
of an excuse. I don't have an excuse and I'm not going to make up one. But boy, did I learn. I learned. Even though I've still gotten mostly positive feedback, even from letting loose a little bit more and a little more exposure, should we call it,
Mhm.
I it's not that I got all kinds of hate and you're a slut, what are you doing and this and that. It's that I literally, Leanie, listened to the rest of Mama T's live when she was worried about me and talking about me. These women up there, they've been through this kind of weird, different kinds of doxing for years, not one
Mhm.
little time that was bad. We're talking, they know what it's like to, have their children called and
Yes,
someone
ma'am.
show up. Did that happen to you?
No, but, like, that's why whenever we talk about, like, going live, like, real life with my life,
Mm-hmm.
like, even showing that's my real well, you're the only one who knows my real name, my full name,
Mm-hmm.
um, just because I had my channel name Facebook, but when you and I started talking, I didn't even think about that. So I wouldn't have even, you know, if I had thought about it, you wouldn't have known my real name. I would have just been I would have sent you a message under according Delaney. You know what I mean? So you
Right.
could go through all my pictures. I mean, my whole life is there. You're the only one that knows that because my life is there. My children, my everything is there.
Wow.
So and I trust you with that, and I know I'm okay with that. But
Yeah,
I am
totally. And guess
m
what? I haven't even, it's not that I don't want to, but because I have you in Messenger, I haven't
uh,
even gone to your Facebook and looked at your profile yet. I haven't even
yeah,
done that. And I've known you for what, a little over a month or two
uh,
months? But
yeah,
I
but I
should do that. I'd like to see pictures of your kids and stuff. But this is what I mean. I don't
yeah,
even
you
go on
yeah,
Facebook anymore. I don't.
I
I
don't
don't have
either,
time.
but that's I mean, I was what I've been on the internet for 2 years. I just didn't have a channel, so I watched what was happening. My
Mm-hmm.
son didn't even want me to put my own picture up on my channel, and he said, "Mom, they can
Oh.
find you, and all they've gotta do is click a certain way," and he told me, and I don't wanna put it out there in case people don't know. If you don't know, you could figure it out, I guess, but he showed
Oh.
me there's a way to bring up everything on you just from that picture, and he was like, "Don't
Mm.
do it." The problem was, I already did it. I had already done it. By the time I met you and
Mhm.
you were like, "Hey, do you have your own channel?" I was like, "Well, yeah, sort of. I've got 30, I can't go live until I get 50." And you were like, "Oh, no." And then so
Mhm.
you helped me get subs, and then I was able, like, 2 days later to go live. So it was already there. So the people who are trolling people and who are going real life and doxing people, I mean, it was too late to do anything about
I
it. I had
know,
already
and
put my picture there. But that's why I'm
yeah.
really, really funny about, showing my face because, my son, this is his generation, right? The whole that's
Mhm.
all he knows. And he's
Yeah,
like
they really know about it
mhm.
and know
He's
it.
like, "They'll find you."
And
So
that's when I heard these ladies talking about, um, like one lady, well, I don't know. I just won't say her name, but she was on Ernie's and she said, some people from wherever, I won't say where, sent CPS to my house and they were
yes.
literally, but they weren't even the real deal or something. The young guy or the guy that was there was young, looked like it could have been this woman's son. Um, wanted to record the daughter while he was asking her questions or something. So I mean, they don't care. They'll come at all ways, but the fear and the downright terror and the sort of not whimpering, but the shaking in the voice when these women were talking, I mean, I could have been, all kind of like, let's say ego for lack of a better word, and just listen to the part where they were, worried about me and, oh, if she needs money and she doesn't need to do this. And we protect women. That's what his show stands for. And what is she doing? And then just stop the program. And I was like, no, I'm going to sit here and watch it. And I did. And I'm glad I did. It opened up my eyes, because I'm literally, not intentionally, but if I know better at all, right, then it is
Mhm.
intentional. I feel putting, my family and myself at risk, and I can't. And I'm hoping it's not
Mhm.
too late. And I don't really think it is, because I don't flat out have these people as direct enemies. I don't call them names. I don't, I mean, I kind of fight back and go, oh, you like it and blah, 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 and this and that,
Mhm.
to that woman. But I don't, you're a B and you're this and you're that. And if I have said anything like that in the past, it was brief and it was done, but it's not an ongoing thing. Now, if she turns around, or anyone else out there, and tries to ruin my life, it is what it
Mhm.
is. I mean, it really is. But at least I know that I didn't perpetuate it. And even when I
Mhm.
brought up her daughter that time, I did apologize. Like, you just don't go there. You don't say things
Mhm.
about, I mean, I didn't say anything bad, but I did say, I feel sorry for your daughter. And that's just
Mhm.
wrong. That's just wrong.
Mhm.
That's talking about her as a mother, and she knows, if she's a good mom or not. That's not for me to say. But
Yeah.
yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm listening. I'm agreeing with you. You go
Oh,
ahead.
I'm just kind of rambling, but I, I don't know. I don't want to burn the candlestick at both ends. And I feel like for these past few weeks, that's what I've been doing, because I'm a mod on Becca's, and Rebels. They understand, I'll give them a couple of
Mhm.
dollars, or give them a like, or say hi and pop out because I've got to catch up on something else, or I'll watch part of their show. But I
Mhm.
don't I don't even honestly, I mean, it's not like it's some major huge big deal to be a mod, okay? Except
Mhm.
maybe like certain programs like Ernie Shell's, because his show really, it's not just shooting the shit, he's trying to spread awareness, and he's trying, yes, it's comedy now and then, and it's content, reality at its best, but his cause has always been there, always. And so being a mod for those kinds of channels, um, it is serious to me. But I the reason I got emotional a few seconds ago is I just don't think I can be a mod for it. I mean, people can give me a wrench, but hopefully I'll be there, and hopefully I can give a like, and hopefully I can stay for part of the show, like right now. Like if it was 2 in the morning and it was, 5 or no, 4 your time,
Mhm.
um, I'd be passed out, but the timing worked. Um,
Mhm.
my own mother, I didn't get back to her for a couple of weeks. She had texted me, and all the times, just saying hi, right?
Mhm.
All the times I wanted to contact her, it was 2 hours later. Now, that's not much, but when it's 7 my time, it's 9 hers, and she goes to bed at like 7 now because she's older, right?
Mhm.
So it's not that I don't think about her and don't want to, but it's just so anyway, I made time 2 days ago, and I found out my mom had COVID. I was
Mhm.
sick. Now, she wasn't upset or angry. She was concerned. She actually said, "What's going on with you?" And I was like, "I'm just really busy, mom." And she knows I have a lot of pets and stuff. But that phone call made me realize, I mean, she's better now and all that. and her husband Steve didn't have it, but had the same symptoms as her. So for 5 days, she thought she too had the flu. See, then when she still is
Mm.
having all these aches and pains and headaches, she'll be 83 in May. Um, she took a home test and it was positive.
Wow.
So, yeah, it's just like that. And, my daughter asking me some questions and, and, she's on the other side of the wall here, but, I don't know how forthright I really was, and,
Mm.
it's just, I mean, good grief. If, if you can't, if you see things not falling apart, but if you see sort of problems or situations or things creeping up on you and you're the common denominator,
Yeah.
then
Mhm.
only I can do something about it. So,
Mhm.
yeah, anyway.
God, I wish I could pick your brain, but I don't want to be disrespectful to you or
No, you
your
can
home
ask
life or
me. If
nothing like
it's too
that.
much, I'll just say I'd rather not. But you know me, I'm an open book. I mean, to the most part, I try not to be so transparent anymore.
Oh,
Like
yeah, I
just
get it.
putting my email out there and my last name and all that like I used to.
Mhm. So, what's
Sorry, I'm slurping,
you're okay. What
taking my
is
meds.
what's the end game for you as far as like so I understand the dancing. And I don't think it was about making money. I just don't think that. Um I d- I think it was about reaching people, getting subs, but more than that, I almost think it's an out of body experience for you. And
Yeah, it
I
really
just
kind of almost was as
I
weird.
think
And
so, Tina.
yeah, it was everything from the feelings I was having was like being on a stage like I wanted to when I was younger, being like a girls
Mhm.
band, even though I'm alone, right? The
Mhm.
music, it wasn't even so much the lights, because it's not like it's all dark outside. It was for me getting lost in the moment. And there's no excuse. I had one person, I won't say who, one out of all, 80 of my friends say, I'm really disappointed in you, or whatever. And I didn't respond back and I didn't say, okay, that's your opinion. I just didn't say anything. And then 2 days later, they apologized and said, look, it's your life. I'm sorry for
Mhm.
judging you. That's not even why. It's, it, I thought, I would do like a little dance
Mhm.
to just get in the mood for a just shoot the shit show, so to speak. You know what I mean?
Mhm. Mhm.
And but then it just sort of transpired into more and more and
Mhm.
more and less and less.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? If you know what I mean. And
Yeah, I
it's
know what you mean.
and I am literally like, I'm just the only way I would ever consider, and that's only because I've heard so much positive stuff about it lately, but in my mind, OnlyFans is literally, you know, what
Mhm.
I think it is, or what I've heard it is probably mostly men, I would think. Maybe some women, I don't know, want to pay to talk to you in private and have you, um, I've been told I could be like a kind of a sex kitten and just
Mhm.
talk, not even dance, just sit on a chair and talk. But this is a thing. I don't want to do that. I don't. That does not appeal to me whatsoever. Not for money, not for time, not for something to do, not for entertainment. I don't want to do it. So
Mhm.
really, I know what I like when I'm in the mood is to kind of dance. But
Mhm.
I don't even really want to do that anymore. It's gotten a little out of control, to say the
Mhm.
least. I want to just have a show
Mhm.
like other people. And I admitted up Ernie's and to myself, I just wanted to get a bunch of subs. And I'm up
Mhm.
there. I know it shouldn't be about subs, blah blah blah. Well, it kind of was for
Mhm.
me. Not only that, right? Making friends and having fun, but I wanted the subs too.
Mhm.
And that's why I would put a show out every single cotton picking night for months. I wanted those subs. And I got them, and I got some of the recognition. Now, I'm not 10,000 and 15 and 8 like everyone else. And honestly, this isn't a numbers game to me. It's just in my own mind, I wanted a couple thousand.
Mhm.
Like I was elated with 1,000. It's just like the most amazing feeling. Granted, I started with 82. I had notoriety, right? From
Mhm.
Dolly Vision. And that, I had my own little group of maybe 10 to 15 people that were regulars, right?
Mhm.
Before it got out by word of mouth. And but now see, and then I also said up on Ernie's last night, I said I'm not going to like be at 3,000 someday and think I need to do some kind of dance to get 4,000 or 3,000, 500 or whatever, or 50, right?
Right.
I don't, it's not, I mean, if I was in my 40s and I had maybe one child, that was 23, and I hadn't been through quite so much in my life, had more energy, blah, 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 maybe I'd be like, forget it. I can do what I want, but not push the TOS, right?
Mhm.
But I'm tired.
Girl, I feel that.
I am. My heart medication makes me. I mean, I was just walking up 3 flights of stairs with groceries, and the
Mhm.
tops of my legs are sore. And I'm not complaining, and at least I can do it. I'm not massively slow, going boom boom, lugging up stuff. But I'm like, it's so different from when I moved in this place. I mean, I've been on the
Mhm.
second floor for the first 6 years in a different apartment, and then this apartment for the next whatever makes 23. I don't know. Is it 19, 21, 2, 3? No, 17 years in this apartment. I
Mhm.
used to be able to run up those things, and my heart wouldn't even beat fast. Now I walk,
Mhm.
not even carrying anything sometimes, and I get to the top and I'm like,
Yeah.
and it's a
Mhm.
little bit scary. I've had to sit down in the living room, and I don't know if I I honestly don't even really know if it's that I had a stroke. Well, I'm sure that didn't help, but I healed quickly
Mhm.
from that. I think it's age, and I think it's I won't say what it is, but my blood pressure medicine and
Mhm.
things like that.
Mhm.
And just plain being mom, dad, arranging rides, taking care of way too many pets. And then the other half of my life is YouTube, right? You try to stay caught up on people's programs so you're in the loop.
Mhm.
You try to be a mod, you try to get your own show out, you try to check Messenger. And in between all this, as people see, I have a knock on the door, especially in the evening. I think he gets caught up in his thoughts, my son,
Mhm.
and almost separation anxiety, even though he's older, and he gets scared. And so every 20 minutes there's a knock at the door. And I mean, I told him from the beginning, I'm going to be doing lives. If you knock on my door, we're going to have problems. We're going to have problems. And of course, he's like, what kind of problems? And I'm like, I'm not going to tell you. But then he didn't like that. And look what I do. I pick my battles. I just turn it off, answer his question, and go on, because
Mhm.
I can't plan anything. But as far as the dancing, I'm done with it. I know if I go ahead, and this is what I know about me. And this is why I won't go even to a bar, right? With a
Mhm.
friend. I mean, I haven't been asked, but if I was, because like the saying is, if you go to a barber enough, you'll eventually get a haircut, right?
Yeah.
And I don't want to feel all comfortable in a place, and maybe the bartender would be extra nice to me, and then if I was ever down and out, I might want to go back into that place and then give in and drink, right? So I do stay away from people, places, and things. But I just know if I were to even shake it in my jeans, let's say, right? I could slowly creep back into, oh, how about a tube top? Oh, how about a, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, because for some people, attention is a drug. When you're not
Yeah,
getting it is. When you're
yeah,
not getting everything you need, emotionally, physically, something like that, it's gonna come out one way or another. And for some people who aren't receiving love in a way that they need love,
yeah.
they're gonna take they they are going to mistake attention for love and
Mm-hmm.
words of affirmation for love, and it's just a mixed up crappy mind game that we allow play with us. I could be the same thing. I mean, that's maybe I'm not so judgmental that way because I the older I get, the more I'm just like live and let live. Like that's not my business. I can barely handle my own business. I could barely handle Leanie. You know what I mean? Like I feel like
Mm-hmm.
I can handle everything else but Leanie. You know what I mean? So,
Oh my
um,
God, that's
but
how I feel. Gosh, you're hitting on so
it's
many
because we're
feelings.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's because that's
That
the
I
way we're
have.
driven, right? Especially mothers
Mm-hmm.
and sometimes fathers,
Mm-hmm.
but fathers usually are going to work, so they've learned how to balance all of that. But for
Mm-hmm.
moms, especially stay-at-home moms, our identities become our children. So when the children
Exactly.
are when the children are either
Mm-hmm.
gone or in bed or what may have you, and the mom gets a moment to herself, we're so freaking lost because our identity is our children and our home and our family and everybody's needs and this and that. That way, when you're alone with yourself, you're like, what the hell am I supposed to do with this? Like, who are you? And you look at your own self in the mirror and you're like, who are you? What do you want? I don't even know how to love you because I'm loving everybody else. Right.
Yeah,
So
and I have friends around here. Like I won't say her name, but she was walking her dog, and I met her at AA and stuff, and we would go have those foo whatever noodles at the Thailand place, and I'd go to her apartment whether I had a mask on or not. She'd come to mine, and so there's her, and then I have another friend that literally I have on Messenger that we're so close that if I start talking to her, I can't stop and she can't stop. And then we say, well, let's message every day. And then we don't. And it's the kind of, I don't know if other people have this feeling, but when you lose touch with someone, it's all and it's probably just an excuse too, or partially, but I'm almost afraid to reach out because there's so much to catch up on.
yeah,
And I don't, but that's silly, because every time I do just go ahead and reach out, I'm so glad and wonder why I didn't do it sooner. But I
right,
have literally, I will say to society or anyone that's listening here tonight, I've put my friends, real physical friends that I have, two here. And then my other friend I've known since 1991. I mean, we touch base on Messenger, and she used to come over for supper a lot and everything. Um, I mean, I don't have like a ton of friends, but I have good, close friends, which I'm happier with having quality of friends than quantity. But
right.
I've literally more than put them on the back burner. I've completely, I mean, not for years. I mean, the last time I talked to I have a friend that lives in this complex. I mean, she's a few doors away. She's not even 5 minutes. And I get so busy and caught up in things. And feel that YouTube needs to come before even checking up on her, that I don't
Mhm.
even, I mean, I've more than put them on the back burner. And honestly, that's pretty disgraceful. Am I going to
Can I
change it tonight? Probably not, because I'm
right.
addicted to YouTube, but I've got to do some soul searching.
Well, can I
Yeah.
just interject right here? First of all, I want to say
Yeah.
hello to everybody that came in that I haven't acknowledged yet. Welcome. Thank you for being here. It means so much to me. If you haven't subbed
Hmm.
up, please, please, please sub up and hit the like. I just figured out algorithm. So please hit the like so other people can find me. But Tina, I want to tell you something, and I could be off base, but I think the reason why you and I connected, now I connected with you long before you connected with me because, I watched you for a long time. And I told you that.
That's what
I
you
watched you
said.
for a long
Yeah.
time. And so I connected with you long before you connected with me, and some of our life is so different, but a lot of ways as women we're paralleling. Me, you, there's been a couple of people even in the chat that I'm like I'm paralleling with them. I can feel them. But for
Yeah.
you, I think what's happening is YouTube is easier. Now hear me with this. YouTube is easier because they aren't needing anything from you
Mm,
except entertainment. You are so worn out from everyday life, from people needing you. You understand what I'm saying? You
mm-hmm,
have children that still need you. You
mm-hmm,
have animals that need you. You have
mm-hmm.
responsibilities that need you. Every person that's in this chat right now, the only thing they need from you is the only thing you got left, and that's your voice and your cute little uh laugh that you do, and just
Oh, God.
entertainment, and giving someone something special that they don't have in their everyday life. And so I don't want you to beat yourself up over your YouTube thing
Mm,
because um you have nothing left to give in your real life. You have not you've given yourself away already, and unfortunately, when we're raising kids and we become mamas and we're given and we're given and we're given, and all that's left is we're standing in the mirror going, "Who the hell are you? Like, what do you need from me now?" Um, for
Right.
most of us, the kids go away, so we have time to figure it out. Now, I've been in this for almost 2 years of, being without a child in the house, and I'm more lost today than I've ever been as far as who I am and what I want and what I'm supposed to do with this that's left. Um, but for you, that it's never left. It's still there,
I know.
and so you're just you're stretched in so many ways that YouTube is almost your therapy now. Because I know for me, it's my therapy. I came
Mhm.
on, I waited for you to come on. I never want to overstep that boundary of your time slot. And I was having panic problems, and not I wasn't panicking. I was just having uncontrollable, like disgusting feeling of anxiety. So I was like, I just need somebody to I need to figure out somebody else's problems because I damn sure can't figure out my own. So, it's easier. It's easier. But I see myself in you, and my dad, I'm going to tell you, I remember telling my dad that I could absolutely live a very, very happy life by myself. That's why that's my alternate life, right? That I've
Mm,
created
Mhm.
for myself. And he
mhm,
he got big tears in his eyes, Tina, and he's in his 80s, and he was like, "Don't ever say that." And I was like, "But I'm being
mm,
honest with you. Like I never wish away my children, my grandchildren, my husband, my dogs, my life, the people that I've been blessed that have come along." I was like, "But you don't understand. I could be that old woman in the shoe and live happily ever after. And I don't
mm,
need much. Put me in a pop-up camper, and I bet you I could be happy." And um
mhm,
and he said to me, and it's the only time my parents have ever said this to me, and it meant so much. He started crying and
mm,
he called me by my real name and he said, um, "Your mother and I failed you." And I was like, and I wasn't even thinking that, right?
mm,
And I was like, "What are you talking about?" And he said, "We let you get married way too early and
Mm.
you have always been an adult. You never got to be a kid and you never got to figure yourself out. And he said,
Oh,
so what
wow.
you're feeling right now is because somebody's always needed you. And I was like, wow, thanks, Dad. Like,
Wow.
thanks, for saying that to me because I was only 14 years old. You know what I mean? Somebody should have been
Wow.
spanking my ass and throwing me in the closet somewhere. Y'all, please, don't take this seriously. You know what I mean, though. Somebody should have told that 14-year-old girl, who do you think you are? Like, you're not
Mm.
grown and you're not going to
Mhm.
go live a grown life instead of just saying, oh, if that's what you want, here you go. Good luck with it. And I played really good until I was, you know, really like 31, 32 years old is when I was just like, when I finally was like, I don't have to live this life anymore. But um, I
And
think it's
see,
the same
think
for
how
you.
young that is. 32 to me
Oh,
is
yeah.
quite young,
Is
but to you,
Yeah.
starting to be a wife and what, even mother at 14 or 16
Yeah.
or whatever,
Mhm.
32 to you probably felt like a 40. I mean, in your
Uh-huh.
mind. I don't
Right.
know.
Mhm. It
Is
really,
that
really did.
Sherry?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Is
that's
that
it's me, honey.
Sherry?
Sherry.
Hi, Sherry.
Hi, lovely ladies.
Hello. But I
Oh,
think so I think, I'm not gonna tell you what to do or whatever. I think I just don't want you beating yourself up. That's all. Because I do think it's more of like an out of, this is something that you dreamed of. You weren't up there like you weren't up there doing um I want to be sensitive to it, right?
well,
So
no, I wasn't up there doing a strip tease. That's
right,
probably
exactly.
what
That's
you're,
what I wanted. Yeah, that's what I wanted to
yeah.
say. You weren't up there swinging on a pole and slowly taking every piece of your clothes
Right.
off and stuff like that. You really were just living in a fantasy that you've also no, seriously, that you've
No, I
thought
know,
about
I know.
doing about, being an entertainer and having and getting the attention that you don't get. And um
Well,
so
you know what? Like, just this is a perfect time to bring this up. And I'll say her name, Maggie from the UK. I'm not calling her out. I actually appreciate it. She looked up the word exhibitionist.
yes.
We
Mhm.
all know what that is, right? But I
Mhm.
had to
Right.
see it in black and white in my messenger, and it is someone that is willing and wanting, right, to show it doesn't even have to be like your body, really. It's just showing,
Mhm.
and it is for attention, and it is it's actually a mental, now it didn't say it was a malady, but it can be like a mental
Mhm.
nearly malady slash problem. I mean, you can have, it's a real thing. I mean, it didn't say exhibitionist disorder in my messenger, but it said exhibitionism, something
It's
or
a
other.
At this age, it's a disorder for all of us. I live a disorder. We're all disordered.
Yeah. I've been
But,
disorderly for the last, yeah, or
oh,
that day.
don't
Yeah,
don't I even
and
know.
Sherry, I'm sure. How old were you when you had your first baby, Sherry?
I just turned 18, but
Wow,
I
see, that's
definitely
young.
could. Yeah, definitely. And I mean, but to me, I didn't feel like it was real young for me because
Right.
I always felt more grown up than I was my whole life. So for me, I was like, I mean, I partied a little bit when I was younger than that, and I kind of like got past that little stage, where you try little things and you have your friends and you drink a little bit. And I got past all that, and I never felt robbed, if that makes sense, of being younger and being a parent.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't really, um, and I looked at it as that when I get older, they'll we'll all still be young together for the most part, you know. I kind of
Mm-hmm.
looked ahead to
Mhm.
that, like kind of tried to look at it that way because then I'd still be young enough to enjoy all of them and grandkids and not be really, really old.
Mm-hmm.
That was my whole thing was like, and pretty much I think all of the ladies in our family, except for I think my cousin, she was in her 20s, but almost everyone in our family, all the way back 3 generations, had their first baby at 18. It was really weird.
Wow. And see how
It's
different that
difficult.
is from my life, you guys, because I'm not just saying this. My daughters come up to me, what I think it was even 3 weeks ago, and the month before that, and the month before that. And as she gets a little older, I won't say her age like I always do. I'm trying not to be so, say too much and listen to what I've been taught on the other even though everyone knows her age, I don't have to say it again. But she will literally come up to me and hug me and say, "Oh, you could, you know, when I'm what does she say? When I'm 40, you're going to be 80 and you're probably going to die and you're not going to." My point is she's really scared for me,
Mm-hmm.
especially now that I've had a stroke.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I try to reassure her. Like she starts crying and everything. And I tell her, I said, "Look, I'm glad I had that stroke. I mean, I really am." I said that when I got out of the hospital because that's what it took for my stubborn ass to get on medication to keep my cholesterol down, because for 4 years I fought it and tried to do the Mediterranean diet and took the red yeast rice and did all that. And they let me, but it didn't work because it's genetic on my dad's side. But I get emotional because she's so afraid for me. And to her, right, someone in their 40s is old, right? And I'm
Mm-hmm.
61 and she's only like
Mm-hmm.
20 something. So she's imagining being 40 or 50 and me not being around. And
Mm-hmm.
I try to tell her, I'm on medicine. I'm healthier than most people. I said, try not to live like that. And I'd also try to tell her that there's a lot of women out there. I'm not sure who all of them are, but that have babies when they're 40 and 41. People have been what in the last 20 years or 10 or something having children a little later,
Oh
right?
yeah.
Than just
A lot
in
later,
their
like yeah.
20s. Yeah, but
Mm-hmm.
she doesn't really know it, believe it, probably even coming from me. I mean, she wants to, but it makes me sad for her, for that because I was 41 when I had her and I felt
Mm-hmm.
great. I mean, you can imagine I've got okay energy now, so at 41 I had the energy, I'll say it, of like a 21-year-old, but
Mm-hmm.
it's I mean, I felt I did. And but I feel for her in that respect. And see, Sherry was 18, you were 14, and I was 33 when I had my son. And
Mm-hmm.
that's waiting too, isn't it? Or, I mean, I didn't wait,
Yeah.
it just kind of happened. That's when I got
Mm-hmm.
pregnant, you know?
Yeah.
Wasn't planned. My pregnancies weren't planned.
Neither were mine.
Right.
Yeah, I think a
Exactly.
lot of people's maybe aren't, but
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to grab my water. I'll be right back.
Yeah. How are you, Sherry?
Not too bad.
Good. Let me say hi to some people in chat. I saw that Rose Petal came in. Hey, Rose Petal. Hey, Maggie's here. She caught alive. Yay. Welcome, you guys. Lisa. Anybody else that I don't see? Max, Harvey, whoever I didn't say hi to. Welcome, you guys. Please hit the like button. And also, if you haven't subscribed to my channel, please subscribe to my channel. Yeah, I'm telling you, once I get to a certain number, you guys won't ever hear me say that again. In fact, no, seriously, like I don't even go to other people's channels now and ask for my channel to be put in. I don't. I mean, I've got less than 300 subs, and I'm thankful if I never get anything more than that and people show up for, my lives and I don't I just don't need it. I mean, it would be nice, but it's not I don't go to people's chats and say, "Hey, can I put my" if they put it in, they put it in. If they don't, they don't. But
Right.
I don't go to people's channels just to have my channel thrown into theirs either. So what's going on? What's up?
Not much. Just heard what you guys were talking about, and I can totally understand all that for sure. I mean,
I
as
think
far as I'll wait until Tina comes back in, but I had a little something to add to her, what she was talking about
okay.
just like I mean, because when you are at home and you're raising kids, you are missing out on a lot of like because that's your job and
Mm,
it's a full-time job of doing multiple things all the time, and you don't get that interaction as much with being able to go out or friends or go places. So the virtual stuff can be easier sometimes because it allows you to be at home and still hang out and be entertained and and talk to other people and stuff. And so I can see how I think that's what it's really been a big thing for a lot of people.
hmm
Just since I've been came to YouTube and trying to learn all about this stuff, you know. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, because I mean, I have like a really good friend that I think we've been best friends for like 14 years, but we aren't as close as we once were because we don't live in the same town anymore, and everybody kind of gets busy with their own lives, and people get caught up doing other stuff. And when Tina was talking about that, I was thinking about that too. I try to make an effort every once in a while to reach out to friends that I haven't talked to in a while and say, "Hey, how are you doing?" Um, but sometimes it's hard to get people to kind of like together to like a time when nobody's busy, nobody's working, nobody, and schedules, and then try to
hmm
meet up and see somebody or spend time with them. It's kind of hard to do that.
mm mm. Yeah. I even though I got married that young, I and had kids that young, I never, even now, I don't feel like I missed out on a childhood because, like you, I always felt older. Now, not that I got into anything, I never did anything like that, but just the way that we lived our lives, I, I don't feel like I missed out on anything, and I actually just grew up with my kids, so
Um,
I've never felt like I missed out on it. I just like I think all moms feel that. I think all mothers after their children, leave, go, move out and go to college. I think it's harder on moms. I'm only a mom, so I can only speak from a woman's side, but I have to think that all women, you know, just have that like what now kind of moment. And then,
right,
like I said, 2 years, almost 2 years later, I'm still in the what now. Like I don't know. I don't have a clue, but I do know this. Like my youngest son, he's in college and um he's my baby and but it's funny because and I had a hard time when he first left, um and but now like whenever he plans to come home and stuff like he's on spring break right now and and it always worries me when it's time for him to come home or whatever because he's grown now. He's 20 years old, and so he doesn't need me for anything anymore. And I know that he loves me and he loves his dad, but he has his own life. And so I always worry about like when he comes home, is he going to just be unhappy? Am I going to feel like I have to entertain all the time? And I know that's not what he wants, but we're in this weird place of we don't have a whole lot in common because he's a college kid. I didn't go to college. He's very, very book smart. I'm not book smart. I mean, this kid is so freaking smart. He's got a lot of his dad, so they can touch on that stuff. And so so they have more of that kind of relationship than I have with them. But it kind of worries me when he comes home because I'm just like, I don't know how to even like none of he's the only one out of all five of them that went to college. So the other ones just got it. They were 18, they turned 18, they want an apartment, they got an apartment, they got jobs, they're great people. But the youngest one decided he wanted to go to college and so he did. So it's kind of like, yeah, he's in school, so he's still like my kid, my baby, but he's not. He's a grown man, and he comes in
right.
here and I'm looking at this grown man, so I don't know how to mother him because he's still my baby and I want him to sit in my lap and tell me you're the best mom ever, you know, kind of
I
thing.
know. I miss
And
those
he's
days.
a grown man, you know. What do I expect to happen? So it's
See,
such
I
a
don't go through that at all with my son. I mean, I won't get into the whole big thing we all know, but it's the complete opposite for mine. Mine is 2 years from 30. Shoot.
mhm.
His demeanor and persona and the way he's become and his anxiety and his pervasive developmental disorder and all these things, he might as well be at times 12,
Uh-huh.
15, 18 tops, and that's rare. So it's so interesting to hear that, because that's not, I never get that feeling or inclination at all. He's not driven, he's afraid. And when you brought up college, that's the other thing. Is Rose in chat? Did you say a minute ago when I went to get my water?
No, I
I
didn't
thought
see
you
her
said
in
hi
chat.
to Rose.
No.
The other thing she and I have in common is not only did we go to college in the East Coast, I went in Vermont, and I think it was somewhere in Vermont. I'm not even kidding. But
Wow.
both of us for one semester. Is that just weird? This is what I mean. I
No,
left
that's not
after
weird.
one semester, and she did too for whatever reasons. I mean,
Mm.
that's just, to me, that was uncanny among all the other things. And
It
I
is.
think, yeah, I think you, Leanie, are a lot in different ways like Rose too. We have this, and Sherry and I, that's, people don't even today, Sherry, like, they don't understand how we can just go back to where we were. Well, that's
Well,
because we were as strong as we were when everything went down. I mean, we had a
right.
real close bond. We'd talk every single day on FaceTime, on Messenger. I mean, she was going to pick me up at my
Yeah.
mother's in her
I
van.
mean, we
And
knew each other before all of the other people knew us. And all of the other people that knew us
yes,
that kind of slid in between for whatever reason that was decided upon wasn't our
yeah,
choice.
yeah, that's
It caused
right.
a lot of
You and I knew
disruption.
each other right
Right.
before the others came in, even up on Dolly Vision's panel.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
you and me or something in the beginning, was it? Or am I
Yeah.
wrong on that?
No, you're right.
Oh gosh, yeah. So the bonds are real on here. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. You guys keep talking, man. I need to go check on my dog.
Okay.
I always felt like in life that when like something was meant to be or people were meant to be there for each other for whatever reason it is that we find each other in life, I feel like that if that was supposed to be, then it will be, whether it's tomorrow, the next day, or it takes a year, however long it is. But I think that the right people in your life will come back around even if they're away for a while. You know what I mean? If that makes sense.
No, it does. It does make sense. And that's, must be an age thing. That's what I try to do, going with the flow. I mean, obviously, I'm not a turtle anymore. Obviously.
You've always
Um,
just been Tina to me, not the turtle.
yeah, well,
You
yeah.
know what I mean.
Well, yeah, but I really kind of, you know, it's not even hard how people talk over there, right? You're a turtle, who's a turtle? We're turtles. And and but it doesn't mean I'm not ever going to be a turtle again. People,
Right,
I mean, I doubt it, because I'm a tiger, but I don't like it when people put people in boxes.
right,
They label you where they want you to be and where they want you to go and where they want you to stay. I
right.
just hate that. I hate that about
I do
YouTube.
too.
I really
I
do.
do too. And that's why me and a couple, really close friends for a long time just chilled out and kind of stayed out of things and just sat back and watched and figured out what we needed to figure out so we could move forward in the right way and choose the right things.
Yeah, and then I have people, and don't, you're not going to take this the wrong way, but it's real. This is reality. I have people, someone just the other day say, "Oh, Sherry just, or Wild Angel just is trying to be your friend because she has nowhere else to go because she had a falling out with all the other people." I don't
I
feel
heard that
that way.
too.
Well, I don't feel that way about you one little inkling.
Right.
Not
And that's
one
not
little
me.
inkling. And that
That's
means
not
they
me at
don't
all.
know you. No, they don't
And
know
no,
you.
and it's true. They don't know me.
Yeah,
And that's sad because they should have, but they didn't take the time to figure it out. So, you know,
right.
um, and it goes back to something we talked about one evening about that control. People get, kind of ahead of themselves, and then if you're not doing everything the way they want it done, then they're going to retaliate. And I'm not the kind of person that plays the thumb on the head thing, so it doesn't work for me.
Yeah.
I do what I do me.
Yeah, you can't fake a friendship. You can't. That's the thing. It's like I could have anybody up, for lack of a better word, as kind of a sidekick on my show in the evenings. But I think we're pretty good together. You make me laugh with your laugh, and for some reason, what I say makes you laugh, and it's natural. And it was
It is.
natural like this on Dolly Vision.
Right.
I
And some of
remember
my
it.
really close friends are like, they're not looking at it like that. They're like, they wanted us to get this figured out a long time ago. A lot of them very supportive of that.
Mm.
And and my only response was that when the time is right, the time will be right. And for some reason at that one moment I came in and I wanted to say, hey, I've watched you. I appreciate you, and you saw me in your chat and you were like, hey, and
Yeah,
boy, did that
I
upset some
was.
people.
I know. I was surprised, and I could have ignored you, and I could have been, all snooty patooty or whatever. But why?
Right.
Why?
Exactly.
People's feelings about people, and people's, I mean, isn't, I mean, really, you guys, isn't life about learning as you're going along? I mean, isn't
Yeah.
it? I'm
It's
still
about
learning.
it's
I
about all
don't
sorts
know
of things.
everything.
Right.
It seems like the younger folk, right? Right in their 20s, 30s, and even 40s, frankly. They think they have life all figured out.
Well,
I'm
they've
here
got
to
a long way to
say
go.
they don't have a fucking clue.
Right.
That's true.
Yeah.
Amen.
That's true.
Amen
And
to
what's
that.
funny is hearing my own mom and my grandparents say, life changes and you
It
never
does.
stop learning. The minute you stop learning, you need to just go start digging your grave, really.
Yeah,
And that never
Oh,
that's
made
over.
any
goodness.
that never made
Mm-hmm.
any sense to me, right? Because I was young and I never thought I had it all figured out, you guys. I was just thankful for every day. And I'm like, here we go, guys. I don't know what's going to happen, but strap in and let's just do it. That's the way that I took every day. I didn't, and still today, I struggle with planning. Like, you know,
Mm-hmm.
when Christmas comes around, when Thanksgiving comes around, everybody's like, let's get it all figured out. Let's get it. And I just automatically start freaking out inside within myself because I'm just like, oh God, but what if that don't work? It's just too much for me. But at the same
Right.
time,
Mm-hmm.
don't call me 2 days before and say, hey, we got this plan. Can you work this out? Then that screws me up too. I'm just screwed up all the way around. And that is just the truth of matters, that just because you've lived so many years, yes, you become wise. It's not just smart, it's wise to a lot of
Right.
different things,
Mm-hmm.
but you become wise from living it. That's what it is. And then also
Mm-hmm.
people, I think, that sit back and listen more. My husband is a very, very good listener, and he can figure people out quicker than me because I am the one, like I've spoke on many times, it's just like, you walk up to my door, knock on the door, hey, oh, you want some coffee, you want some Diet Coke, I'm just letting you in,
Mm-hmm.
whereas my husband is going to walk on the outside of the house, you know what I mean? He's
Mm-hmm.
not going to
Hmm.
just invite you in. That's not how he works. So I've had to learn that. That has been a hard, hard lesson. But once we quit learning, it's over, game over, you know.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So
And thinking we know it all. It
yeah.
really bothers me. It's like
Mm.
I thought I knew it all. I mean, think about it. I'm having a baby at 41. The guy's younger. He's cute. I take a train to Oregon. Our sex life is wonderful. He's, only had a few girlfriends in his life and he's 25.
Hmm.
It's not like he's got 100 notches on his belt. So I'm feeling like I'm the special one.
Hmm.
No, that's not at all what happened. Yeah, we stuck together 8 years, but he he finding out 2 years into the relationship he was bipolar explained a lot. I mean, I had never even heard of
Yes.
it before. Never heard of the words bipolar. Got on my bike, went to the library when he was at work and got 5 books on it. And did I massively
Wow.
examine? No, but I skimmed all 5 books. And then
Hmm.
he
Hmm.
went to the doctor and it was on paper. And when I saw the temper and the violence and the threats to leave and the this and that, I knew he might take my daughter. So I made copies of that letter saying he was bipolar because that was my, not that that doesn't mean you can't be a dad and have partial custody, but if he ever tried to take our little girl
Right.
from
It's
me.
protection for you and your daughter.
Yeah. So
Yes,
I
for sure.
started behind the scenes. I wanted everything to work, but I got my ducks in a row. I did. And then I used all of that, when the situation arose when she was 7 years old. I need to be careful of being too transparent, right? Of what I'm sharing, even though I blurted it all out. But I was able to keep custody really because he didn't even have do his parenting classes, which because
Right.
of my ledger that I had kept of the DVs, the domestic violence things here, there, and everywhere, and nearly every day, they were like, he needs parenting classes, but he didn't do it.
Right.
So, and it's just, I don't know. What you said, I'm going to have to watch back the show, Leanie, because what you said, you're more, I think you said, didn't you say you're more confused now where your life is
Hmm.
going to go or where you want it to go than you were before?
Hmm.
It just
Yeah.
Right.
really
Well,
kind of
because
hits it on the head for me, too.
it really
Yeah.
does, yeah,
I think
because
we
you
I
really got to recreate yourself almost in a way, in a certain way, because now you're recreating yourself into a woman who your kids are grown up, they're not in the house, you have grandkids, so the family dynamic changes. You're getting older and we change, and like, but it's never too late to recreate yourself. It's never too late to like find those things that you couldn't do for a long time because you were at home and you were very responsible to have to take care of a whole family. It's a big job. And so like with me, like starting to travel and stuff, I never did that my whole life hardly at all, except for your family trips here and there, but nothing like where I've gone by myself or gone with just a friend or a family member and just relaxed and enjoyed myself, because I never really could do all that stuff before. I was too busy. And so I mean I'm starting to find things that help me feel happy or have a purpose, I guess, again,
Well,
if that
see,
makes sense.
that's why you're enjoying your escapades and things to Laughlin and filming it
Right.
with your friend. That's a big deal. I gotta feed the guinea pig. I'll be right back. He's going, "Oink, oink, oink, oink," reminding me I didn't get him his vegetable. And I didn't. I bought him some melon today. He's so cute. He does a little popcorn thing where you jump up and wiggle your body and purr when you're
Oh,
happy. When he dies, I'm just gonna be so sad. But that's depressing. I'll be right back.
okay. I want to say hi to everybody in chat again. You guys, I haven't been able to keep with chat, but I promise before I close this out, totally, I will go back and look at chat. I'm kind of watching a little bit what's going on. Hey, Richie. Richie. Gosh, Richie was so fun last night.
Yeah,
He's
he
the real
was.
MVP of Richie was the real MVP of the 8-hour stream last night, you guys. I mean,
I
he
enjoy him a
he
lot because he's very
I think
calm
we
and
worked
subtle.
I think we worked really, really well together. I mean, he had it
Yeah,
figured out. So, and he, I enjoyed that immensely working with him last night. So that won't be the last time you see the Leanie Richie show. We're going to get together and do another one. But hey to all those that have come in. Hey to those that are sitting in the bushes just listening. Hey, thanks. Thanks for just listening. That means a lot. If you haven't subscribed, please, please, please subscribe. And if you haven't hit the like button, please hit the like button. I appreciate that so much.
I think that
Oh,
he's an excellent listener, and I feel like he's a very pleasant person to have on a panel because he keeps his composure. He's very to the point, and he's very truthful. You know what I mean? And you can feel that
mm,
that good vibe that he sends out, even on a panel, and that's really
mm.
nice. You know,
Yeah,
because
he's kind of even toned.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
he kind of doesn't.
He doesn't get my anxiety going. He keeps
Yeah,
me feeling calm.
yeah, he is. He's definitely a calm spirit. He's
Right.
definitely a
And
calm
I like
spirit.
that. I really like to surround myself with people that are because there's just so much craziness going on all the time. And it's like you have to spend how many times a day I have to stop and be like, okay, take a couple deep breaths
Mm,
and let's reconvene.
yeah, I used to be the life of the party. I was real loud. I was very I wouldn't say obnoxious, but like I could draw people, you know what I mean? And I'm not
Right.
pat myself on the back. I'm just being real. And the older I get, the more I'm just looking for, you know, calm, just the calm. And I think it's just
Yeah.
part of figuring myself out. Like I need everything to be chill and that so that I can figure out who I am. Plus, you take on people you're with. So my
Yeah.
husband's a
Oh my
very, very
goodness.
calm spirit. So, I've
So is
taken on
mine.
a lot of yeah, I've taken on a lot of his spirit, and, so, as you get older, things change. Sometimes people get wilder, sometimes people calm it down and stuff. We were talking last night a little bit about Tina's panel from 2 nights ago and having those 2 guys up there, like, there's just
Oh,
no way. It was
that
and
was
Tina handles that so gracefully,
right.
and
I was really confused for a minute
I don't
on who
have that
was who.
much. I'm not that graceful. If it was me, I would just be like, "Shut the up! Like that's enough. Like you're getting on my nerves. Turn it down."
I would have at least, yeah, there would have been a couple times when I believe what you just said. I would have been like, okay, let's bring it down, guys.
Yeah. And you know what? I really do struggle. Maybe I shouldn't say this, but I really do. I struggle with people that only talk about themselves.
Right,
That's all they have to say. That's all they
right.
have to say is about themselves, and then they interject themselves, and then when they're not being talked about enough, so they're gonna interject something else so they get more attention, it's exhausting. I
It
have
is.
I mean, I am naturally curious about people's lives. I am naturally like I'm not lying to you when I'm like, "Oh, you wanna come up and tell me stories? You come right on in here." That's just the way that I am. I dig it. I totally, um I just can live in that moment of someone, like, entertaining me with their thoughts and their I don't know, it's a natural thing for me to be interested in someone else's story, but when I'm trying to listen, like, to this story, and then you've got this person over here that's needing me to pet them because we're not
Pet
talking
them.
about you no more,
Yeah.
I'm like, "Go away, just go away," like, I cannot it's too much energy, you're taking
That's what
way too
makes
much
it so
energy.
hard, Leanie. Sorry, I just
You're
interrupted
good.
you. God,
No,
well,
you're
not
fine.
real. No, it's terrible. But it's,
No,
but
really.
I'm going to do it anyway. No, the thing is, when you have like 6 people on panel, that's the thing. Someone can talk and talk and talk, and then you almost have to be like, well, how about you, so and so? And it's trying to have control of your own panel can be hard. I mean,
No,
I
it's not.
literally will go around and see who hasn't spoken a while. Then they might bounce down, and you don't know if they're kind of hurt, or is it their Wi-Fi, or not Wi-Fi, their internet, and
Uh-huh.
you know,
But
and
you know what?
then
It's
yeah, go
not,
ahead.
Tina, hold on. It's not the big panels to me. I mean, we can have 6 people
Oh,
up here. It is the huge personality that you
mm,
have to they they can't sit and listen to you tell a story or just talk for a
Right.
minute and then Wild Angel talk for a minute. And I mean, it's always like they're gonna jump in there because you're not petting their ego enough. And I got
Right.
mhm,
no time for egos. I got no time. I've got no sympathy. And to me, it's just I hate saying this, like, I love vulnerable people that tell their true story, but people that
mhm,
are constantly needing petting and all of and being a child when you're a grown
mhm,
person, like, mentally and physically, oh, no, I
mm.
got no time for that. Go to a strip club. Somebody out there
That's so funny.
somebody out there will give you the time of day. Listen, I'm not making any money
Listen
off
to
of this.
Sherry's laugh.
If I was making money off of it, it'd be
She
a little
has the
different
best
than I'm
laugh.
forced to listen to your stupidness and pet you a little bit to keep you coming back.
You're so
I'm not
It's
gonna
funny.
do it. I'm just
It
not gonna
seems
pet
like
you.
the guys, or I won't say the guys, because then every guy that's been drunk up on my panel will get paranoid, or not paranoid, but it seems like guys that get kind of sloshy, to say the least, they start really craving and wanting that attention. I'm
They
sure
do.
I was like that when I was drinking. I mean, I don't know, but I probably was. And I'm probably still like that, even though I'm not drinking, but that's something I'm really noticing. It's like, I mean, I don't want to say like my cars, but you know what I mean, whether it's, their toys or their whatever. I mean,
Mm,
it's
Right.
fine, and I'm grateful they've come up on panel, and I hope they continue to do so, whether they're drinking or not. But that's what I noticed with I mean, I'm not petting them, and I'm not going to pet them, but I have to
don't pet him.
re-steer. No, I
Girl,
have
don't
to
pet him.
re-steer the conversation to a female or another male that hasn't had a chance to talk. And I'm
Right.
I'm literally thinking about someone in particular as I'm up here, but I'll never ever say who it
Me
is.
too. Me too. I'm not dumb at what I'm saying or doing. Um, I
Yeah.
think you handle it very graceful. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like
Mm.
for me, I just it gives me that I'm just like shut the fuck up. And you guys know that I am a very like interested person. You know what I mean? Like I'm so interested in people and being kind and being all that. But that part of Darlene where you're just like, I just said my name again. Everybody knows my name, right? Everybody knows I'm. But that
Yeah, I
part of
thought you were
being
all right with your first name. I can't even
that's
remember
fine.
your last name right now. It's
Oh
on
yeah,
my
don't tell my
messenger,
last
but I
name.
don't know. No, no,
Yeah.
I won't.
Nobody knows
But
my
that's
last
how
name.
much I don't
Um,
even look at it. I don't even know what it is.
yeah, but just I don't like big egos, whether they come from women or men. I don't like it. And the ones that have to constantly be petted, I'm just like, no, I'm not your girl. Like you're getting this shit for free. You're getting it for free. So if you want to throw me like a dollar
It's
bill every 20 minutes or a $20 bill every minute is probably more my speed, then I'll sit here and listen to your bullshit for maybe 15 minutes. I mean, pay up front though, because I just can't deal with it. I've
Leanie's
got
funny.
I've got family
Pay
members
up front.
like that.
You
Pay
you
up
cut
front.
you have these like little comebacks. They're not even comebacks.
It's
What
so
are they,
truthful.
Sherry? What are they? Well, you'll say something, and then you'll say something that like is the word comedic? Not a comedic, a comedian, like a comedian would say. Like you'll instantly, yeah, pay up before you talk, and you're
Exactly.
funny. It's
But
really
doesn't it make
funny.
sense though? Like pay up before you talk because if I want to end this, it's still in my It's my ball game. You know what I mean? And I
Yeah,
still
yeah.
got paid for listening to your stupid bullshit. I
For
mean,
the
that's just
amount
the
of
way that I
time
feel.
that I wanted to hear it. Yeah.
Right. And the energy that it took just to listen and act like I'm happy to hear it. I mean, I feel like I should probably charge a lot more just for acting happy to hear it because that takes a lot
Oh, see,
to act happy. It really does. I'm not like you, Tina.
charge more for pretending.
Yes.
It's
Yeah.
$5 more for pretending. It's $10 more for physically acting like I'm happy you're on my panel. It's
Yes.
15 more if you make me laugh. It's 20.
hmm It's the way it should be. It's really,
Right?
but I think you're very graceful with it. Like, I think you're
Oh
fair
God.
and I
Well,
think you're graceful. I do. I'm
I
not,
try to
and you know,
be.
I'm not blowing smoke because you know I'm
I
not about
know.
that.
Yeah,
Um,
no, I
but
know.
I do think you handle that very, very well because because I did come up there, and and I knew I was already on the edge of shut the fuck up. But so I came up there thinking, I'm just gonna blow this up and they're gonna have to shut the fuck up.
At
And
where? Where on my panel?
yeah, 2 nights ago.
Oh, it was too.
Yeah, the last time you had a panel. And I
Well,
sat
what
there and
did
I
you
thought
do?
about
I
it
don't
for a minute.
remember. You said I can tell Leanie wants to sing, and then you did your "It's a Brick House," I think, or no.
Yeah.
And
Mhm.
then you hopped down. You
Yeah,
Yeah.
disappeared.
I couldn't pet him. I couldn't. And I
Oh,
knew
I see.
everybody in chat was loving, like just loving that
I
guy.
couldn't pet him.
And I was just like, you
Oh,
are
you're
getting
talking.
enough
Okay,
love.
I know who you're talking about now. Yeah.
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 And then the other one who's just got problems and maybe having one at a time is easier, but both of
Yeah.
them like vying for Tina attention. I was like, oh,
I
for the
know,
love of
right?
God, get the hell
Oh
out of
God.
here.
Hmm.
So what I did appreciate though is one of them, like put your cash app out. Let's get some money. Oh. See, I'm thinking I'm just gonna be real. Okay. I'm thinking he's saying, put the cash app out. We're gonna get Tina money. Well, what the hell are you gonna do? You gonna talk more? Because if you're gonna talk more to get Tina more money, I'm gonna throw money, so shut the fuck up. No, I mean, I will match you, I promise, and raise it by 20 for you to shut the fuck up. How about that? How about we do that? And that's where I was at with it. Seriously. Now,
Oh, you're right.
other people thought he was gorgeous and worth listening to because y'all cannot tell me everything that came out of his mouth was worth listening to. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. You were listening because you liked what he looked like. Well,
Hmm.
eventually the looks go away for me and I'm hearing the trash that's coming out of your mouth and I'm just like, oh no. Like,
Right.
no,
It
no, no, no.
eventually comes out. The alcohol brings the truth serum forward.
Yeah.
Truth
And
serum. Yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
for me,
Liquid courage, truth serum. What are some other words for it? I don't know.
everybody looks the same in the dark anyways. Do you see what I'm
Oh,
saying? So your looks really mean nothing to me at this point. Shut up. If you can
everyone
sing,
looks the same in the dark. Oh
Well,
my
nobody would
don't
God.
they?
listen. But the bottles kept getting put in the screen, and I was getting a little bit upset with Tina because she had been asking several times, and that's one
I
of those things
know.
where it kind of it's. I don't mean to
It
say like it's irritating, but it's annoying in a little way because you ask so many times, and you hope that people respect the fact that YouTube is getting strict, and got to be careful about stuff like that. And it's like how would you
Yeah,
feel if someone did it to you type thing, like to
they
them,
didn't
like
want to believe it. They didn't want to
right.
believe it. Oh no, it's
Well, and
just a
because in the
bottle and
moment when
this
you
and
have a
that.
buzz, you're like, nothing matters. It's all good.
Right. When you have a
You
buzz, who
know?
the fuck everything goes. Seems like I just out the window, out the doors, up the
exactly.
chimney stack. Ugh,
Etiquette. It just goes. It just
yeah.
oh, it's so and see, I don't
It's just
my
so easy to push that little button. It says CAM, cam down now. You
uh-huh.
don't need to
Calm
see it.
down.
Yeah. I just don't have a lot of patience for that stuff. And maybe it's because, you know, my father the he was an alcoholic and he
Oh
would get
yeah.
liquid courage and it was all about him and we all lived in his world. And so now that I'm grown and I don't have to live in anybody's world, that's why, no offense, but nobody will ever tag me with anything. I'm not, I
See,
this
that's
is no
funny as
offense to
shit
you
right
people out
there.
there.
Nobody, here she is on the internet. No one will ever tag me with anything. That's
Yeah,
classic. I need to start
no,
writing these things down. This is so funny.
yeah. I'm
Probably
I'm
one of the
not I'm team Leany. That's, I love who I love. I care about who I care about. But
Mm-hmm.
unless I feel strongly about something, I'm not co-signing. I'm just not.
Mm-hmm.
Now, be who
Mm-hmm.
you want to be, do what you want to do. If I want to participate, I'll be over. If I don't, I won't be over. But don't tag
Mm-hmm.
me. Don't, no offense for those that want to be lions, tigers, bears, turtles, um, gypsies, 777s, and on and on and on and on. Like we're never going to have a leany group. We're not, because I'm not tagging you. You're not tagging me. I don't know who the hell I am. So how can I ask you to follow me? Hmm?
Yeah, but if you were an animal, it'd probably be golden retriever, right?
It would be a golden retriever. It
See?
would, because I am faithful to those I love. I am, and I can be
Mm-hmm.
fierce. I can be for those I love, and I'm passionate.
Fierce.
I'm
Yeah,
passionate.
I'm trying to look fierce in my avatar, but I haven't been very fierce lately.
Tina,
See,
you're too sweet.
well, I like that picture because if you look at the face, it even has, I mean, I don't know if it's wrinkles and it's not necessarily saggy skin. I don't know what it is, but my face it looks older. It doesn't look made up like a 20-year-old. If you, it's
Uh-huh.
got
Yeah, I get what you're
lines.
saying.
It's
Hmm.
got lines from the corners of my
It
mouth
shows
down.
wisdom.
Well,
It shows wisdom.
age and wisdom, but I like
No,
that because it's more. Of course, my
I
breasts
think,
aren't perky and big like that, but oh well.
well, yeah, well, you said it.
well, I'll just pretend like we have. That's what our movies
Yeah,
look
well,
like.
I'll just pretend. I'll
I
just
can't
surmise it in my
pretend, you
mind.
guys. I can't. I mean, no, I haven't had perky breast, I think, since I was 15. I mean, I nursed my kids, you
I
guys.
did too.
Me
Serious.
too. Yeah.
Like these things are just laying everywhere. They have a zip code of their own.
Oh,
You didn't say that.
It it it's just a sad situation all the way around. It's a sad situation, you guys. It really is. If I could have any work done, it would be I would have my breast like to a size where I never had to wear a bra again,
Wouldn't that be
and
nice?
then I don't have to
mm.
situate them when I go to bed at night and make sure they're okay and that they'll sleep okay,
You
and
don't have to tuck them in.
And God forbid if I turn over and have to start the whole freaking process
Oh
again,
my God,
right?
you're so funny. You should be a
So that's
comedian.
what I would do, yeah, and I would have my
Yeah.
eyes fixed, yeah. Other
Well,
than
when you
that,
breastfeed and your breasts are really firm when you breastfeed because of all the milk and that, I used
Yeah.
to always say, man, if they could stay like that, that'd be great. Would they,
You're
you know
so
what I
yeah,
mean?
funny.
yeah,
Well,
where
mine
they're
did
oh
you
god,
guys go through it? Did you go through that mastitis thing? I mean, I read it and I was like, oh, that's not going to happen to me. Oh my God.
I
My
got
breasts
lucky.
were on fire. Fire. And I'm going to be blunt and transparent and
see
extreme because
that.
that's who I am. I'd go in the shower and
Yes.
squeeze and express that
Yeah.
milk out. And it would go, I'm not making this up, 10 feet across the whole darn bathtub.
Mm,
And I'm like squeezing more and more and more milk out because they hurt like hell. Like,
yeah,
Yeah.
I
I had
mean,
it too, mhm,
yeah.
but I had I didn't even have to squeeze. If I stood in a shower, that was it. It was all coming. I had enough
Really?
to feed an army,
Wow.
I felt like. I know that's exaggerating, you guys, but I'm not kidding. I won't even tell you the size of my breasts. I come from a long line of very loose painted, big-breasted women, okay?
Wow.
And,
Hmm.
I mean, when I got married, I was a double D. And when I was
Oh,
14,
that
I was
is
a
big.
double D. So, yeah, I mean, thank you family, and
Mm.
any better, and they're disgustingly
Well,
gross.
I know
I
that's big because I've been a D before,
It's
and that
huge,
was big,
and
for
that was
me.
before
Yeah.
pre-babies. So these things, seriously, zip code of their own.
Mm-hmm.
They're getting their own mail. Like some people like them, some people don't. I don't, and it is what it is.
Getting their
But
own mail.
it's.
Team Rose must be getting her own mail for her breasts too. Then.
I think Team Rose has great breasts.
Oh,
I
I
really
know.
do.
And she salutes them, and
Yeah,
they're her.
that's what I
Not
always say when I.
salutes. What am I saying? Meaning to say. Damn it. Oh, I can't even think. But the thing is, like, if your breast not mastitized, that's cancer. What am I saying?
I know.
What
I
is the word I want to use? Oh, for
It's
God's
where the
sake.
ducts get clogged up with milk. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and
Hmm.
it's scary because it can become serious, and then you have to
Yeah.
take hot cloths and lay them on your breasts, and and the baby's crying and wants to
Which
nurse, and it's like, oh God.
at this point, hot towels on my breast doesn't seem like a bad idea. But
Yeah,
I don't know, but that sounds
we should all do
like that would
that.
feel really good. We should do that. Let's have a kumbaya moment. Everybody get their breast out, lay them to the side and put a. How do you know when you're fat, you guys? This is how you know when you're fat. When the only thing that lays next to you is either your stomach or your breast. So,
Oh my.
and the bad thing is you've got two breasts, and you're just like, well, hello. So you're
Oh
never really
gosh.
lonely. They take on an identity of their own. Because honestly, when I get a new bra, you guys, I mean, seriously, I think my breasts do salute people. In fact, would tell, I would, because my daughter and I worked together for a long time, and I would text her. I was like, "Mama got a new bra, girl," and I was like, "Y'all know they're gonna coming in. They'll be coming around the corner way before I get there. So just salute them and keep going. Like for real, they get there before I do. Like I'm never late because my boobs are there, right? So disgusting.
Is the chat laughing or thinking we're gross or I'm
I
gross?
don't
Not
know.
you
I
guys.
I don't, I'm not even watching it.
Oh,
They're
okay. I
probably
can't
just.
see it. I can't see it.
I
The men are probably going, oh gosh, is Raider in
They're probably
chat? He's
grossed out
probably
as well.
oh,
Yeah.
Raider's probably like, man, I'm glad I'm not a woman.
I Well, let's be honest, guys, because I've heard men talk about, women that, that they lose their breast, or, they everybody knows that they sag, and for me they don't just sag. They take a seat next to you. And but it happens to guys too. Not with their
Mhm.
breast, but
Right.
with their scrotum
Exactly.
sack. When you're
Oh, it
having to pick it,
does?
yes,
Well, I didn't know that.
yes,
It's a real thing, a real
it's a real
problem.
thing. They're having
Goodness.
to lift them up to put them into their underwear. Just saying.
I thought they always had to. I thought they always
Oh,
had
no,
to
no,
lift their
no, no, no,
package
no,
up.
no,
I'm gonna
no,
ask
no, no.
my husband if he has to do that.
He does. I'm telling you, he does. That's
What?
why men
Your
quit
husband
wearing.
asked you to help you? Him? No.
Well, when they get out of the shower, they don't have to because they're already stugged up there.
Right, right. They're right. So that's probably why they put underwear. But that's why men quit wearing tidy whities, you see, because they had to pick them up, adjust them in there, put them in there, right, right. And so now they just wear like the long kind of brief under. I mean, not the brief underwear, but the long-legged underwear, because it's got more pouch room.
The
If they happen
boxer
to fall to
briefs,
the
yeah.
side, yeah, they fall. If they fall over, fall out, they're not really falling out. But when you wear tidy whities, they fall out. Yeah, I know
Oh.
stuff. I'm full of useless information, people. If you need if you want to talk about anything, I have got some information on it that you will never ever forget, because it's so useless, right? But it's true. It's everyday life. So
Yeah.
all you men out there that are looking at us women going, where, well, her breasts are down to her belly button, well, where's your scrotum sack? Because I'm pretty sure it's at your knees. All right.
Oh my God.
For real.
Oh goodness. Right. No body
People,
shaming. We
Nobody
all
talks
have
about
things.
that.
People are gonna
Nobody
think
talks
you're
about that.
pretty funny, and they're gonna come over here and be like, "Oh my God, this woman's
See,
hilarious."
look here. Harvey says, I do not need a Viagra. I am not talking
Well, we're
about that.
proud
I'm
of you.
talking
Not
about
talking about that.
what I'm talking about, Harvey, is do not tell me that you are so wonderful and that you have got it going on so much and you're so young and fit and tight that you don't pick it up to put it in your drawers either, because I know you do. It comes with age, but people don't talk about it. We'd rather just put women down for what happens to their bodies, and none of you men want to talk about what happens to yours.
Right.
There's the truth. So I'm not talking
My
about Viagra,
boyfriend,
you
my
know.
my first daughter's dad, is exactly what you just said. I remember after I had her, he was like, giving me a hard time. Well, he might even have done it when I was pregnant. And I looked at him, and he was a big dude, right? So he had a stomach on himself. And I looked at him, and I said, "Well, what's your excuse? I just had a baby." So I brought it right back at him. I thought, you better look at yourself, brother.
You know what else pisses me off though? You guys know
That's
that
funny.
I'm going to try to be as delicate with this as possible, okay? I feel like we've gone to a whole new world over here at Leanie's chat, but I don't know, something happened.
It's
I
gonna be
took
hard to be delicate with this topic.
mhm,
I'm gonna go
I
get
took
some chit. It's popcorn time. All right. I'll be right-
I took an anxiety pill. So maybe that's what's happened cuz you know, but what else pisses me off is people say, especially the men. And you guys, I'm not a man hater. I probably sound like one. I'm not. I'm not. I love men. I am strictly dickly. I don't swing for both sides in any way, shape, or form. I love men. I don't like all men. I don't like attitudes. I don't like, you know what I don't like. I've already explained it. But what pisses me off is hearing men say, if you've had children, if you've given birth, that all of a sudden you're loose. Or if a
Oh, I
woman,
hate
or
that one too.
if a girl happens to sleep around, then she's loose. Are you fucking kidding me?
Right.
You understand that the vaginal canal, and I am trying really hard to be sensitive, the vaginal canal anatomy 101 is muscle.
Yep.
The muscle will go back. So just
And it's all
because
in how
a
you take care of
woman,
yourself too. Because
yes, we do them Kegels. We're
oh, I
sitting
was a
down,
I was a
sucking it
Kegel
all in.
queen. Let me tell you, being so young too, they taught us that, and
Pelvic
I
floor
never forgot it.
exercises. This is good
Yeah,
stuff right here. Pelvic
I do them all the time.
exercises.
Just sometimes, just
Yeah,
sitting randomly, just sitting. It's good for your bladder too. It's
The
not just about
Kegels.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the
yeah.
Kegels. I don't do them, but
What are
yeah.
men doing? What are men doing?
But if you want to hear something that's really
What are
rude,
men doing? That's a
is in
really good
somebody's
question.
chat. It might have been Rose's or Tina's, I'm not sure. But and when we were all talking about babies one day, and in the chat, somebody had said, "Well, after 8, you think the rest would just fall out," and that was really rude. That was one of those comments like what you were just talking about, and I was like, okay, yes, I may have more kids than most people, but that has absolutely nothing to do with your body parts
It,
like
it
that.
really doesn't. It really. Here's the deal, guys. I'm going to be Tina, and I'm just going to say it. If you're with a woman who you might think, oh God, she's had too many kids, or she's been too sexually active, and she's loose. You probably need to go look in the mirror at a body part because it might not be her. Okay, it might not be, and that's all I'm going to say about that.
I've never had a problem with meeting anybody and them thinking that way. Luckily, people's minds aren't like all people don't think that way. You know what I mean? But that was never like an issue. But I mean, I don't, you can't be inside someone's head and, they might have thoughts or wondered things, but you don't know.
Hmm.
But I've never had anybody carry on. I mean, I've never actually heard anything that rude except for in YouTube.
Yeah, me
Mm,
neither, in all honesty. Yeah.
And I was like, well, most of my friends that have just a couple kids, maybe 3, 4 tops, they're like, you're in better shape than we are. And we've, only got a couple. I've had my friends compliment me before, like, as far as like you know, they think when you have 11 kids, like you said, oh my God, you just have to be, all these things have to be wrong with you. No, nope.
I dig this comment from Mary Jane Doe that some people just are not educated on the subject. It's true.
Right.
It's true.
True.
Mhm.
It's easier to, yeah. Here. Oh Lord. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. See, I'm learning when to shut my mouth because it can get ugly, right? But yeah,
Mhm.
just guys, just go look in the mirror. I mean, seriously,
Are
seriously.
men
If a
getting
girl's
upset
taking
and
care of
sad?
herself, no. But you know how men talk about women like that. You never hear
Mhm.
men talk. You never hear that maybe it's the man's fault. Maybe he's just dealing with the teeny winky. You know,
Right.
because there are teeny
Yeah,
winkies out there. So it's not.
I
yeah,
mean,
and women
honestly,
are
I mean,
obviously Sherry is very fertile, or was, or used to be.
right.
You
Yes.
know,
That's why
it's not.
they had to go in and do laser to make sure that shit didn't grow back.
Make sure what?
Yeah.
They had to do laser treatment. So like when I got my tubes tied, they burnt them and they didn't do the tying method anymore
Oh,
because a lot of people they were having trouble with that. And I said, the doctor's like, you'd be the one person that shit would grow back. So we're making sure that it's
oh,
like,
is that why they'd get their tubes tied, but they'd still
yeah.
get pregnant?
Now they burn them.
Oh,
They cauterize the ends of them.
goodness
So
gracious!
yeah. Because I,
Wow.
as fertile as I was, yeah, I could have like had a million more children. No way.
Oh,
That was way more
wow.
than I ever planned on. But it comes back to the reality of, everybody has a path in life, and some of it we choose as we go, and some of it is already kind of almost predestined. I mean, like, you have to almost know that at some point in life, and Rose would agree with this because, like, you might have say, okay, I'm going to have 2 kids, go to college, and buy a house at 25. You say you got a plan for yourself, right? And it doesn't go that way. That's because it wasn't your destiny to do that, even though if that's what you wanted to do or that's what you had planned. It isn't always our destiny, the one we think we want. You know what I mean?
Oh, exactly. I never thought I
Mhm.
was going to have a little girl. I didn't even think I was going to have another baby. My doctor said, "So, when are you going to have another child?" Because he knew I was in a little bit of pain, after having Parker. And I said, "I'm never having any more kids." But then 8 years later, I did. You're right.
And you forget.
I think I
You do
remember saying
forget.
that many times.
I'm
Yeah,
And
sorry,
you
every
guys.
do
I just
time you're
forget.
like, but it's such an amazing experience, an amazing blessing. And so then after a while, you don't look at it that way anymore. It's more about building your family, building your little place in the world. What am I trying to say? Like our adding on to our
Hmm.
ancestry and stuff.
I'll
That's
be right back, ladies. I'm getting my son
okay.
something.
okay.
Okay. Keep going,
You're
Angel. I'm
excused.
listening.
But so I mean, it's just in how you look at things. You know what I mean? Like, um, I don't know. I mean, I just nothing was planned, but then you just take it as it comes, as however life is going. You just kind of got to accept it at some point and move on and try to figure out how to do the best for your situation at the time. You know.
Mhm.
And I mean, like, I look back and I'm like, yeah, we had hard times, and it was there was those crazy moments we've all been through, but everybody's made it. And I have girls that have been in the military. I have all these reasons to be proud of all of them. You know,
Mhm.
some of them are still a work in progress because they're young still, but we're
Mhm.
getting there step by step. And
So
just like
how
letting
does
them role model after like showing them how to do the basics in life, how to move on. And when they see you fall and bad times, and you pick yourself up and you keep going, that gives them something to look for, that they know they can do the same thing because they see you do it.
Mhm. So
Because
how old is your youngest person child that's living at home, if you don't mind saying?
22, but he's not living at home anymore. He just recently bought a camper and he's living on my daughter's property, my oldest daughter's. He's got his camper set up out there. He's our quiet guy that likes to he's not about a lot of people. He likes to hang out like one on one, but he likes to live, kind of do his own thing and be by himself. That's just how he is. And but one of the twins, son is staying with me right now.
Oh,
And
okay.
he's a busybody, but that's how we have an extra dog too. We got him and his doggo here, but it's interesting. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of cleaning up after two men at once, but I've been trying to teach him about the bathroom. I'm like, now
Mm,
I've showed you guys where all the cleaning supplies are, so let's start ramping that up a little bit there.
I'm so thankful that I have, uh, I don't even use the same bathroom as my husband or my
I
son.
don't either.
I have my own bathroom and, I still go in maybe once a month and really do a deep clean of it because
Hmm.
our house has
You
3
have to.
bathrooms in it, thank God. And, one bathroom is just mine, nobody uses it. The other one is my husband, nobody uses it. And then we have another bathroom that guests or people that come over can use. And so,
Right,
like, one the guest one, I don't have to do that often, only because not we don't have that many people come over, and we
right,
live at least an hour away from our kids beside our youngest. And he when he comes home on breaks, then of course I have to do the bathroom a little bit more for him. But
right,
like my bathroom, I keep my bathroom clean, keep my toilet clean. I struggle with the bathtub sometimes because of my back, but my husband will come in and help me with that and stuff. But I go into their bathrooms probably about once a month and do it. And after that, I don't step foot in them. I just don't. I
right.
just don't. So, and thank God they don't use mine. And what's funny is it was never like a written rule. It wasn't like when we moved here, I was like, okay, guys, I got this one, you got that one, you got that one over there.
Right,
It just
right.
absolutely happened that way. And it's glorious. I love it.
It is. It is
It's
because ours is
glorious.
like our bathroom's like off the master bedroom, so it's like connected basically. And so that's the bathroom that I use. And my husband and everybody else uses the other toilet.
Hmm. Yeah, I absolutely love it so much having my own bathroom. And I never even thought what that would look like. Like women are like they want their own
It looks
closet, they
really
want
clean.
their own bathroom, and so I was always like, why? But why? Like, what do you need a big old closet for? I still don't have a big closet. I don't need a big closet. I don't buy a bunch of clothes. I mean, I've
Right. I
always
mean, I don't
worked,
have a
so
big
I've always
closet. It's a
had,
walk-in, but it's not huge. And I would like to have
yeah.
a like build a house someday and have like a bigger closet, like a really big organized one where I could sit down in there and get dressed, and a little bit bigger than what I got, but nothing too crazy, not the size of a whole living room or some crazy thing. I've seen some of those. It's like, wow.
Yeah, and
I
that's
don't
what
have a
people look for in new homes. They're looking at that's what our realtor told us, and he's a
yeah.
man, and he was like, "I don't understand it. Maybe you can make me see, about the closet thing." I was like, "I don't understand it either because non I am non-materialistic. I don't care about stuff. I don't care about people's statuses. I don't care about I just don't care about stuff like that. I want for
Right.
me, as long as everybody has enough, then that's enough.
It's
You know what
enough.
I mean?
Right.
It's enough.
Yeah. It's
That's
enough.
all I ever wanted out of life was just enough. That was it.
Right.
I never asked for more. I could ask I mean, there is nothing that I can't ask my husband for, um, that he wouldn't find a way to make sure I had it. Now
Well, that's amazing.
now if I asked for a Lamborghini or something like that, he'd be like, "I don't you need to
Within
go."
reason.
Yeah. But you know what I mean? But I'm just not
Yeah.
that person. I don't I all I need is Diet Coke, coffee, and cigarettes.
I remember the Diet
And
Coke.
I smoke the cheapest cigarettes because I am that
Well, I
much
don't,
like
but I always pay for my own stuff. I've always made it a fact because I was always a very independent person, even in a relationship. And I've always provided for myself. Even when I was younger and had jobs and my mom had a good job, I still wanted to do for myself because I always wanted to be able to know that I could depend on me. But I always knew I could never depend on others because I'd been let down so much in life. You know what I mean? So I just decided
mm,
that at least if I take care of me and my kids, I've got us. Everybody else is going to
mhm,
have themselves. you know
mm, mm,
and so
yeah,
and it's kind of crazy because like both of us were in a previous relationship, and those people weren't good providers. They didn't pay, their part, however you want to put whatever your part is, but like a fair amount of what you should if you live together with someone. And so it was a real different dynamic. Because you go from like the one extreme to a completely different situation. And but I try to remind my husband sometimes, that doesn't mean I wouldn't like you to remember our anniversary or take me somewhere special sometimes, because I used to spoil him a lot back in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
And he just never really wasn't that kind of person that did a whole lot of that stuff, I guess. Because he was with somebody that was bipolar before, and so was I. So we had one thing in common too when we met, was that we were coming out of relationships with people that were very difficult to live with. And I mean, and it's a challenge, because then you have that, you got to kind of like step that back and be like, okay, this is a whole nother person. It's a whole nother side of situation,
Yeah.
But I mean,
I
sometimes I'm just like, well, you hear your friends or people, oh, my husband did this for me. And sometimes I used to sit and think, not feel bad, but like wish that I had like someone that would do that for me, I guess.
mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But you can't kind of force that on people. Some people are just that kind of person. Some people aren't.
Yeah, I'm not. I just am not. And sometimes I wished okay, like I see women who wear like like jewelry every day, right? They
Hmm.
put earrings in every day. They um um I f- I don't know if I think maybe I'm messed up in the head. Well, I know I'm messed up in the head, but I think I've got a false sense of what it is being feminine, because like I see women like that wear earrings every day and their makeup is perfect every day and their hair is
I can't do all
perfect every
that all the
day.
time.
And yeah, and I don't do that. And sometimes I actually feel bad for my husband. I'm like, um, because he's bought me jewelry before. He doesn't anymore, to tell you the truth, because he knows A, I'm gonna lose it, B, it's gonna stay in the jewelry box. And I just don't, that's not who I am. I am a words of affirmation person. Like I like him to say, I'm really proud of you, or, thank you. Like thank you to me is the best compliment. I think because that's what I feel all the time, is like really thankful for everything. And
Right.
so that's what I look for, like in him. I want to feel valued in, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
And so but for him, his the way he shows love is giving of gifts. And so we had to come to like just we had to stand toe to toe and be like, look, I understand that the way you love is to give me a gift. But I'm very uncomfortable with that. I don't do gifts well. I don't even do you do not have to compliment me. I don't do that well. I don't know how to react to it. But words like thank you, or um you did really great, or I'm proud of you for this. You know what I mean? Like I always wanted him and my children to be proud of me. You know what I mean? So we had to like kind of stand toe to toe on how we receive love and how we give love. And
Right.
for my husband, it's words of affirmation as well. Oddly enough, the least thing that my husband and I have, that is like the least of the, like, I guess the five things, whatever you call them, the five things, is touch, believe it or not. Like, I always tell people big hugs because my heart is hugging them. And I
Right.
used to be a big, big, big hugger. Like I would hug everybody all the time. And then I met so I think I used to like touch. And then when I met my husband and he wasn't touch, you kind of take on each other's personality traits,
Yeah.
things. And so we both became that, like, we'll meet in the middle once a day and maybe, and we always say good night to each other, always kiss each other, hello, goodbye, good night. We pray together before every meal. We hug each other one time a day, probably a genuine hug, not just a quick, distant family member pat on the back kind of thing.
Right.
But like we're not even in the same damn room, and we're cool. We're fine. I do my thing with my dogs, and he does his thing. Sometimes he'll mosey in here and he'll sit down, and I'm thinking to myself, why are you here? And I'm sure that when I go over to his side of the house and I walk in, and he's probably thinking, why are you here? But somehow that's the way it works for us.
So you're talking
Yeah.
about like the 5 love languages?
That's it. The 5 love languages. Do you know
Yeah.
yours,
Mhm.
Tina? How you receive and how you give?
Yeah, I mean, I would make like chicken salad, sandwiches and make, so I would do service for
Mhm.
him, and I was affectionate, I felt.
Mhm.
And because now I'm talking about my daughter's dad, because he had his seizures and stuff,
Mhm.
and his mother would, put him down a lot. He didn't have he called himself the black sheep of the family, which I thought was kind of sad. So I would try to build him up, it sounds like when people are married or together for a certain amount of time, they can lose that intimacy. And intimacy
Lose
doesn't
that
have to
love
be
and
just
feeling.
sex, right? Intimacy
Yeah.
doesn't have to be just sex. Am I
Right.
right on that? I
Mhm.
think I
No,
read
I
that.
Oh,
agree
yeah,
with
you're right.
that.
Hmm.
And especially if in the relationship you have like all the struggles of life, like things that if you go through traumatic experiences, or a lot of stuff can really like put a damper on that. Like it can really cause a ruckus, because if you're close and there's something like that you have that, is special between two people, whether it be, that or just cuddling, whatever it is, when that dynamic changes, then that's when the communication kind of like stuff's, you just, you know what I mean? You got to avoid that void getting in there between those things. You have to keep the closeness, because, um, especially nowadays, I mean, because things are so difficult. And instead of fighting each other, it's better to love each other. I mean, it's hard sometimes, but, um, I'm trying to make sure that I keep that in mind every day, as much as all these guys annoy me around here. I'm just like, oh, you guys are so.
So you're
It's just
you're kind
because,
of you're kind of saying, Sherry, that if you lose that kind of sexual closeness, intimacy in that way, then you can slowly lose the verbal connection. And I agree
right.
with that,
Yeah.
especially for men. Men will
Yeah.
stop
And they,
talking
and
to
they,
you. I mean, I would
right. And they
think
go
it
through
hasn't happened
ages.
with
Like,
me because I just didn't lose that connection before. And I was
right.
starting to lose it with my son's dad when we were separated, right?
Right.
But yeah, so then you don't have the communication. So then, the other person might start straying a little bit or looking into other things, and then you don't have the trust, and then it just,
Right.
right,
It
it just
crumbles
spirals.
easily. And in
Mhm.
this world, it's easy for it to happen. And that's why there's so many people like, we used to talk about it even just 20 years ago. We would be talking about, me and some of my friends, like how everybody just gives up so easy compared to back a long time ago, where people held strong, really out there working hard for their family, trying to keep the family together. Where nowadays people are just giving up, say, oh, this relative can take care of this kid, this person can, I got divorced last week, I got a new girlfriend, gonna get married in 2 weeks. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just pure chaos out there. Like, and it makes no sense, because no matter where you go and no matter who you're with, you're always going to have those same issues, because it's just part of life. It's just who we are. It's just human nature to go through these things that we go through. And it don't matter who you're with, you're going to deal with this. So you can think the grass is greener and you're going to run into a snowbank. You never know what you're going to run into, but you know what I mean? If there's something salvageable and people can be good to each other and get beyond things, then it's probably better to stick strong where you're at, and
Yeah, well,
try
now
to keep it
people can
together.
just stroll the stroll the internet,
You know,
just,
I hate the internet for that purpose.
yeah, like if they're having issues and they think,
Hmm.
oh, I don't want to live like this forever, but they're just staying for the kids, let's say,
Right.
they can just get on their phone and look at women's pictures and try to strike up a
Mm-hmm.
conversation and
Hmm.
justify in their mind. They're not physically with that person, but I heard it on Dr. Phil,
Yeah.
cheating is cheating, even if it's an emotional bond
I believe it's
from
cheating
the
at
beginning.
any time it's betrayed. Anytime you betrayed that person, whether it be because you lied to them, but like if you're talking to somebody else and you're in a relationship and you're talking to them not as a friend, like say your brother's wife or people in your circle,
Yeah.
and it's when someone doesn't know about it and it's something you wouldn't normally do, you're betraying that person because you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and what drives me crazy is that people don't ever stop and say, "Holy shit! If I do this, what's the consequence going to be?" Because this person's going to be hurt, and people. It's so easy for people to just blow right through that, like yield sign, and just keep going. And then later they're like, "Oh God, I'm so," and they're sorry or they're whatever or they're not. And you're
Yeah.
like, "But you knew or should know that something's gonna happen after this happens." Like when you make that choice to go left or right, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Like Sizzle is saying here, ex
Mm-hmm.
Because
kept
betrayal is a
talking to his
big thing.
ex-girlfriend. That's just wrong.
That
It's either
I
Right.
think
over or
that
it's not.
I think there is levels of infidelity as far as like how it hurts.
Mm-hmm.
Um, as far as how it hurts, not to me. I mean, the Bible specifically says if you look upon a woman, um, in lust, then then it can be adultery. You know. So,
Yeah.
anyways, I do believe that, but I think that I think I would be more offended, and I don't get offended, but I think it would hurt more that my significant other was talking to an ex than if he was carrying on talking to somebody who I didn't know. You know what I mean? Talking to an ex, I mean, that would bother me more. Would it bother you more?
Yeah, because when I first started dating my husband, his ex would come around once in a while because there's something wrong with her car or tire needed fixed, or she would bring over a friend of his that was I don't know, anyway, however they knew each other. But and it would bug me, but she wouldn't like do anything out of the ordinary. But I had my eye on her because she was that kind of girl. You know
Yeah,
what I mean? And I could
I
tell. And
don't
she was
think that.
also,
Yeah, that would bother me much more if
yeah.
my husband was
See,
talking
for
to
me
his
it
ex.
would be both. It would be both because if he's confiding, right? Let's say it's
Mhm.
someone at work.
Hmm.
Oh, my
Oh
wife
God.
did this to me that day, and yeah, she's okay, but I'm we might get a
Hmm.
divorce someday. If someone's confiding in the opposite sex, that's just,
Yes.
yeah.
I have a problem
Well,
with that
when
too. Yeah.
when they don't even realize that if they had taken the time to confide in their spouse what they're
Right.
confiding into this new person, you might have been able to work it out, you dumb
Exactly.
idiot.
Exactly.
That's the problem.
It
That's
is.
the
And
problem.
I don't
It
know.
comes
It's like I one time told Corey, I said, look, I said, how when you first meet someone and you start to develop those strong feelings, where you want to see them and you miss them and all those feelings we've all been through. I said, if you truly love somebody, and this is in my heart how I see it, that should never change. Yeah, you're
mm,
gonna go through shit. You're gonna go through all sorts of things in life with that person, but you got to go back to that beginning and remember,
mm,
why did I fall in love with this person? You know, what made me want to see this person, be with them every day, and then want to be with them and never leave them, because that brings you back to reality of like, where did it start from? You know,
mm,
I don't
mhm.
know.
Yeah, that do you see what Sizzle Silva? It's a cute name. It's a real cute name. So then you jump into that, right? Then you're questioning yourself because is she prettier
Mhm.
than, it becomes your fault, right? What did I do wrong? Is she
Right.
prettier than me? Does she do that better? No, it's not it's not listen, if your partner is cheating on you, it's not your fault. It's not in no way your fault. It's not.
It's usually them that is having an identity crisis of their own and
Well,
not
and they're looking for something else. They get bored,
right.
right? I'm bored. Are you bored? Are you bored? So, that's it. That's what it is. Some people can, no matter how much they fall in love, can never be satisfied. And so they're a good 1, 2, 3, 7 year kind of person. But I think you have got to be honest about that. If you have
Mhm.
trouble with infidelity, then speak up. Just say it.
Hmm.
Right.
Like,
Well, and some
this may work
men
right
can't.
now.
Hmm.
I just would appreciate the honesty. This may work right now, but I can't tell you what's going to happen in 2 years because
Right.
my track record's not great.
Well, believe me,
Go
I
ahead.
wish I had a glass a glass ball. I would have avoided a lot of things, trust me.
Yeah, and I
But I'm
kept
like you, Tina.
thinking.
I have a big heart, like you. And like, so I ended
Hmm.
up when you said you kind of got in with the bad boys or like that kind of, it's because you have this, like, because of things that we've gone through before we've met these people. And we
Hmm.
care about people so much that you want to give them a chance and you see the good in them, even if they've done bad things, because you know that everyone deserves a chance. Everybody deserves to be forgiven. There's not a limit on it. And so I would say that I chose some relationships I probably wouldn't have under a different circumstance, just because like the people I was raised around, that's the way they were, forgiving, and my grandma cared for everybody, and that's who I was around a lot when I was younger. She watched me a lot, and it was just seeing that, somebody love people like that, and you try to do that, and you never know that people are going to hurt. You don't see that stuff when you're younger. You just don't
No,
think people are going to do that to you because you're loving them so much, and you're thinking, well, this person's never been
Mm,
loved enough. They've
that's
never
what I
been
was
mm,
thinking with my daughter's
right.
dad when I
And I'm
first.
lucky to be alive
mm,
because of those choices. But then at the same time, you have
Hmm.
to weigh it out and say, but if I didn't love that person, would anybody else have ever loved him? Or would they have despaired because nobody cared about them? And that like breaks your heart thinking about that too. So you give them a chance and then you
Yeah,
find
I
out,
had never
you know,
seen a mother treat their son in such a sort of embarrassing way. We met
hmm
at this lodge in Oregon, and she's going to, be the grandma, of course, of this baby before my daughter was born. And she just, was mad that he was taking so many of the nachos, and she just
mm,
oh
talked
boy.
down, and I felt so bad. And so I could tell he didn't really have a voice around his mother. And to me, that explains now in hindsight
mm,
why he couldn't come to me and say, this is why I strayed. He never cheated on me, but he strayed so
mm.
many times. But I
But
was
what does
just
that mean?
shocked. Well, he would leave, and then through his sister, I would find him, and I would call, and a woman would answer, and I'd be like,
Mm,
I'm his girlfriend, and he has a, 2-year old. And she'd be like, what? Mike, you didn't
mm,
tell me that. And then I found out he told her, he was in the military, and
Oh
just,
no.
yeah, it got like weird like that. And then
mhm,
he'd start, instead of looking at his own behavior of what he's doing, because this is the thing, we did have problems, but I didn't start them. The problems
mhm,
were him criticizing me all the time, and me sticking up for myself, and him not liking that. And that would
mhm,
make him more mad. And when you can't even slice the cheese right, you're going to stick up for yourself. If you don't
mm,
have
mhm,
enough ranch, you have enough ranch dressing, you think, for his salad with the enchilada. I mean, we're talking getting mad at the most petty things, and outright doing things, and cops getting involved because he's slamming on the brakes when I'm trying to reach around the back because the sun is in our daughter's eyes and she's crying. And he's mad about that. And I'm bouncing literally over, landing
Wow.
in his lap, hitting my head on his side of the window. And then he pulls in, and I grabbed her and got out. And of course, someone else called the cops. Now, the lady cop gave my daughter and I a ride home and just talked to him. But it was little things like that. Any little thing would bother him to the point where it didn't matter if he was in public. We'd go to the Goodwill and we were getting some kind of game system and it wasn't fitting in the back of the car. And I really wanted it, for my son, who was quite young then. He was like 8 or 9. Well, if she's 3, then he was 11. And
BRB, keep
he
talking.
couldn't handle it. He couldn't handle it. What I think is he had so much anger towards his mother, suppressed anger. In hindsight, now I know this. I see it. At the time, I didn't. He was taking it out on me, and just throwing things through my purse so hard at my stomach that I was keeling over and almost crying, and a bus driver lady stopped her bus and he gave her the finger, this kind of thing. So it's like that kind of deal, like domestic violence right out there in front of everyone.
And you said that his mother was demeaning to him and talked down to him. So he probably had all of that, that buildup of that anger. And it sucks because if someone doesn't get therapy to learn how to cope with what someone else has done so they don't treat the next person that way.
Yeah. And I knew that, I knew that so the reason I brought all this up is I don't think he was the kind of person that could say, hey, hey, Megan, we need to talk. I'm feeling like this. He would just, disappear and then come back. And I told him, I said, don't stay with me just because we have a daughter. I mean, I'd be like, don't do that to us. And when he strayed, or not strayed, when I heard the woman's voice behind the door, I was so blindsided because finally, after 8 years, we were going to get married and we were talking a lot and things were good. And he decided he didn't want to go to college and just things were good. Like we're talking 99.9% good. And so when he didn't answer his phone the next day of being at my house, spending the night, and we're talking about justice of the peace and all this, he didn't answer. I truly thought he had a grand mal seizure and was laying by the phone or something. It didn't even dawn on me that he was meeting someone at his place. It just didn't. And so then when I showed up and got there, that's when I had my very first panic attack downtown because it was getting later and I knew he was going to be home eventually. And he was. And I heard that lady's voice and I covered up the peephole and he creeped up to the door with his big sigh and, didn't know it was me and then saw it was me. And I didn't want to go in and hurt her, right? Or push her, punch her. What does she know? He probably lied to her, and we weren't married, but he probably lied to her. But I wanted to see for myself who it was, and he wouldn't let me in. And that's when I literally had my second ever mental breakdown. It's the first one was the whole Chuck thing, and I won't get into that because people might be out there slightly after me now. But I had one over that when I had to testify against my boyfriend, and then this time, and you're so blindsided. Yeah, it's like my ears were buzzing. I mean, I remember just I almost felt like out of body experience. I couldn't ride my bike. I was shaking so much. It was awful. But even after all that, I thought, oh, I'll just dress a little nicer, whatever, and kind of get him back, right? I mean, that's the thing. I must not have loved myself enough to want
No,
someone back
no,
at
let's
that
talk about
point.
that.
Well,
That's
at
what I
that
mean.
point,
So that's what I mean about it's not your fault. Like you just said, I wanted to love myself better. Maybe I'll dress better. Maybe I'll do this better. You know, and why is it? Why is it when a partner cheats on us, do we automatically internalize it? Do we automatically, what did I do wrong? What 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 could how could I be different that this person will want to stay with me instead of go over there? Why do we
right. How can
internalize
I
that?
do
Why is
more?
the
Can I be
right?
nicer? Can I be sexier? Can I be more loving? When I never
Yes.
even should have wanted him back. But I did for 2 weeks. And then I found out she said she was over there and I had met her and everything. And we are like total opposites and all that. And she's younger than me and stuff. And she's like, should we tell her now, Mike? And I just looked at her and I said, you're pregnant. And she got all, her face got all red, like she was shocked. I knew. Because I had gotten pregnant within 2 weeks too of being him. So I knew with him. So I knew how he was, right? How he worked. That was it. That was when I literally had my closure.
Mm,
I really did. And was it
mm.
painful? Yes. But did I move on? Yeah. Yeah. I
Yeah, it
didn't
takes a while
try to
to
get
So
him
get.
when
back again.
so when that happened, did you immediately your first reaction was it to go after well, Megan, you might be the wrong person that I ask about this only because you're so sweet. And you do have something special about you. I really hope that you one day will see that you have something special about you in the fact that people could say the most vilest things to you and you sit and you listen and you still show grace and you're classy and I would like to have that. I really would, but I don't and I won't and because I'm not made like that. But there's not many people are, so I just want to put that out there that you have something special about you that most people don't have, and I commend you for that. But what I want to ask is when a partner cheats, is the first thing you think of is like you want to hurt the partner or do you
No,
want to go after the person that they're with and why?
no, I
Because I
usually
know
get
what
mad
my
at that
answer is.
person. I get mad
Right.
at the man because
Me
You get
just
too.
mad at the man
naturally,
first?
especially when you,
The
well,
man
especially when,
first, not the
yeah,
woman.
especially because when you know for a fact that that other person didn't come after them. Now, if that's the case, like some lady one time was like getting a hold of this, like she knew one person, but she went on and got a hold of all their friends that were married and was purposely trying to lure them in, was sending boob pictures, was trying to get people to buy gift cards and inviting them over for, intercourse and different things. And it was all messed up. And the funny, this is the most bizarre thing. Right when the phone dinged that day, I picked that phone up and before he even saw it, I saw it. And I was livid, right? Of course, he was shocked too because it just came on his phone. But I just happened, it was so bizarre that I happened to pick it. I never pick his phone up, but he was getting ready to leave and I didn't want to forget it. And of course, I was mad. But what I did was I got all day long, I messed with that girl. She thought she was going to mess with somebody. So I messed with her back. And so I messaged her back like I was a dude.
Wow.
I
Wow.
did. I did. And then I told her she needed to come and call on a video call. Right. And I was sitting there with him. I said, "Is this the guy you're looking for?" I said, "Well, sorry, he's taken." And pretty much put her in her place on that. I said, "You should really stay off of here if you're going to do stuff like this because you can mess up a lot of relationships. What do you want? There's a
Mm-hmm.
million single men out there. Go get one, you know?" And I
Mm-hmm.
remember that situation. That was one of those just really crazy moments. You know what I mean?
So
And I
did you end
asked
up
him,
staying with him?
that's my husband now, but this was before we were married. But it was just the
Mm.
point that people are like that. They'll do stuff like that. You know what I mean? And I asked him, I said, so what would you have done if I didn't pick up the phone first? Like, would you have responded to that? Would have you, like, you know what I mean? I wanted to know what he was just in shock. And he knows that I don't mess around. So he knew he probably too scared to answer.
So Tina, what,
Mm.
you actually wanted yours back though, after you knew he had been unfaithful.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, I did.
But you were pregnant, weren't you?
No, I had already
No, you already
had
had her.
her.
Okay. But there's that bond because you have a child with someone. I think that kind of adds to it a little bit more.
Well, I felt like I could still get him back too. I'll just be honest, I felt like I was not sort of no, I better not say that. She was more from the country, kind of country bumpkin. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I felt like I dressed a little nicer and cared more about my appearance. Like she was very, 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 very plain. And I almost think that he might have gone for her because he knew she wouldn't leave him, type deal.
Right. Like you were too good for him. So he went with somebody that he felt was more in his league or more in his place.
Yeah. And I mean, that's what I was mentally feeling. So I wasn't feeling jealousy, but I was mostly angry at him because we had finally, you know, after 8 years, gotten to a point that I thought was good. You know, it's one thing to have someone break up with you when you're kind of expecting it, you're fighting every day, cops are involved, blah,
Right.
blah, blah. When you get to a point where you have an understanding and he's holding you and I'm never going to leave you and you don't have to
Right.
worry about this. And okay, honey, call the justice of the peace. Let's find out how much it is. And then I didn't hear from him for 2 days. I mean, it was just weird.
Must have got scared or overwhelmed or who knows.
Well, no, he was meeting her. I don't
Right.
know, you know, and when I say stray, it's like there was another time when his phone rang and he was napping because his medicine made him tired a lot. He'd have to take these naps. And I picked it up and it said Corinne, right? And I'm like, who in the heck is this? He grabbed the phone from me. I remember I said, so who's Corinne? And he grabbed the phone from me and deleted her name and said, I don't know what you're talking about. And I flippin' was pissed to the point where, yeah, he told me. But this is how he talked, you know, from all his grandma's seizures and being kind of young. And, you know, you have to remember he was 25, I was 40. That was my first mistake, obviously. But he said, then he finally goes, well, you know, I felt bad for her. I was just going to take her to dinner. Not even kidding. Not even kidding. Yeah, she didn't even live in this town. And I'm like, just take her to dinner. You know, what? You know, and then he felt bad, you know. Oh, I'm sorry. She has a little daughter. And I'm like, you know about her life that much? How long have you been talking to her? Oh, a couple of weeks. And I'm just like, what? You know, and I still stayed with him. You know, it's that whole silly honeymoon period where things are good and they promise it won't happen again. And I figured, okay, he hasn't left and done it with anyone, right? And then I think because I gave him so many chances for 8 years that when he was with Melissa, is the name of that, the one he had a couple little girls with, I had invested, right? So much time and mental preparation and forgiveness and anguish and everything that I was going to keep him no matter what. And my daughter's father was going to be around, but he moved, you know, to Colorado and ended up, she had another little girl and then that relationship fell apart. And of course he wanted me back, you know how that goes. And I said no, but I remember feeling kind of flattered, but I totally like no, and then he wasn't really there, for his daughter. I mean, he just wasn't. He was moving all the time, couldn't keep a job, this and that and the other thing, and I moved on with my life, but it's it's so nice to, I mean, you guys, it's so weird because now he's like, okay, if I'm 61, he's 16 years younger than me. Does that mean he's 42? Like, I don't even know.
Mm,
42, 52, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 45. I don't know. He's in his 40s, right? And and also, if you go through enough bad relationships, your mind as a woman, at least mine, well, that wasn't that bad, right?
mm,
This one didn't hit me, so this one isn't hitting me. But yeah, he's yelling at me and calling me names,
Right.
so it's not that bad.
Exactly.
It justifying their behavior, and that's why,
mm,
for me, I went ahead and heard about those classes, New Beginnings, and took them, and I learned a lot. I know that's
mm,
why I was able to walk away with some kind of pride because I had to learn about it.
Right.
mm.
I had to learn how you can be stuck in a control wheel and not even know you're in one. You
Right.
don't even really know you're in one, whether you have a kid or not. Yeah. So, and you go through all that and you think, I mean, did I honestly think, I mean, think about it. I'm 61, been married to the first man twice, thought I was going to marry my daughter's dad, and I'm not with either of them. But the thing is, I really am fine. I wouldn't even say I'm okay. It's probably because of YouTube and reaching out, making friends, and like you said, kind
Mhm.
of it does become a little bit of a therapy because you can talk about yourself and realize, gee, maybe I should change this, or maybe I should listen to this person, or maybe I
Mm.
am an exhibitionist, or maybe I am lonely and I don't even know
Yeah.
how lonely I am, you know?
Mhm.
Because there's a difference, right, between being alone and being lonely,
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
you
Definitely.
Because
know?
you could be in a room full of people and still be completely lonely.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
I mean,
good
I tell my
grief.
husband that sometimes I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
we don't cuddle like we did back in the day, and I said that to him one time and I remember, and I said, it makes you feel lonely because it's something that once happened and then when it changes, you're like, wait a minute, and it can be as easy as just, well, we got 3 dogs that can't seem to stay out from between us either, so that's part of it.
Yeah.
They think they own part of the bed.
Wow.
Yeah, you literally have to kick them out to have any kind of private time, and then they're
Mhm.
scratching the door to death, so that's not a distraction at all,
Mm.
right?
Mm. Not at
Mm-hmm.
all.
Like when the kids
Mm-hmm.
are little and you can't even get 5 minutes before you got to do a bunch of things, and you're like, the dogs are doing it now.
Well, obviously,
The
Wild
dogs are doing
Angel,
it now.
obviously you weren't alone for 5 minutes. Uh, it wasn't
Here she
that too
goes.
far. I
She's
mean,
gonna get me.
you've got 11 children, okay? Somehow you snuck it in.
I don't remember any of it.
Oh my God.
So, Tina, if
Mm.
do you think do you think it because it seems like to me the two men that you shared your life with for, you know, for significant periods of time, and you had two children with them.
16
They were
total. I
kind
was
of
with only two
y-
men in 16 years. I wasn't partying. I wasn't
yeah,
philandering around. Yeah.
Right.
but they were kind of the same, different but
Well,
kind of the same
but
type.
then, well, after those two, and I've said
Yeah,
this before, there was Dennis for 4 years, and I was loyal. I'm loyal when I'm with someone.
me
And
too.
then 8 years with Darren. right? And that just ended a year ago and a month or whatever
In
the heck it
February,
is.
yeah.
Yeah. So, people might think that's a lot, but think about it. In 16, well, 8 times 3. So in 24, 5, 6, 7, 8, in 29 years, I was with 4 different men, just 4 in almost 30 years. Now that sounds like a lot, but really
No, it
it
doesn't.
isn't, because
No,
when you're
It's not.
single, if you're going to a bar every night or parties or you're on the date thing. So I had my freedom, trust me, in my 20s when I was trying to find Mr. Right, and I thought that would probably be at a bar because that's where people go, right? And well, that's what we did in Burlington
right.
and stuff. And I guarantee you, the college kids in this town I'm in, I mean, they're going out. And by God, they're hoping if they drink enough, they'll get laid. Both of them, the females and the males. I
Yeah, they
guarantee
are.
it. They
They are.
are.
Hormones are flying.
Yeah, hormones are
Alcohol and
flying.
hormones.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, these days, it's just really, can you imagine? The guy could be drop dead gorgeous, by not even spike your drink, go to his house, and who knows, you may disappear. I mean,
Right. I know, right? It's so
it's
scary.
it's got to be, I guess, all this true crime and all this forensics. I mean, even before I found this YouTube true crime community, I was watching this shit. I mean, not
Me too.
shit, but
Me
like,
too. I always did.
yeah, the A&E, the flippin' Oxygen channels. Oh,
Yes, yes, yes.
I really think I
Dateline,
wanted to
all
be
of
an
it.
investigator or something. Because that's how much
yeah.
I
I
liked
mean, it
mysteries
was
and
depressing and scary and morbid
right.
and intriguing. But I think for me too, as sort of lame and maybe even kind of vain and really kind of unthoughtful it is to say this, it helped me to feel like my life wasn't that bad, because
Right.
I'm
It
not
does
being
show you.
stalked. I'm not being terrorized.
Right.
I don't have a missing child. I think that might be why maybe some people were so hooked on soap operas too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I
it
was.
gives
I
you an
loved
out.
Guiding Light. I thought
It
it was
gives you
the
an out, but it
best.
also shows you that um I mean every single thing that's going on in life, you go through it and you see other people that have it worse, but it
Yes.
also shows you like things like, you know, it's scary, but what if you were in that situation and you see the people
Right.
that have survived that and the things you've survived
Mm.
yourself, and it gives you, it's an eye opener to like being really like alert to what's happening. Like I said, protecting you and your family, because it's scary and weird stuff's going on all the time. And you know what I mean? I think that
Mm-hmm.
we can look at it as that it's a way for us to, we're surviving these things we've gone through, like all the bad relationships and all that. If we hadn't gone through them, we wouldn't have any experience to even understand what's going on. So some of us that have had the worst of the worst happen to us, I mean, it sucks and it's awful and it's traumatic and you'll always remember it, but it also makes you way stronger than somebody that's never had to deal with anything. You know, like my
Yeah,
husband's had a different life. Like I've had a crazy life. I, didn't have a dad in my life my whole life, and so it was mostly just me and my mom all the time. But where he was raised in a family with 4 boys, parents are still married to this day, 60 years. Okay. That's
mm,
rare. You know what I mean? And that's not
mm-hmm.
what I had. My grandparents were, but my mom, nobody else in my family was married like that, or you know what I mean. And
Yeah.
it's just it I told him, I said, that's why for you, it you don't know what to do when there's a problem. You're not good at, like, he's not good problem solving. I am. I've had to solve every problem I've ever had in a million other people's for since I was 18. You know what I mean? So it's like you're just like mentally prepared, where he's not mentally prepared for anything. I mean, he'll come to me when somebody knocks the door and go, "There's somebody outside." I'm supposed to be one telling him that. Now, come on. Now you're the
Oh,
guy. You're the Bigfoot, and you're whispering to me there's someone at the door. What do you want
oh,
me to do?
he's
I
nervous and he
I
wants you
said
to
send the
take
dogs
care
to
of
the
it.
door.
Oh,
Just put the dogs in front of you.
yeah. And see, that's why,
So I'm kind of
honestly,
like, you
mm-hmm.
know. It's just weird. Our situation's kind of weird because of that, because I've been through a lot. He hasn't, like he has asthma. That's his biggest feat in life, and which sucks. So he's got that, but then he hasn't had to deal with a lot of things. You know what I mean? He doesn't know how to handle things.
Right. He hasn't
That's
been beat up like that time and
no,
nearly
he
left for
just has
dead
no
or
clue.
whatever, like you
Right.
went through. Yeah.
So
And
that's a clash for us, because I've been traumatized and I'm suffering with all these things, but I have to hold it together because I have this huge family. Everybody depends on me, you know, because dads, you know, my two husbands, they were not the best dads or the most responsible people. So I was always the mom and dad all the time, almost, you know. And since I married Corey, I mean, like the 6 years we've been together, he's been more of a father to my grown kids than their dads were when, you know, when they should have been. You know, he helps them. When his kids are here, I take care of his kids. Everybody's, you know, treated the same. You know what I mean?
that's
And
so good.
so even though he has a lot of little things that, you know, I'm hoping that he'll learn more. I know he's got more, I won't say the word, you know what I mean, than he did when I first met him, because he's been around me and I'm loud, outspoken. Like I said, I'm a Leo, just
More
like Rose.
cojones.
Yeah, and I one time told him I was being mean, but I said, you need to get more, you know what's like I got. I've said I've had to have them my whole life. I didn't want them,
Did you
but I
say
had to have
balls?
them.
Did you say
Yeah,
Yeah,
balls?
balls.
yeah.
Okay.
And I said, but I had to have them because I wouldn't be here today if I didn't. I had to find them
Right.
things and get them quick.
Is he younger than you?
Yeah, 10.5 years.
Oh, I didn't know he
And
was
believe
that
me,
much
I've thought
younger.
about that when you were saying I should have known better. Yeah, it's a big curve. It's a big curve in that decade can make a big difference in maturity, because women and men are different that way anyway, from the get-go.
So, is he the father of any of your children?
Nope. Nope. I was
Okay.
way done having kids by the time I met him, and he had kids later in life. So his kids are like, I think 9 and 12 now. So,
Oh,
but I met them when they were
okay.
little, you know. And so, I mean, I've, you know, just take care of them. Their mom's kind of a woo woo, and we won't talk about that. But so they've been through a lot and they've been traumatized. But I know how to recognize that, and I just do the best I can to make them as comfortable as they can when they're here, and spoil them, because you know they don't get to be here that much because they live out of state. So that, you know, we have to do visitations when school's out.
I remember you telling me about
But
that.
I mean, we've completely remodeled their rooms. They have like the neatest rooms ever. And I did it all for them. You know, I want them to be as comfortable as they can, because their mom doesn't give them things like that. She's one of those not mommy types. Her mom like had 6 kids, and she kind of was the oldest and had to raise all the kids while their mom worked. So she's not a real affectionate mom.
Right.
You know what I mean?
She doesn't want to do it. She's already done it.
Yeah, we don't agree on a lot of things, especially now that the daughter's getting to that preteen age where she thought she was going to put like these fake fingernails on, and I was like, oh no, you're not. No, I said, we're going to sit down and have a conversation about why you want to be a child a lot longer. Trust me. I'll tell you how I, at 11 years old, I thought I was, you know, thought I was a teen, way older than I was, and I wasn't, you know. And I said, I have a lot to talk to her about.
Yeah.
You know, and I know her mom's really strict because she was in the military and stuff. And so the kids are really well behaved. They really are, way better than my kids were when they were that age. And they're very respectful, but they've also been through a lot of emotional abuse. So, you know what I mean? You can tell, you can see it, because they're fragile, and their feelings, they're just, you can tell. And they tell us things, you know, they report things that make them uncomfortable. And it's hard. It's hard to be the step parent in that, because I just want to go wring the lady's neck. You know, I seriously want to do like a number on her, you know, when I hear these things, you know, it just does you in as a person.
You've called
hear that.
CPS though, haven't you, in the past? I mean,
all of the family has in the past. And, you know, like when she
hasn't done
lived in the
any
state.
good. It hasn't done any good.
I mean, I know they went and visited once, but she just denied everything, said she was in the military, didn't want to explain why she wouldn't take medication for her schizophrenia and bipolar, but that was about it. They didn't really say much. And then she got mad at him one time and called CPS, and they came here, and I was like, oh Lord. It's hard to be a step parent and deal with that stuff, because I didn't really ever have to do that with my kids' dads. I didn't have to do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I always took care of them. And if they wanted to do whatever they were going to do, when I was done with that situation, I wasn't going to put up with it anymore. I just didn't deal with them. I let them see their kids, and that was it. You know what I mean? I didn't like, do you know what I'm saying? I didn't like have to go to court with them and I didn't go through that. But I had to
Right.
go through it with him, and it was hard because he needed to have those kids when they were younger. I
Mm-hmm.
told him, I said, if she keeps them any longer, the damage will be hard to repair. Like it'll be hard without therapy, and she won't even put him in therapy. She just said, like, she was raised really weird, and
Mm-hmm.
it shows in the kids. I mean, his daughters acts almost like her mother at times, and I have
Mm.
to remind her, I'm like, you be you, don't ever be somebody else, no
Who's
matter how
watching
much.
them then? Like, is she working and who's
No,
around
she
them?
doesn't work. She's on like military disability, I think, or something like
So
that.
she's home, but she's probably kind of strict, not very
Right.
affectionate. And
And
then,
won't separate a 9 and 12-year-old boy and girl to two different rooms, which we've been on her about forever because they have an extra room. They just won't clean it out.
oh my gosh. Well,
And she's gonna. I
CPS
told the kids, I said,
demands
you
that.
guys can go to the school and talk to your counselor. I've told them this. I want them to know that that we can't always help because we're so far away, but that they can go to the school counselor and they can help them, because the school can do a lot more when they report something than other people. It's looked at differently. Like, you know what I mean? They get on it more.
Yeah. How
Mm.
old are they again now? Right
Nine
now?
and 12.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is the boy 9
Yeah.
and the girl
He's
is
like
12?
he's like a mini Bigfoot.
Mm. Is the
Never
dad
really.
around? Is their dad around? What's
So they have a stepdad. She eventually got married. Right when we were getting ready to sue her for full custody, she jumped into a husband real quick within like 6 months and was married and moved to another state. We had to track her down again. It was like this constant
oh
game she was playing with these poor
gosh.
kids.
Mm.
So that put a huge strain on our marriage, like for a long time, because the whole relationship literally became developed around basically him and her and the kids.
Right.
Do you see what I'm saying? And so for me,
Yeah.
that was hard because I'd never had to deal with all that before. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? But you
Mm.
just throw yourself into it and try to do what you can, because, I'd like to rescue him, but I don't even think that she can without us trying to go to court, which is so expensive. It's ridiculous. And we were trying to do it, and it was COVID and all that stuff was happening. So everything got delayed.
Mm.
And finally, we just had to like rewrite the whole custody agreement because she moved
So you
and
were
change
going to
everything
go
up.
to court and try to literally get full
Get full
custody.
custody. And his lawyer
Mm.
messed up, and she sent her an email, and I'll never forgive this woman for doing this. Sent her an email threatening her that if she didn't get those kids brought here like she was supposed to for a visit, that we were going to sue for full custody. She wasn't supposed to show her cards. I'm like, what is wrong with you? Why would
Oh
you have done
my
that? And wasn't
gosh.
even 6 months later, the damn woman's married to somebody to create that illusion that there's this
Right.
family, that she's stable, because she never
Oh
was before. She was
gosh.
moving and living with relatives. She wouldn't even have an apartment. She couldn't live alone
Right. And I hope
with
this
the
guy
kids.
isn't abusive to those children.
Right. Well,
Mhm.
so far we've just been told screaming, but that explains why Johnny's so sensitive.
Uh,
Like if anything's loud. So it's really upsetting. But I just try to like have them forget all about that when they're here, and the bad thing is she calls on a call schedule that was set up for him because he's the parent that don't live with the kids.
yeah.
She uses his call schedule when they're here. And it's like, look, you've had them the whole year. They're here for the summer. You don't need to call all the time. They have nothing to say. They don't even want to get on the phone with her. So
Yeah.
like once a week is sufficient. And I told him, I said, we need to get that changed because it's annoying.
Right. Well, how can she turn
Mm.
around and use his though? I mean, she is, but how can
Well,
it?
because the way it was written for him, but she's that kind of person. She reads her own stuff into a
Mm-hmm.
custody agreement. She's always done that.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, she accused the police and everybody of harassing her. That's why she left the state with the kids. Nobody was harassing her. They were calling her to say, where are you at? You're supposed to be here for a drop off. We would go to the police station and do it there so that everything was on camera because we didn't trust her.
Oh, wow. And you have
Yeah.
them
And
the whole summer, each
we have
summer?
them the
Is
whole
that what you
summer,
said?
every summer, and then every other
Mm.
Christmas. And then they'll be here at the end of the month for spring break for a week. So yeah, we meet in the middle, like and there's one state between us now instead of 3. And so she did move a little closer. That's about the only thing that went better. So yeah, we just go and we pick them up, and yeah.
So
And then
as
they come
that little
here.
girl gets older and is 12 and then 13, and do you think you're ever gonna, be forward and say, does that man treat you right? He doesn't try to touch you, does he? I mean, do you think you'll ever go there in any of
I
your
think we and
conversations?
Corey might have already had a conversation with her about that. And it seems like her brother gets picked on more than anybody and always has. Especially when they lived like in another state with an uncle, and then 2 of the aunts were there, and he was flinching when he was here, and Corey was like, "What's wrong, buddy?" And it was because his the daughter, it said that he'd been slapped by the aunt and stuff, and he's
Oh,
the most
good.
he is the sweetest little boy, the best manners. He's just a sweetheart. Okay, he loves and cares for people. It's just, I don't even know how he could be so sweet living like that, but he's got
Oh
enough
my
of his dad
God.
in him to go a long way, thank God. And there's no way he would ever do anything that would warrant any kind of treatment like that. I'm just saying,
No,
there's nothing. And then
no.
AJ now picks on him, or has for a long time, because the mother does it. So, I told Chris I'm really worried about him, because then he's been getting bullied at school, we found out.
Oh
And she didn't
no.
tell him about it. We had to hear it from the kids.
Oh gee. Now who's AJ? Is that the daughter?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
But it's just, it's just stressful. It's you get it. It's like seeing all the stuff you see out there going on, and you're seeing it live, and you're having to like deal with that, because she's really mean. Like, I don't know. I used to get along with her. I tried to in the beginning. We were fine. And then she started acting completely radical. We thought she was probably on something for a while. And I went out there one day, and they were arguing in the front yard, and I basically said, y'all need to quit. You need to get in the car and go. The kids are sitting there watching you guys. And she got mad because I took up for him. And then after that, she kind of wouldn't talk to me anymore. And then she got mad at his mom too. So we were kind of both in the doghouse. So now she won't talk to anybody but him. And she barely does that. She's always been real rude and stuff. She just, I don't know. It's a mess. But in the end of the thing, it's just that she doesn't look at it from what she's doing to the kids. She's mad at somebody for whatever. I said, whatever you all got going on, or whatever made you all mad at each other, you should have got over that and walked away from your own feelings, and then decided you're just going to parent the kids, because that's what your job is. You have to figure out how to be able to talk and act right, because it upsets the kids. They want it. At least they don't expect you guys to give hugs, but talk, like,
something, yeah.
some kind of exchange that makes sense without all the in between. Because Johnny used to say, I just wish mom would, we could go back where we were, and things would be like they were, and they, you know what I mean? And he was saying that when he was young, and, and what can I say? Because I wish they would too. That's the thing. I get mad at both of them. I'll get mad at him and talk to him about it. I'd love to talk to her about a lot of things, but it wouldn't be very nice.
Do they come to your place in August then? Does school get out in August, or is it July?
June. So they come for, it's about 2 months, I think. That's over the summertime, from June to August. Yeah.
Have they ever cried and said,
They
we
don't
don't
like
want
to
to
go
go
back.
back? They
They
do.
never
They
like to go
say
back.
that to you.
Yeah.
They come right out, say we don't want
Even
to
when
go
they were
back.
really little, they would cry when we'd go and meet back up, because it was then when they lived in town, it was every other weekend and once a week, one overnight. So that's how the original schedule was set up. And no, they don't. Johnny's even said, I wish you were my mommy, and things like that when he was little. And just because, I don't know, we have a good time. We have fun. I try to have fun with them. I make them funny food, like faces, like, I'll take their breakfast and make like faces out of it. I just do funny stuff to
You
entertain them,
care. You give them attention, and you're
Right.
not
And I used
just
to take
getting.
pictures of eating breakfast and send them to dad at work, because he was missing out.
Oh.
And it doesn't bother me. My daughter's like, oh, you're taking on more little kids. And I'm like, but I don't look at it that way, because, I've been around kids my whole life. So it doesn't bother me. If you love
Right.
somebody, you're going to accept their kids. And That's just what it, he accepted my huge family. I'm surprised he didn't have a heart attack and run down the road. Because he did get to meet quite a few of them, and it's just grown and grown. The girls have all had a lot of kids since he first met.
Yeah,
But he
I
loves
met.
it. He's a young grandpa.
Oh my gosh. I met a young, or I never really got to know the parents, but they were either doing drugs or trying not to or something, and CPS was involved, and her sister's name was Mariah, and I can't remember her name, but this was years ago. I mean, we're talking at least 15 now, maybe more. And they needed shoes. They were the only ones at the playground barefoot in the fall. And it was just sad all the way around. And I remember saying to her, I'm never going to leave you. I'll always be here for you. It's like she wanted me to be her mom. And then they got kicked out from here. And
Oh,
2 years later, I got a letter from her or a little card or something. And she was nearish, over there nearish Seattle somewhere. And I wrote her back and she asked for stamps and I sent her some stamps. And I don't know what's happened to her. To this day, I can't even remember her first name, but I don't, I mean, I gave them what they needed then. I remember they had one hot dog between the two of them, and I found that out. So, I made them dinner. And of course, the parents, felt I was probably too involved, but I didn't want to call CPS. I mean, I even called my mom and talked about this, and her exact words were, well, I mean, she said, if you call CPS, then the kids will be taken from them and you won't be able to be there for these little girls.
Mm-hmm.
exactly.
But then again, who knows what kind of life she had, right? By staying with them. Maybe a foster family would have been better. I don't know, but it was very very abusive. She'd be in the swimming pool and her dad would be behind her making the grunt and the moving motions behind her in the pool. And
Oh,
other
Lord.
people noticed that. Yeah, and this is before I even really knew about much of all that stuff, you guys. I mean, I just, I had my own kids, but yeah, it was that kind of thing. And it's sad. Oh, look who's here. Here's Maggie.
Hi, Maggie.
Hi,
Hi, Maggie.
ladies.
Hi, Maggie.
Hello.
Do you still have a headache?
Oh, do you know what? Ages ago, I used to drink a lot of coffee. I used to have 9 cups a day.
Oh,
And I
wow.
thought, oh my God, this is awful. So I went on decaf and I just have 2 normal coffees every morning and I've been absolutely fine. But
Oh,
2 days ago, I ran out of a normal coffee. So I said, you know what? Just leave it. I'll stay on decaf. I only realised this morning because last night I got a horrendous headache and we had the little baby from next door. We have it over Saturday and Mum wanted a bit of a break last night, so we took it again. And I just thought I was tired. We'd had the baby and I had a bad headache. I was tired as well. And it was only this morning it dawned on me. I was just lifeless. No, I woke up, I was chatting in the chat and then I could feel myself getting really, really lethargic. And I thought, oh my God, what's to do? And I had to stop talking. I was listening in and I could feel myself going to sleep. And it just dawned on me. It's the only thing I can think of. It must be that, mustn't it? I'm addicted.
Yeah. It's really hard to come off of coffee. It's so hard.
Yeah, well, I thought coming off 9 and then just having 2.
Yeah,
You
it's a
know,
lot.
that
It's
I
a
was
shock.
doing really good. I didn't have any effect at all with that. And here's me bragging about it going, oh, that was fine when it came off coffee. Piece of cake never did anything to me. Oh my God, try coming off it
Makes you
totally.
wonder, doesn't it? What it is
Exactly.
that we're all putting in our bodies that is affecting us so
Exactly.
badly.
Exactly.
Because if you look back 20, 30, 40 years, nobody was feeling that way. People weren't drinking big, huge gulps of pop and all this. Everything's big and large and a bunch, and it's bad for, you know what I mean? It wasn't like that.
Big
People
gulps.
ate better.
Triple
Exactly.
extra large.
Including prescription drugs as well for pain.
Oh,
Putting all kinds of crap in your body, aren't you?
yeah. And
You
then,
know.
so what that does is it causes you to have other problems. And then you got to go back for medicine for that or have a surgery because of something else that made you sick. I mean, you hear it all the time. People talk about it all the time. It's like, wow.
Yeah.
That's why I
sorry.
won't mess with it.
No. Well, I got told I was needing back surgery, and my surgeon just told me no, he's not confident that he can help me, and if he's not confident, I shouldn't be. That was his words. So I just got scared, and I thought, no, I'm not even going there. You know, at least I can walk a couple of steps. What could happen if I totally, got paralyzed? I couldn't cope with it. I'm just about coping now.
Well, I was to that point when they did the first surgery on my back, and I wasn't going to be able to walk, and I was only 31, so they had to do it. Like, it was to the last point.
Yeah.
I wish they would have done something sooner, though, because if they can go in and do something early on, a lot of times, well, nowadays they have even more advanced surgeries. You don't even have to. They can have a laser fix your back now instead of going through a bunch of open back, having your spine exposed.
Yeah, because all the big operations you used to have years ago when you opened, like the surgery was bad, wasn't it? Now it's all keyhole. It's all amazing now, the things they can do. I walked out after the gallbladder operation like I'd had nothing, and my mum was in for 2 weeks on drips and all kinds. At the times, everything changes, doesn't it?
Wow.
Definitely.
What kind, Maggie, of back surgery, were you going to have?
Well, what happened, I've got, I told you the story just quick, I won't keep it because I know I can go on for too long. I just got up one morning and I just got this strange feeling in my legs. I couldn't move them. Like, I could move them, but it just wasn't normal. Very, very slow. Although I felt they were okay, I just couldn't. Turns out anyway, I've got nerves L4 and L5 pinched. And because of the vertebrae or something in my back, he just said it's a very risky. He said the bottom of my spine is fused, and that's what's pinching the nerves. So
that's what.
And how does that happen? How do your things fuse like that? It happens.
I said to him, "This just happened to me overnight," and he went, "It hasn't." He said, "This has been happening for a long time." It
takes a long time for it to degenerate all the way to where the bones are rubbing. Mine
That's
was
what he
all
said.
the way. There was like nothing left. It was like vertebrae on a vertebrae, and they have to go in and open that space up, and then basically make like a cage and like a fusion to fuse that, like so that you can have movement again. Because now you can't bend as far as you could. But there's been a few times when I've been intoxicated and I found myself doing that and shouldn't have.
Yeah. Oh,
bending further than I should. You find out the next day you can't walk.
Aye. How come you've been bending further than you should? What was going on there?
Well, I was dancing. It was me being crazy dancing. Because if I drink too much tequila, I'm dancing.
Maggie, you're funny.
Oh, God.
I'm curious, Leanie, is your back good? Mine's okay. My neck hurts damn well right now, even. The Tylenol still hasn't kicked in, and I took it however long I've been up here. Your back is no good either, Leanie?
No, I've had 2 back surgeries as well, and
oh wow,
I've got to have another one on my neck, and then
God, don't say that.
Oh, God help you.
Yeah, well, my daughter, my 30-something-year-old daughter, she's already had the one on her neck where they go into the front of your neck and
I know.
the back.
I'm so scared
So
about that.
God.
But wait,
no,
why?
she did really well.
It's got to be more than arthritis. Like, why?
So
does
for
it start?
me,
does it start with arthritis? Because I have that.
Starts with the neck injury in the spine.
Not
and
always,
then the arthritis. Well, not always, but a lot of times that's what'll stir up the arthritis.
So
what happened? Go ahead.
Whenever mine happened, mine came on really fast, and I had gone, I had the pain down my leg and if I laid down a certain way, like the pain would just go away. But if I was walking or whatever, like it got worse and worse and worse, I went to the doctor, got the MRI, stuff like that. And I had I had a herniated disc in the L4, L5 as well. And then so they sent me to see the surgeon, and the surgeon asked me, have you been in a car accident? Did you fall? Did you? And I was like, no, 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 no.
Right.
And he said, okay, who in your family has back problems? Because you only get this kind of damage to your back if you have had an injury or it's hereditary. And I said, nobody, because at the time I didn't know who my real father was. So I was like, nobody in my family's had back surgeries. Nobody's got problems.
Yeah.
And he was like, well, something doesn't make sense. So I was put in a surgery. I had the surgery. It was fine. I was supposed to be off work for 6 to 8 weeks. Well, when you come out of back surgery, when you have your nerve that's going down your leg, your sciatic nerve is actually pinned. When you come out of surgery, you feel no pain, 0 pain. And I was like, I am not sitting around this house for 6 to 8 weeks, right? So, I felt great, and I was like, "These people are crazy, I'm going to work." Because I thought, "Okay, I just won't bend, lift, or twist." They call them BLTs, "Don't do any BLTs." And so I was like, "All right, no bending, no lifting, no twisting, I got it, I'm going to work." So I went to work in 9 days after my surgery. And, you don't realize how much you use your back until you don't have a back.
Mm-hmm.
And 4 months later, almost to the day, I was put in emergency back surgery at 9:30 at night because I couldn't walk, sit, stand, lay down. I couldn't do anything. I've had 3 kids completely naturally with no pain medicine, and I would have much rather pushed out another child and gone through labor with no because labor, it's gonna end. I mean, the end
Right.
result is having a baby in your arms. You're gonna get through it. But when you're
Mm-hmm.
in that much
Wow.
pain and they're like, nothing can I don't know how much we won't know how much damage is done until we're in there as to
Right.
Mm.
what's going on with your nerve now. So I was put in emergency surgery at 9:30 at night. And of course, I felt fine by the time I got out. I've got nerve damage from it, but
Mm.
I did everything I was told. I mean, I did over if they told me to walk, like you after a certain amount of days, you walk for like one driveway to one driveway. Then like
Right.
Oh,
you do that
wow.
for 3 days, and then you add another driveway, and that's how they get you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
And
a
so
process.
yeah, I did that. I stayed on my back I didn't do the dishes. I didn't do the laundry because you don't realize you have it in your head. I just won't bend and I won't twist.
Right.
Well,
That's
that's like don't talk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
It's
Is
gonna
you have
that
to be
happen
why
so
you had to
careful.
have the second surgery? Because you went ahead and went to work
because I
and whatnot?
re-herniated.
Yeah.
So I re-herniated
Oh,
the discs. And then when
okay.
they went back out and cut because mine were lapinectomies, where they actually had to cut out the disc because
Mm.
it was too far. They couldn't just be pushed back in, which they could do to
Right.
some people. So the
Yeah.
second surgery,
Good grief.
she said, when and if, she said, because it will happen again. When it happens again, you don't have enough discs. So what we'll do is um, we'll just take what's left and then we'll put like a sponge in, or we're going to talk about fusing that area or whatever. So now the reason why I've been off work for this long is because of my back. I can't bend, I can't twist,
Oh.
I can't sit for very long, I can't stand, I can't
Oh.
walk from here
So do you
to
think it's going to be the
the
next level up
Yeah.
then?
mailbox.
Because like
Oh.
L4, L3? Because mine was like
Well,
L4, 5, and then they did the next one up.
no, see, um, they I ended up paying for all of my MRIs, um, except for the first 2. I paid for all of my MRIs because what insurance wants you to do is go do physical therapy, right? And then they'll pay for the MRI. Well, physical therapy doesn't work if you've got a herniated disc.
Nope,
Not not
it doesn't.
not so much a hernia, but yeah. So if you've got, there's two different. There's a herniated disc, and then there is the other one, a bulging disc. So if
Yeah.
it's herniated, it's therapy does not work. It's already created a hole. It's already through the hole. Bulging discs can be fixed. Is that me or is that you guys? Did you hear that?
I
Did
heard
you guys
it.
hear
I
that?
never heard it.
Okay. Anyway, so I went and paid for all of my MRIs because after I found my father, am I doing that?
What is
Do you guys hear that?
I do. What is it?
It's like a buzzing, and I
Somebody's
haven't
trimming
Think
their
it-
beard.
Do you think it's me? If I'm only
I think
newly
it
in?
is you. Are you
What shall
moving
I do?
around, Maria?
It's a late.
Maggie.
Hang on.
I mean, Maggie, I'm sorry, I see Maria's thing on screen.
No, honestly, I had my mic off while you were talking because I've got the dog here, and sometimes she drops things at the side of me for me to throw, and if I throw it, she'll bark. So I was
Oh.
on mute, but do you want me to go out and come back
No,
in
no, no.
case?
Right now you're good. I don't know what happened,
Okay.
but it changed it.
Okay.
So, anyways, I went and paid for all my MRIs because I found out when I found my father that that back problems run on his side of the family. I mean, everybody. He has 12 brothers and sisters. All but 2 have had back surgeries.
Oh, wow.
So
boy.
they've
God.
got. So I was like, you know what? Nobody's playing with my back anymore. I'm going to go pay for all these MRIs. I'm not going to do any therapies. And I have the exact same. I have degenerative spine disease, degenerative disc disease. I have
Yeah.
arthritis. I have stenosis.
I've got that.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's all up and down my spine. So even like doing the dishes sometimes, like I'll
It
start the
hurts.
dishes and then I have to come sit down
Yeah,
and then just
same.
get the pressure off my back again.
Leanie.
So,
Do you know,
Wow.
do you know with the stenosis, do you find like if I'm in the kitchen, I've got to do small, then sit down, a bit more sit down.
mhm.
Do you find if you lean on something, like I lean right over on the counter, and then it takes that pressure off the bottom of your
It
back?
takes the pressure.
It does.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I do, but because mine now is into my neck. I've got stenosis also in my neck, and I've
Yeah.
got it in the middle part of my back now.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
So
God.
I just have to get all. I have to make my spine like rest, because your
Yeah.
spine holds your whole body up. You
Exactly.
know, all of your weight, all of everything about you is in your spine.
Yeah.
And so I have to, because there's so many places all over it that is damaged, I have to just
Yeah.
completely get off
I
How
didn't
long have you
even
been
know.
like that, Leanie? How long have you suffered like this?
So for like this, I haven't worked in over a year and a half because of it.
Oh,
And they want me to take
Mm.
shots like they told me I have to have the surgery again on my neck. And I'm just like,
yeah.
no, I'll let you know when I got to have surgery. Don't tell,
Yeah.
Right.
nobody
Yeah.
tells me what to do. I'm really bad about
Mm.
that.
Yeah.
But so they're like, well, then go take the shots. So I did a lot of research on the shots, and I talked
It's
to a
not
lot of
good.
people who have had shots, and more than half of them are saying, "Don't take the shots; they don't work."
They don't. They
And
don't.
the other part
I
is,
no.
yeah, it'll work for 3 months, and you're back getting another shot. So
hmm
the dad who raised me, he's all into taking every medicine that's ever been put out there. So he enjoys getting the shots done, right? And he's like, "Take the shot; you'll feel better for 3 months."
No.
And then my real father, who's actually I got what I've got hereditarily from him, he told me that the shots never worked. And now he's past the point of like having any surgeries. There's nothing they can do for his spine anymore. So he like struggles just to walk to the kitchen. Like he can't stand at all. you know.
Yeah.
So when he walks in the room, we're like, everybody move, let Papa sit down. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And that scares me. That really scares me because I used to walk 4 miles a day, you guys.
Mhm.
I mean, I just that was my thing was if I couldn't walk, my anxiety was even worse. So it wasn't that I walked because, oh, I want to be healthy and skinny. And it wasn't that. It was a whole mental thing. Plus, I have an addictive
Mhm.
personality. So once I started doing it, I couldn't stop doing it. So, and that's
It's
just
good for you, though.
that's what, when I came home from work, I would do. At work, I did over 1,400 steps a day at work. And then I
Wow.
would come home and then go for 4 miles. So
Oh,
when that all came to an end, and that slowly came to an end where I knew I couldn't walk as far, as far, as far. And then by the time, my son went to college, like now, I just have to sit down. I cannot mop a floor and
no, I
and
can't.
and I can mop for a little while and then I sit down for a little while, but I guarantee you by that night I won't be able to walk because I mopped the floor.
Yeah.
So I used to mop every day because I have dogs, right? And they bring dirt in and mud if it's
Mm-hmm.
raining. But I just told my husband, I was like, I'm sorry, like I can't I'll do it once a week. And he's
Yeah, I
like,
get
I could do it
overwhelmed.
once a week.
I mean,
It's no big
I'll get
deal,
upset
like
about it because it's like hard on you. Like if someone
It
doesn't have
is.
back
it
problems, they
is.
don't understand how uncomfortable it is. And with me hurting both knees, that's put my back in jeopardy. And the whole time I've just been praying to God that, because I don't want to go back for a third surgery. But it's
Mm,
like literally everything you described is exactly like what's going on with mine.
Yeah.
Like with
Yeah,
it
it's
Same.
just like it
terrible.
crazy. You guys have
spreads.
these similarities.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
It's
22
Mhm.
years, y'all, 22 years ago, when I had Chris, he's my youngest, that's when I found out my back was messed up. And then I had to go through the whole pregnancy before they could figure out and be able to do an MRI before they realized that my
yeah.
back was ruined.
Uh,
So, like, I had injured it when I was younger, and then I had all the kids. So it does take a long time for it to actually completely get like
Yeah.
that. But you think it might have been something you just did, but it's literally usually an old injury that just is left untaken care of
Well,
well,
and you
see,
don't
that's,
realize
I,
it.
yeah, that's kind of my concern a little bit because when I lifted the huge ass dinosaur computer monitor back when my son was 3, so I was 36. I never had any kind of back problem. And then all I'm doing about 4 years ago now is just bending over like I always do, medium fast, whatever, picking up a cat plate. And I couldn't even hardly stand up straight. It was just excruciating pain. And so then I used the heating pad and I was able to straighten up a little bit more and whatnot, right? So I went to the chiropractor, and that's when I found out I had arthritis in my neck. And when I said to him, it sounds like sandpaper when I move my my
Mm-hmm.
head, I
Because
said
of the
to him, I
crack.
said, yeah, I said, it's not arthritis, right? And he goes, no, it is. I'm like, what?
It's bad.
Yeah. So my question to you ladies is, I'm not trying to be an alarmist, but since I've had an injury and out of the blue every now and then, just standing up straight, or the pain can be so excruciating, you're like on all fours on the floor and rolling on your side, and you can't put pressure in this and that. With a heating pad, it'll go away and I can function. Or once when I got 800 milligrams of Tylenol, to take, that really helped. But do you think that my situation could turn into a stenosis or something worse because I've had an
well,
injury?
Well,
when I got told, I mean, by a doctor that a lot of older people in their 80s have stenosis because it just comes with age, a lot of it. So that's what I was told. So I don't know, when you get to the stage where, say, you're shopping and you've got a cart, a trolley, whatever you call it, and you feel if you lean on it, it just helps that pressure on your back. He says a lot of the
mm-hmm.
time that's stenosis, but it
Mm,
happens, obviously, it can happen at early age because I knew where I was going because my
Yeah.
mum. was the
I was
same.
31 years old. I mean, that's young. And I was
That
after having
is
back
young.
surgery.
Exactly. Yeah.
People were in their like 50s and 60s having surgeries, and they were looking at me like, why are you here?
Yeah,
They really did
exactly.
look
Yeah.
at me like that, like,
Yeah,
this is
yeah.
weird.
But my mum, I've got what my mum has, and I know where I'm going. I've seen it, and I'm dreading it because it's inherited. You know what I mean? But
Oh.
it's when your back's gone. I mean, I've got no shoulders. I've got no shoulder sockets or hip sockets.
Wow, really?
So,
Wow.
I could write a book on it. I won't even go there. But anyway, yeah, when you've got back problems, that's your loss, isn't it? It's bad. But you
It
know
is,
what,
because the
Tina,
pain never
you're
really goes
really
away.
good. You're really good. I mean, if you can keep up exercise like that, you know, you're dancing and stuff, because that's keeping you supple.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So it won't do you any harm. It'll only help. And you
Yeah.
know, Tina, Alex here, he's been waiting to say hello. So give us a
Aw. Hello.
There can't be that
Hello.
much wrong. There can't be that much wrong with your back if you're dancing.
taking a notice
No,
of him.
no, nothing's wrong yet. It's just because I had that previous injury in my 30s. They felt that's why. It felt like something was squeezing up somewhere, right? Like it was buckled up somewhere and you absolutely couldn't move. Like when I went through it, I had to have help carrying litter up the stairs and stuff for my neighbor. Like I just couldn't lift and do
Well,
it.
where
But
did you hurt your neck?
You're doing good now, Bill. Let Alex just say hello to you. Go on.
Just good morning. Well, I don't know whether it's morning there. It's morning here. So good morning, everybody.
Good
Morning.
morning. It is actually, it's 3:05 a.m. here, so it's morning.
I think it's alarming, though, how you find out sometimes when you're hurt. You don't find out till something just won't move at all. I mean, I went to the emergency room last year because I couldn't move my neck.
Mm.
I couldn't turn it to the left at all. And I was, it's scary, you know, and I was like, oh my gosh. And so we go to the hospital, and the lady during the x-ray, she steps out and she goes, do you have any injuries to your neck, recent or old? And I said, oh, I might have some from a long, long time ago. And she says, yeah, well, you have horrific arthritis there in that shoulder and neck, and that's why you can't, it's stiff.
Oh,
So
wow.
then they wanted to put me on, like, I think some kind of medicine to help with arthritis. But
Yeah.
I'm always afraid to take new medicines because, like,
Me
it says all
too.
these horrible things. You may pass out. You may get dizzy. And I'm thinking, well,
Yeah.
hell no, I don't want to do that. What if I fall
Do
because of that?
you take do you have pregabalin?
No. One of them that they put me on for nerve pain and stuff when I was going through all
That's
the
the one
surgery
I'm on.
times. Yeah,
It's
they
pregabalin.
eventually that's started giving me like micro seizures because it was too
Yeah.
strong and I'd been on it too long, so they took me off of it, and then I just never took
Yeah.
it again.
Oh, sorry, we're not supposed to mention medication, are we?
Right.
Sorry,
That's
Lenny.
all right. You abbreviated.
Yeah. Oh God, sorry. I forgot about that. I get
Wow.
carried away.
But I would have
Yeah,
never, I mean, it didn't hurt me. I mean, I always had kind of like pain a little bit back on that part of my shoulder blade. And the doctor said, oh, you have a pinched nerve, you know, and it always hurt. I just woke up one day with it. And so I kind of got used to it. But you could, you know, it was one of those things that like didn't kill you all the time. But then this did. And it's because my neck actually, whatever is going on in my spine, it got worse up there from an old injury, just like the other ones. You know, it eventually catches up to yourself. Whether you could just literally turn your head too far or too fast one direction.
Right.
And one day I did that, and I don't know if you guys have experienced this, but it felt like this horrible burning sensation. It almost felt like I almost decapitated myself.
Oh,
That's how
God.
freaked out I was. I was so scared, and I couldn't move my head back. And I'm like, wait a minute, what did I do?
Oh,
All I did was watch the dog go by, and I turned my head kind of fast,
right.
and it just scared me to death. So I'm like, wow, I really must have something really bad.
It's the
So when
simplest
Leanie's
of
talking about neck surgery, I'm
movements,
like,
isn't it?
no, I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh God.
I just don't
Oh
want to do
well.
it anymore.
Tina,
You know?
it seems you're the fittest. You're the fittest on here.
So far.
Well, let's hope it carries on, love, because it's not good.
We all need to go get put in some healing water so that wouldn't that be amazing if you could just be placed in this like
Oh
healing
God, yeah.
pool and it would heal all your bones and put you all back
Oh my God,
together.
yeah. I
I've always
often
thought
sit
that would
and
be sweet.
think, you know, you think, don't you, pre all these things that you get when you're older or when you're younger even, and you think, God, you know, you do take it for granted, don't you? Your health, you take it for granted. You know, you hear people saying, oh, make the best of it while you can. Like I say it now to my son, don't be doing that, don't think, because, you know, you need to be doing this, you need to be doing that. And,
Right.
you know, just like me, he was like, oh, you know, shut up, you know, stop going on. But honest to God, he goes, oh, Mum, will you shut up? He's sick of listening to you. And then he'll get up off the chair and he might have a little twinge. And I mean, he's young. And he goes, oh, my back's breaking. And that's it. Then me and him ends up fighting. Your back's breaking. You wouldn't know what it is to have your back breaking. And the whale
I
will
love
feel it.
you.
Mhm.
I've said that to mine.
Do you do the same?
Yes. I said, why in the hell do I have to mop this dang floor? You guys are tracking through here, not me, and I'm the one with the broken back and a messed up
Oh,
knee.
gosh.
And here I am limping along with this broken knee with a mop.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah,
man, I was
I'm the
mad.
same. I'm the
Mm.
same. I go, oh my God, I slam everything. Say if I go in the kitchen and there's something not right, and I will put the dish in the cupboard almost smashed, like throw it in as if to, and I'm going, I swear, I'm fucking sick of this house. I'm fucking leaving. If I had my own place, it'd be all clean and
Maggie,
tidy.
you sound just like me.
My
Clean and
fucking back's
tidy.
broke. Yeah, my fucking back's broken. You bastards are sitting there, and I'm sick of this. I can't cope. I'm leaving with the dog.
You said that just the other day.
I'm leaving with the dog.
I say, you,
guys,
know, when this dog, sorry, Leanie.
No, go ahead.
I said, when this dog's dead, I said, that's it. Once she's gone, I'm gone. You won't see me. I'm only here for the dog. Just remember that.
Oh, you guys are hilarious.
You guys, I'm gonna real quick. I don't want to change the subject, but I have to just show you what my little dog did. She's not a little dog. I call her my little. She's my youngest.
Aw.
Just while I've been talking to you, and I knew it was happening behind my back, but I just
Oh,
I
God.
just now turned around to see it, so I'm gonna like just pull that up on my phone, but I'll try not to talk, so you don't hear an echo.
Did she shred something?
Oh, girl! And now,
Oh, my.
and now,
Oh.
and now they're
Mine does it
asleep.
every time I go out of the room. He gets in the trash can. It's even underneath the cabinet.
No, see,
Mm.
my
And then
dogs.
he froze.
My dogs don't do that. The only thing the little girl does, the youngest one, and she does, is if there is something with padding in it,
Mm.
or like a little stuffed animal, I get them those as a treat. Once in like every holiday, I'll get a little stuffed animal for them, and I know they're gonna tear it apart. But you know, they're my children, so I
You
treat
love
them that.
it. Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
And
100%.
so she will tear apart anything that has a stuffing in it or whatever.
Oh,
She has
God.
never done this before, but I think it's because I didn't give them any attention and now they're all passed out. But I'm gonna sign. Y'all keep talking. I'm gonna sign on to this
my
and just put
gosh.
it on the screen,
They
and you
do the
can
darndest
see.
things. They
Oh,
do.
they do.
Wow.
So I'm gonna mute
Honestly.
me. Y'all guys just keep talking. I'll just add it to the screen, and you guys are gonna freak out.
Oh, my
Oh.
God. Wow.
They are funny. I crochet and I make little round balls, and my dog, she sleeps with one in her mouth every single night, and like
Oh,
she
that's
sleeps in the
so
she sleeps in the middle of me and my husband, and she snores terrible. And if she
Yeah.
wakes up and she hasn't got a little wool ball, she starts hitting me with her paws, and I've got to look for it in the bed, give it, and then she goes
my
back asleep.
gosh, really?
Honestly, I swear down, I've
I
got
woke up
loads
the
of
other
pic.
day with a dog head beside me, and it kind of freaked me out because usually she lays like down, like in the middle. And I thought it was Corey's arm or something, and then I reached over and I felt her furry head, and I was like, I opened my eyes and there's a dog eyeball right there, and I'm like, oh God.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
That
they are
little
my
ball
lovely.
ride or
thing
die.
sounds like your little dog has to have a pacifier. Like it's a
Oh yeah,
pacifier
yeah,
ball.
definitely, She has
That's
to
so
have one
cute.
every single night she goes to sleep. I've got a million pictures of her with them in her mouth asleep.
In her
Honestly.
mouth asleep. Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
she has it in her mouth asleep. Literally,
Wow.
honestly, I'll go through the phone in a minute. I will all be like, what we get called dog balls. Oh my God, here they go. But she's my baby, and I swear down. I mean, she's 8 now, but honestly, she is stuck to my ankle. As we're speaking now, she's in between my ankles asleep.
That's funny. My dog Milo, he just turned 8 the last part of February, and I forgot his birthday because I was a day off. I was it just like the week it was going so fast. February was. I was like, oh crap, and what the heck? Oh, okay. What are we looking at?
What's that?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out.
Oh my God!
Oh,
It's a dog, a white
the
dog, and
doggy.
there's just stuff shredded everywhere.
Oh boy.
Oh my
goodness.
God! That looks like the couch is being ripped apart.
Man.
Oh my God!
What
Well,
they
thank
do.
God.
I mean, I thought kids were naughty when you didn't, like if they wanted your attention, but the dogs can really overdo kids in the Department of Destruction.
Well, I've been lucky. I've never had that problem.
I never did either until I got this last little guy. And I say we named him Gizmo because he's like a gremlin. He makes these sounds. This sounds like a gremlin. It doesn't sound like a dog. He can be a dog too, but he makes these weird sounds. I need to like record it because it's really weird. Okay.
Oh.
And it's just funny because he's so different than all the other dogs like that. He's
They
a
have
different guy.
their own little personality. Yeah, I'll show you Jess now. I'll turn my mic off in case I get feedback. I hope you can see this picture. Hold on. Is that okay for me to do that, Lainey? Are we okay to show
Of
pictures?
course.
We are, aren't we?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I'll just turn my mic off.
The little white dog. She's not little.
I don't know how to do it.
You don't know how to turn the mic off? Do you want me to turn it off?
No, I don't know how to show a picture.
Oh, I don't know how to show pictures either.
Screen share. There's like a
on my phone. I'm on my phone.
Trying to think if it's a symbol or if it. I think it's a symbol.
Let's have a look more. Comments, settings now. I think I have to come out, don't I? And go where it says leave camera on.
Did she show her little dog yet? I had to leave the room for a minute.
No, I'm trying to work out how to get my camera on.
Okay.
I think I have to go out. I'll try it and see what happens if that's okay.
Wait, are you trying to just show us live like what I just did?
No, I'm trying to show you the picture of it asleep. But it's okay.
Oh,
no
I don't know how
worries.
to do that.
I think I'd have to come out and leave camera on. I think that's the only way to do it.
Okay.
I think I'll have a go while you're talking if that's okay.
Yeah, of course. Yes.
Okay. Cheers. Thanks, Lainey.
You're welcome.
Did I miss the picture of the dog shredding stuff? Did I miss that?
So you turned your phone around or your device to show us?
I just
okay.
No, I stayed on my desktop. Yeah.
Okay.
But I went in on my phone and I accepted like my phone into chat. And let me figure. I want to do this really quick because this happens. And I don't even get mad. I don't. I don't get mad at them for doing it. I mean, it's a pillow. She took the couch pillow.
God.
And she was just like, I'm pretty sure I'm just going to chew up this pillow and see what she does about that. I think that was her way of thinking.
See what she does about that.
Yeah. So I'm not going to do anything because I just don't care.
Yeah. I'll watch back the live, but my neck still hurts. The Tylenol isn't working. I'm going to go to bed at 3:15. It's 3:15 in the morning. I'm tired.
All right, there's Maggie real quick.
I know mine's bugging me too, and I need to like stop wearing a ponytail because it makes it worse. That pressure.
Gosh, yeah.
Maggie, you got to clean your screen, honey. We can't see Jack or Jill.
I can't work out how to move this. Hold on a sec. I'll clean the screen. Hang on.
You're so cute.
Hang on. Where are you? Oh, hey. Oh, shite. How'd you do it?
Well,
shite.
Oh, shit. Hang on.
Oh,
Hang
shyster.
on.
Is that your living room? That's cute.
No, the bedroom. Hang on. Oh, I can't
Oh.
do this. Oh, no wonder. The bleeding phone's gone off. Hang on. Oh, my good God.
You're still on there.
Am I on?
Yeah, you can see your lamp.
You're looking at the shite on the top of my wardrobe.
yeah, we see that.
See that
Oh,
shite?
look at your whole cabinet.
What is-
Not cabinet.
It's cute. Okay, now we
Oh
can
my
get back.
God, there he is. Look at
What does he have in his mouth?
I make little balls of wool. I make crochet, so I make little crochet. But look at how crooked the teeth. Look at the teeth, how crooked.
Looks like a darn meatball in his mouth. That's so funny.
And he's
So-
asleep.
Oh, she sleeps like that every single night.
So cute.
That's really cute. It's literally like a pacifier thing. That's so
And
cute.
there's my blanket I have around me, Lainey.
Oh, that's nice.
That's colorful. So nice.
There's outside my window.
Oh, look at that.
Wow.
We're in this isn't London, right?
No, Liverpool.
So we're in Liverpool, you guys.
Liverpool.
So
That's
I'm
amazing.
So
Look at the
I'm
pretty ceiling.
pretty ceiling.
We like your trim on the ceiling.
Yeah,
The
I
trim
like
up there's very
Oh,
nice.
that's only polystyrene. It's not a proper one. It's not a cement one.
Well,
it's a
we
pop-
didn't know that. Just lie. Just say, "Oh, it's a cement one. I had it."
Oh yeah, it's
Yeah.
the cement one.
Done.
Yeah, there's the top of my head.
We get to see the top of your head.
You're so cute.
That's so funny. I saw your glasses. I saw your black glasses. I
You
saw
see
it.
me? You see me?
Are you
All
gonna
right.
show
Look at that
Alec?
grey. Look at the grey hair, right? And look at the dark grey stripe in the middle.
Oh.
Any need for that?
It's adorable.
Is Alec right there
adorable.
too?
No, he's in work. He works in the shed. He works in the
Oh.
shed in the garden.
Cute.
It looks like a palm tree.
It's cute. Maybe I'll wear my hair like that later on.
I always have it up like that, but now I've woke up and I haven't even combed it yet.
So cute. Well, you can't tell.
I know.
Oh, trust me, Lainey, if you've seen all of me, you tell.
Oh, you guys are
You would
hilarious.
tell. You
have a
would
wonderful
tell.
channel.
My Alex says I'm like a sunflower because I told you I've snapped half of my hair off with having it up tight on my head. So it sticks all out at the sides everywhere. So he says you look like a sunflower. It looks like it's all burnt because I use straighteners. I've got like a wavy hair, so I use straighteners a lot. I've ruined my hair, I've ruined it, but I've been taking nails, hair, and skin tablets. That was
Oh,
recommended
yeah.
to me, and it hasn't half hardened my nails. So I'm made up.
Mm.
Oh,
I'm made
wow.
up.
I bought
Yeah.
those too once. Hair, nails, and skin thing.
Vitamins.
Do you
Yeah.
guys remember those pink pills? What were they called? Gelatin capsules? Is that what they were called?
Yeah.
And they were in pink, like a
Mm.
pink gelatin capsule, or it was a plastic capsule, I think, but it was pink. And I remember my mom telling me when I was little that it was for your hair and your nails, and I used to suck on them.
Oh my gosh, used to suck on them.
Yeah, I did. Look at how precious
Wow.
that baby is.
Aw. That's so cute.
Oh, she's my life. I'm gonna leave and come back in.
All right.
Okay.
because I don't know how to turn the camera off.
Maggie, let me say bye to you now. I'm going to hop down, ladies. All right. I'm going to go to bed and be a good girl. Get enough
Okay.
sleep.
Go on
Thank you,
now.
Tina, for hanging out with us. I
Yeah, it's
love
been
you
a
so
blast.
much.
I love all of you. I do. Love the chat. Thanks for listening to me gab again and all of us. It's fun. It's fun. I'll be
Aw.
back
It is
again
fun.
sometime. Love
Are
you
you
guys. What?
Bye,
are you gonna go
chicken.
live tomorrow night?
I should, because it'll be 2
Okay.
nights without it. And yeah, I really probably more than 99.999999999%.
Okay. Well, I've got a live plan, but mine's earlier, just
Oh, okay.
earlier. So I'll make sure that we're done by then so we could hop over to yours.
Well, I probably will start. Well, but the thing is, like, if Ernie Shell Boom is live at 10 p.m., right? And I'm
Yeah.
going,
Mhm.
then I won't. So there's no telling. There's just no telling when I'll go. But I'm
I
going to
know.
try to get one in tomorrow night. Thank you,
Well, we miss
everybody. I
you.
had a blast. Thank you.
Bye, chicken. Bye,
Have a good
chicken.
night,
Bye.
Tina.
Bye.
Sweet
Chicken.
dreams.
Bye. Chicken. Sweet dreams.
Bye. Mwah.
Kisses. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, love. I'm just going to go out, Leanie, and I'll come back.
Okay.
Ouch.
All right. I was gonna see if I could go back on this thing because I didn't know how to put like the screen up big like I just did for Maggie.
Oh,
So let me try
I
to
like
do
the
that again
solo. Yeah.
now that the dogs are moved around. Let me see. Enter studio. There's Maggie. Okay, hold on. I want to try to. You guys go ahead and talk. I'm just figuring this out really quick.
Hello. So
Hello,
it seems. Oh, who's that? Did someone hear that? Did you hear that, Sherry?
I heard something.
Someone said hello. Oh my
I
God.
thought that was you.
No.
What the heck?
It's time to start asking questions, Leanie. Is there anybody there?
Is there anybody there, you guys?
If there's someone there, don't be afraid. Come in.
Come on in.
Just come in. Yeah, very nice. Leanie is a beautiful creator, and she'll be fine. Come on, come in.
Oh yeah, come on in. Let me just get in your business. That's all I want, just to be in your business. All right, so for real. All right, hold on. Let me see if I can go into studio. Come on.
Come on.
Okay, so I'm in there, right? Yeah.
And then,
let me.
So how come you've got two screens? How do you do? Is that because you can do that being the creator?
yeah.
Well, I'm on. Hold on, let me turn one down.
There.
You're echoing.
Yeah. Am I now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
gonna try to talk for a minute.
Okay.
I just want to show you guys.
Scary.
Okay. Here we go.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
There, get out of that pile, girl.
Oh, look at the faces, innocent. Which one did it, Leanie? Who's
Is
guilty?
the other dog just going, oh my gosh,
The
I have
white
nothing to
one.
do with
The
it.
white one. Ah. Look at the other one just lying down. Oh, you've got three.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my
And see, I wonder
God.
what other dogs think when the other dogs are being
What kind
naughty.
of dog? What breed is the one on the couch, Leanie?
They're
They're
all
all
the same.
They're
They're
golden.
Oh, look at them. Oh.
Cheyenne.
You know what? There's nothing better than an animal. I'd choose animals over anyone.
Mm.
They're
Right?
just fabulous.
They
Nothing more
are.
faithful in your life.
I know my
Gorgeous.
dog my female dog, she's like I think she like took the position as the second one in the family to like protect me. Like the other one will, but if I'm gone out of the room too long, she'll come check on me. And then if I
Oh,
come out of the room, she'll be waiting at the door. Like, so when we get up in the
oh,
morning, all the other dogs take off out. They're all gone.
she's waiting.
She
Yeah.
waits for me and then
She.
comes. She's
Yeah.
just something else. She's amazing.
That's it. She's took over from my son. She's just my baby. I seriously talk every day. I go, oh, what am I going to do when she dies? I'll go, for God's sake. She was
I
only
know.
2.
I
She's
hate to
only
think
3.
about
And I'm
it.
like, isn't it horrible? I don't know whether I'm
Yeah.
going to cope. I've had dogs all my life, but I've never, ever been as close to any of them except for her.
Right.
Like,
Me
I mean, I've
neither.
loved all my dogs, but she is my baby. She sleeps in the bed with us and everything.
I know, and I never used to let any dogs do that, and then like slowly things changed over time.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, she's got the run of it. She just comes to bed with us, gets right in the middle,
I
gets a
only have
little
one
ball.
requirement. She has to wear her nightshirt because I have 2 that are hybrids, so they don't shed because I have allergies, and she's
Yeah,
part and part. So she has a little bit, but she doesn't like
yeah,
shed, but like
yeah,
it'll come out like, I always think about like the blankets, so I'll
yeah.
put like this little shirt over her that's real thin, but it keeps that from happening.
Stops
And
it.
then
Yeah,
so that I don't have to like have a messy blanket, you know what I mean?
yeah.
We try to
Well,
keep them
she's
clean and smelling good.
that's it. Yeah, because they're getting in the bed. But she's a Shih Tzu, so she doesn't shed anyway. So I
Right.
couldn't have a dog that sheds because I have allergies
I
too.
know. I can't
But
do it. My son's
yeah,
dog does, and it's driving me batty. I have to clean so much. I'm like, dude, you got to vacuum or
yeah,
something because,
yeah,
and he's just a little bitty guy, but he's got to go. I
yeah.
told him to go take him to the place and get this treatment done.
y-
It's called a Furminator, and it helps them. They do this de-shedding process, and if
And
you get it done a
I've never
couple
heard of
times
that.
and keep cut short, then he won't shed like that. And I was trying to tell
Yeah,
my son this to do that because he's driving me crazy. All
yeah.
that hair.
It is. Well, my friend's got a mastiff, so it's like that brindle,
Oh
and
boy.
it's just everywhere. And she's got a fabulous house. She's very house proud, and you wouldn't dream there was a dog there. But as before she gets cleaning, the hairs are
Right.
everywhere. I couldn't cope with that.
Mm.
I
Well,
know my
yeah.
son used to go, "What do you put on the dogs?" And I said, "Well, I use this. It's fresh and clean, and it's almost like a foam, so it doesn't dampen them. It just gives them
Yeah,
a nice light
it's like
scent.
a
But
dry shampoo, isn't it?
yeah, it smells
I've
so
got one,
good.
and it's called baby powder.
Mm-hmm.
And
Because when
oh
they
my
come in from
God,
outside, they stink
I
so bad. I
swear
cannot
down.
stand it.
It's on eBay and it's called baby powder, and it's just a dry shampoo, and you can get a spray as well. But you'd have to spray,
Yeah.
like I spray it on my hands and just rub it on the top of the
That's
coat,
what I do too, yeah, because
but not
my
too
husband one
much.
time
Yeah,
sprayed the dog, and I'm like, why is the dog all wet? He had sprayed it right on him
you smell the
instead of
dog
rubbing
before
it
you
in.
see
I
it.
said, if you do that, it's like in one spot on his back. It didn't get on any other part of the dog.
Oh, but it's bad for them anyway, isn't it, to get it on the skin? I mean, I don't do it very
Yeah,
often. She doesn't even get bathed by me at all. Maybe once if she'll go out and she comes in mucky. But she gets done at the groomers, so she's really good. But sometimes I think, oh, she's a bit smelly, and I do that dry shampoo the baby, and she smells like a new baby. Oh, it's fabulous.
right.
Smells like a new little pin. You love them, though, don't you? You do anything for them. What's your dog's name, Sherry?
So the oldest is Milo, and then Emma, Gizmo, and then right now my son's dog's here, and his name's Moo.
Oh,
And my kid's
what?
dog is the last litter, and Emma, my dog, is the first litter of my daughter's
Oh,
dogs that had
oh.
I think they had
So they're
6
all
litters of
relation.
puppies. So yeah,
Ah,
we have like 5 dogs in the family. amongst different family members that belong to that same litter of dogs.
Oh, isn't that
Just
lovely?
different ones.
Oh, what's your
It's quite
dog's
the deal.
names, Lainey?
Cheyenne, Newt, and Anichka, but the little white one is Anichka, but I call her little girl. I call her little girl.
Little terror, because she rips everything.
She's like the bratty little sister. Seriously, she really is the bratty little sister. And she's still young. I mean, she's not even 2 yet. She'll be 2 pretty soon. And actually, I'm hoping her first litter will calm her down and but I mean, like, I could leave shoes sitting out. I can leave, she doesn't tear up nothing.
Yeah.
And I've had those pillows. I put them out after Christmas. So
Oh, so they've lasted as well.
Yeah, so I'm actually shocked that happened. So I don't know. Hey, Raider. But Cheyenne is my oldest, and she, like what you said about your dog, Maggie, she is she's the one that's the closest to me as far as like my spirit goes. But Newt is the male dog. He was the one that was asleep on the couch. He's actually the smallest out of all of them. And
I thought that was a puppy.
No, he's very small for his for his breed. When I got him, he was only, when I brought him home, he was only 6 pounds 6 ounces.
Wow.
He was the runt of the litter, but he picked me. He came and sat on top of my feet. And I was like, "Oh Lord, you have my heart. Like I'm taking you home." So he's always been little. He's 3 years old. He's always been smaller. He only weighs like 50 pounds.
Gorgeous.
But he loves me. Out of all 3 of the dogs, he loves me the most.
They all have their own little personalities.
But that's the thing, I really do believe that boy dogs are in love with you and girl dogs love you. There's a difference in them.
Yeah.
I really believe that.
Well, I've always had boy dogs, but now I've got one girl and she's just so different. I just adore her. But what can I ask you? What is and you as well, Sherry, what is your dogs like with fireworks?
Cheyenne's
petrified.
She is.
Cheyenne is petrified of fireworks
petrified of any noise that's loud.
Yeah. Well, there's two days a year, 2 nights a year I have to go away, which is, I don't know whether you celebrate Bonfire Night. You won't, will you? We have Bonfire Night, which is the 5th of November, when Guy Fawkes sets the Houses of Parliament, when he blew the Houses of Parliament up. So every 5th of November, we have bonfires, all the different areas around, I'm sure the UK, especially here, the kids all collect wood. They'll knock on your door. You got any old wood? So if you've got an old couch or whatever, you pass it out to them. You see the kids carrying them through the streets. It's funny. We've all done it as kids ourselves. And you find a part of, like, we don't have a lot of land where we live. It's, it's a city. We live in a housing estate, lots of houses. So now and again, you might find a grass verge, a bit of grass. So they'll build the bonfire up on there high, and then the kids will all sit round and until it goes right down. That's what we used to do. But they set fireworks off, and now they're not fireworks. The way fireworks used to be beautiful to look, all the colours. It's just bangs now, and I'm talking, you'd swear a bomb had gone off. They're frightening, and she is absolutely petrified. So we've got to get out of Liverpool on Bonfire Night.
Do you give her anything for it?
I've tried everything, even the vet. She's had sedation. And she shakes. She won't let you comfort her. She just runs from room to room. Her body goes very low to the floor. She looks very sheepish, and she goes really low to the floor as she's running, and it's terrifying. And she's panting pants, and sometimes she'll get like a froth coming from her mouth. Oh, it's a horrible. So I thought, you know what, I can't do this no more. So we started going away on bonfire night just for a couple of days, because it starts early, but it gets really bad on bonfire nights and the night after. I mean, if I could show a video on here, you wouldn't believe it. And on New Year's Eve, it's the same, because I live close to the Mersey, the River Mersey, so we can see over the Mersey, so we can see all the houses over there as well, and we're close to the city centre, so we get it from all angles. At midnight, it just goes berserk here, so we have to stay away now on a New Year's Eve because of the intensity of the fireworks. It's awful.
Yeah. My vet gave me actually Xanax, and we've tried Xanax on Cheyenne, and we've tried Valium on Cheyenne, and it nothing. I mean, she'll fall asleep, but then the minute she hears it, she wakes right up
That's
and
it.
she
That's
paws
it.
me half to death. Her eyes get so big, she
Yeah.
foams too. She's so scared.
Oh,
And so you know what she does? You know what I figured out was her? If I go into a center bathroom and I turn on, the fan in the bathroom. I don't know if you guys have those over there,
we only have a
but
a little stand fan. It's nothing like that.
oh, so see, we have fans in the bathroom, in the ceiling.
Yeah, yeah,
So I turn that on and I shut the door and I bring pillows and I bring blankets in there
yeah.
and I sit
Le-
with her
yeah,
and it
Leonie,
helps her.
we have the television blaring. I come upstairs, I shut all the windows, pull the blind, everything. The telly is absolutely blaring, and you're trying to play with her. She won't entertain you. She just wants to get
You
out the
know,
room. She, you
you
know,
know why? Because they hear sounds even that we don't. I did a test
that's it.
with all three of my dogs, sounds that you could put it on YouTube and they play these sounds that you can't hear to the human ear, and then it
Yeah,
keeps going up, 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 and then each dog reacted a certain way to it.
yeah,
As far as like you could tell when they actually were hearing something because I couldn't hear it. It's not made for humans.
yeah,
And Newt was the first. My male dog was the very first one that that could hear one of the sounds, and then the little girl, and then of Cheyenne. But I think it's because Cheyenne is, she's sick, so
yeah.
she doesn't get as much. She doesn't. But Cheyenne can also. I know if a storm is coming within just a couple of hours. I know
Wow.
because
Oh
Cheyenne
my
is
God.
scared of storms too.
Oh,
So, I know it's coming because she, gets that wild look in her eye, the
yeah.
scare, the
Mm.
panning, the just fear, and
Oh,
she just takes her paws and just paws at me because she wants to get in my lap. Well, she weighs
oh,
140 pounds.
oh
Like,
God. Yeah,
you're not a lap baby anymore. So I have sat hours in the bathroom with her,
yeah,
and it doesn't stop it. She still will pant the whole
yeah,
time. She'll stay awake the whole time. As long as I'm petting her, that's the safest that she has felt. And if it's coming, she'll look at me and then she'll start walking towards the bathroom like, "Are you coming? Like, we got to go." But for fireworks, that's the worst. But
yeah.
the medicine doesn't help.
No, it hasn't for here at all. I mean, the kitchen table, we've only got a small kitchen. It's not like your houses. And we covered the kitchen table, with a big blanket. So it's like a
Mhm.
little den. She can go in. She just won't. She just goes to us. She won't let us hold her. She won't let us comfort her. She'll let us stroke her and tell her it's okay and all that. But then she's off again. She goes under the table. She shakes like she
Mm.
properly vibrates. She shakes terrible. It's just, I always think, oh my God, she's gonna have a heart attack,
Yes.
because her
That
eyes,
scares
like you
me
say, they
too.
go wild, and you think, oh my God, she's
Mhm.
gonna go, she's gonna die, she's gonna die, and it's so stressful for me as well. So I just said to Alec, I can't do this anymore. Alec, I said, I've tried and I've tried, because people say put a thunder shirt on her. Have you heard of the thunder shirts?
Yeah.
Well, that didn't work either, and I've crocheted ones, you know, for the little dogs around here who are fearful of stuff, and everyone said it's helped them, but it just doesn't work for her. I've given up. The only thing we can do is take it away.
Yeah. Well,
It's the
you know, I was scared of it happening to the newest one that we have, my little girl. And so, you know what I would do? Anytime there's a thunderstorm coming or there's fireworks, I take her. Since I've had her, I always take her outside, and she listens. She's not scared of them. My male dog has never been scared of them because of what Cheyenne goes through. Like, I make sure that I tried since they were puppies to desensitize them to it, and it's
yeah,
worked. It's just I guess I didn't know I was supposed to do that with Cheyenne. But see, I have I breed my dogs, right? And
yeah,
that's one thing that I've studied about is it's called ENS, early neurological stimulation. And you could actually start when puppies are like a week old. And you should. And every good breeder should do um you know, ENS with their pups. And then what I also do is after, because you know, they don't even hear for the first 3 weeks of life. So what you need to be doing is like touching the bottoms of their paws so they get used to that, and then touching their
Right.
ears, putting your finger inside their mouth, you know, so things like that. But when
but
they
you know,
start being able to hear, I always put on rain, thunder, like vacuum cleaners, thunder, rain, fireworks, anything that's loud popping noises, fast
mhm.
noises, gun noises. That way, when they go to their new owners and their new homes, I've already started the desensitizing
That's
for them.
brilliant. That's brilliant to do that. I mean,
Yes,
I've
it
had boy
is.
dogs all the time, and I've never had a problem. They've never been afraid of fireworks or anything sounds, whereas she is
Right.
completely different. She's scared of anything that makes a noise.
Do you
How
guys
about
have like
fast? Go ahead. I'm
uh,
sorry.
I was gonna say go ahead when you say go ahead. Um, do you have like a emergency warning signal that they test once a week or once a month at where you live?
Yes.
No. Oh, sorry,
Okay,
thought you
so
meant
when
me.
they
No,
do
we
that
don't.
here every Wednesday, it's really loud and it starts out and it gets louder and louder, right? And
Oh
then
my
the guy
God.
talks through this like loud intercom. Well, when the whistling starts, my female dog howls like a wolf.
Oh,
Oh,
Like
Wild
like he's howling at the
Angel.
moon. It is so bizarre.
You
I'm
have to
just
go
about
look at the last video, my last short that I posted, because we had tornado watches 2 weeks ago, and new our tornado sound comes. They test it every Friday at 11 o'clock, and Newt always runs out to the yard and you know, he howls at it. Well, we were having tornadoes 2 weeks ago, and so a couple times the sirens were going off. Newt would run out to go and howl, and and I always missed it on camera, so I put it on TV for him. I just typed in YouTube. I put in tornado, you know, sirens, and I got one that sounded like ours, and I got him on video howling. It's only like 59
oh,
seconds long, but it's so adorable, and he does that every Friday. He only howls at the tornado siren, and he howls at the fire truck, the one of the certain sirens that the fire truck makes. He'll howl at that too. And I finally got it on video. I just posted it 2 weeks ago. So cute. You got to get that on video and post
oh,
it. So cute.
oh,
So cute. So y'all check that out. That's really cute.
oh.
I
I
love it
just,
when they howl.
she did. If I sing, she howls.
Really?
Only if I
yeah,
sing. Do you know if I go, you know, like sing, like
Uh-huh.
she starts going, but, and my
right.
son goes, "That's terrible. You don't know how sensitive that is to their ears. You think you're doing good. You're not. You're supposed to love it, and you're doing that." I said, "A tail's up, a tail's wagging, a tail's not down. So shut up." And he says, "Well, I'm
Right.
telling you now, you can't love that dog if you're doing that."
Oh,
Exactly.
no.
But she's happy. She seems happy. So I don't know. I'm
You
all
have to
confused.
sometimes they have to know different sounds. So for like Emma, I'll like say help, like, and I've got her trained to where if I say help, and my voice sounds a certain way, like Emma, like if I say it a certain, she
Yeah.
knows that it's important, like I need her.
Yeah,
And she's
different. It's like with
so
your kids, though, isn't it? It's like with your kids.
Yeah.
It's how you say it to them. You know, you just change in your voice when they know you mean business or you're messing about.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
because
Like
yeah,
you
like if
go,
you say
when
it
Ryan was a
stern.
kid, I'd go, Ryan, get here. And that means, oh, or I go, right, here. Then he knows he's all right. You know what I mean? It's the difference, isn't it? Like I'll go, Jessie, and she'll look at me. Or if I go, Jessie, and the tail will wag, she knows she's Grace. But it's like your children. They know the tone of your voice.
All right, you guys have to be good co-hosts here. I need to smoke and I need to pee. So
Go
in
on,
that,
go pee
in
and
the
then
other
smoke.
order.
Yeah,
Yes,
go
that
pee and
order.
then smoke.
BRB.
See you soon, chicken. Hello, me dear. So, is your dogs behaving themselves now?
Yes, they've all found a spot in the room.
What time is it where you are then?
5:48 in the morning.
In the morning?
Yeah.
Have you been to bed? Have you not been to bed?
That's a good question. Did I lay down last night and then get up? I can't even remember now. That's crazy.
Oh
Hold on
my
a minute.
God.
We've talked about so many things. I'm like, wait a minute.
I can't believe you the hour. Oh my God. I wish I you all seem to come on when I'm going to bed.
I must have laid down for a little bit and took a little
This live has been going for a while though, hasn't it?
Yeah,
I'm
4
sure
hours.
No, I thought when I came. Oh, I don't know. That was yesterday. It was
My
6 hours,
husband's
8
snoring.
hours.
Oh, Lord.
Is it?
I was like, hey, shh.
Are you in the same
Sometimes when I
room
tell him to
talking?
he'll like be quiet, like even if he's asleep. If you go shh,
Are
he'll
you in the
stop for a
same
little
room?
bit. Yeah, I just came in here to see what the dogs were doing, and I was like, shh. He even laughed one night in his sleep. It was so funny. Like I woke him like just enough to like let him know he was snoring, and then he kind of chuckled, and I thought, well, that's the damnedest thing I've ever heard.
When I first got married, well, a few years after I got married, Alec used to jump up and run in the corner. And it's like as if he was going to climb up the wall, terrified. So I was going, Alec, I thought, oh my God, what's going on? Alec, you're all right. And he'd just look at me like how I don't know. And I'm going, and I got used to them doing it. So I said, come on, just get back in bed. Lie down. And he'd just lie down and snuggle in, and I wouldn't remember a thing about it. But he hasn't done that now for years. It's just crazy. Honest to God, I used to see this man running in the corner, and but he'd turn around with his back into the corner, backing up. It's like I used to say, Alan, what was you scared of? I said, you're running up the corner, terrified. And he said, I don't know, I don't even remember. And I used to wake up, this was another thing, I'd wake up and I'd turn over and Alec would be facing me, leaning up on his elbow, just staring. Oh, can you imagine that? So I'd go, fucking hell, Alec, what are you doing? And he'd just carry on as if I hadn't said anything at all. And I think, oh my God, he's terrifying me here. So then I go, lie down, just lie down, and he just lie down. But he hasn't done that for years. So I thought, wondered if he was traumatized, getting married and leaving his mother and stuff like that. Coming to live with me because I'm a lunatic. But I don't know why he was doing that, and then it just stopped. Never done it since. I don't know what that was all about. So was your husband ever sleepwalked?
No, but I've seen him like sit up suddenly and act like he was awake, but he wasn't because he didn't even like seem coherent, but his eyes were open. So it's almost like that. He just didn't get out of bed, but he was like doing that same thing, just not like actually walking anywhere. I mean, it was weird. And then I thought, what is he doing? Like he acted like he was like wanting to cuddle, and I thought, okay, maybe he just woke up and Then I soon realized that he was not he wasn't awake, but his eyes were open. I'm like, this is weird. I'm like, wow.
Oh, well, no, it's scary when you wake up there and someone's doing that. Do you know
Yeah,
what I
it is
mean?
odd.
Oh my God. I always go back and like all I think of now is because I watch that much crime. I think if he did that now, I would think he was about to kill me. I'd run out this
Right?
house. I get the energy from somewhere. These legs would move then, let me tell you. I'd be legging it down them stairs. Terrified. I'm scared.
All of my kids slept walk. All of my children.
Did they?
Yes.
Oh
All of
my.
my children.
What did you do?
Mhm.
Did you just take them back to bed?
Well, at first I didn't understand it when my older ones were doing it because I actually found my daughter outside.
Hmm.
And luckily I had just gone to bed and I was living in Germany and they have different locks on the door than what we have. And you could hear the lock like really loud if the house was quiet.
Oh
And I
my
heard
God.
the door unlock and I was like, what is
What?
going on? That was the first I knew my kids slept walk, but I didn't um think that they would ever like go
Go
somewhere,
out.
you
And how
know.
old were they at the
Yeah.
time, Leanie?
She at the time when she did that, I think she was 9.
Oh
Yeah.
God.
And they were already I mean, they start from a very, very young age. And so I heard it and I got up and she was sitting out in the stairs, like going outside. She
Oh.
was like laid on the stairs and asleep. And
Oh.
I picked her up and I took her back in the house and thank God every day that I was still awake and I heard that. So I made an appointment. That's when that finally scared me. Like them sleepwalking before did not scare me. I was just because my sister did it too. And I always heard the stories of my sister because my sister used to go outside.
Oh.
And I had always heard the story, so I wasn't scared of it. And so when that happened, I took all 3 of my kids who were all sleepwalking at the time, and I took them to the doctor and I was like, "I'm going crazy, like, I can't sleep, I'm scared," especially now that I know that they could go right outside, and he really educated me, you guys. He told me that when they're sleepwalking, they're just acting, they're living whatever their dream is doing. So
Oh
if
my
she
God.
wanted in her dream to go out and play on the playground, then that's where she's
Where
going.
she was going, yeah.
Yeah. So, and then I found out that people actually eat in their sleep. They go to the refrigerator, they'll eat
Oh,
food,
yeah.
and then they go back to bed.
Yep.
So the doctor told me the best thing to do is don't try to wake them up, which is what I used to try to do. I would be like, wake up, you're just
Hmm.
sleepwalking or whatever. And he
Yeah.
said, don't do it because that brings more trauma to them. Actually, just if you can just watch them, make sure they don't get into nothing, don't hurt nothing, they'll find a place to lay back down or they'll find themselves back in the bed. So I did that for years and years and years. And then my girls outgrew it. My oldest son, he carried that all the way into his adulthood because my oldest son would have night terrors. So he would fight in his sleep, like literally hurt you in his sleep. And come to find out, I found out from his first wife that there's been a couple times that he has jumped up and been on top of her
Oh God.
in his sleep. And then once he got divorced from her, it stopped happening. It completely everything stopped. And and I and then um my baby to my older kids are 15 years apart. And um so when he started sleepwalking, like when he was about 3 years old, and I would be doing something like at one day I was at the desk and I was playing a video game or something. And he walked right out of his room, and I was so used to him sleepwalking all the time. And he walked up, and I had crackers sitting on the desk. And he picked up a cracker and he ate it. And you could, people don't walk like with their hands out in front of them, their eyes closed. Their eyes are completely open. But there is a glaze kind of over them. You can tell that they're
You
not
can tell the
focusing.
difference. Yeah.
Yes. And I looked at him and I could tell he was asleep and he took a bite of the cracker And then he handed it to me. And he said, "Take it. That's not what I want." And then I didn't say nothing to him. And he turned around and he walked back in his room. The only thing that scared me with him was because we had a two-story house, and if you weren't watching it, like the stairs were right there. So I was
Exactly.
always
Yeah.
scared, is it gonna fall down the stairs? So I ended up putting um bells on my doors so that if a door opened, and believe me, it
Mhm.
was annoying. It was annoying because during the day, you're like, son of a gun, like the freaking bell, like it becomes annoying during the day when people are walking in and out and all that. But I had to do it for safety. And I was like, touch that
Yeah.
bell. You're gonna draw back a nub if you touch the bell. Do not touch the bell. I don't care how annoying it is. And so he finally grew out of that too, but my oldest granddaughter, who is my son, the one that had night terrors, she used to sleepwalk too.
So do you
Terrible.
think it can be a hereditary? Like,
I
do
know
you,
that some sleepwalking, just from the studies that I've done on it,
yeah.
like the night terrors for my oldest son, I know that comes from trauma. Um,
Oh,
so I think it can come from trauma, but I guess it can be hereditary. For me, I don't sleepwalk, but I
yeah.
talk in my sleep a
Yeah.
lot, and I'll sit up like to shake someone's hand or something like that. But the minute I
Wow.
sit up or to move to do something, then I'm immediately awake. Like I
Yeah.
don't, but sleepwalkers, they're just heavy sleepers and they're carrying
Yeah.
out their dreams. They're just
Well,
so
I knew a brother and a sister. They were only young, slept in the same room, but 5, 6, and the two of them would have a conversation in the sleep, chat
wow,
away,
that's crazy.
just chat away, Leanie. They would, and obviously, apparently, as the mum said, as they got older and they went in different rooms, she would hear them talking to each other.
That
But
is crazy.
yeah, then it just stopped out of the blue. I think when they got about 16,
Right.
just
Isn't
stopped.
isn't that wild that it can just stop like that? Like
Exactly. How is that happens? I
I
just don't know.
the mind is a really it's fascinating. And
Yeah,
they
it
say
is.
we only use what how much of our brain do they actually say we use? We use very little
I haven't
of
got a
our brains.
yeah,
But it's just amazing to me that stuff
yeah. Yeah, I love
happens.
listening to I love talking about things that are different or like what we're talking now because it fascinates me.
Me
Things
too.
like this and I love paranormal as well. God, I love all that. Um, I just love I can listen to hours to people, talking about about things that have happened to them, and that just I love all that. I've been listening to you talking all morning about real life stuff about women's boobs and everything, and it's
Well,
good, to listen because you'd always think, is that right? Is that? And then you hear other people and you go, oh yeah, it is okay, So it's good,
yeah.
isn't it, to listen? I love all this.
I will probably say exactly what other people want to say. I just try to keep it toned down, and not offend anybody. I don't want to be offensive, but I had to take a pill earlier. I had to take a half of a Xanax because I was struggling. And sometimes when I take that medicine, it's like, we're going leany after dark, and we're just gonna have some really fun, different kind of conversations. I'm human. I'm
Yeah,
human, and everything interests me. I'll talk about everything and anything.
yeah,
I love it all. Just
yeah.
give me what
I,
you got. I'm
oh,
naturally curious about people.
me too. Yeah, I mean, I can be, I could want to say something, but I'm on someone's panel and I don't want to. I wouldn't offend anyone. Do you know what I mean? I wouldn't do that. I mean, if it was on my
Mhm.
own and then someone said something to upset me, then I'd let them know. Whereas here,
Mhm.
I'd just sit back and say nothing if I could, But if there's nothing wrong to speak your mind, as long as you're not hurting anyone, and
Yeah.
that's the way I look at it. Some people can be really offensive and mean to be offensive, where some people can say stuff and not realize that, you know, it's hurting someone. No, I don't know. It can be hard, especially when you've got an audience, you know, and some stuff can be sensitive and you don't know what to say, do you? But obviously these people are here because they like your content and they like the way you think and stuff like that. So
Or
yeah,
maybe they just don't have anywhere else to hang out.
no, we all love you, Leanie, because you are real. You're real. It's like Rose, you know, and Tina. They're all, you know, you're all real, and that's what's nice as well. And I do believe as well I like it when I see the creator rather than just hear the voice. I don't know why, but I like it better when that happens. It just makes you connect more. I think you see that person, and that's the. I mean, do you? I don't know. I don't know whether you ever come on. You do, don't you, Leanie? I have seen you once on a camera.
Oh,
I think you came on
accident.
once and screamed because you didn't know the camera was on you.
Yeah. But well, because my thing is, you know, I haven't gotten to the. I've seen so much stuff where people are doxxed and
Oh
they
God, it's
find where they
scary. I agree.
live and stuff like that. And my kid, my son, my baby, he was like, "Mom, please don't put your picture up there."
Ah,
And I was like, "I'm gonna put I mean, the picture's already up there." And he's like, "You understand that people can find you just through your picture." And
yeah,
he told me how to do it, and I don't want to say how to do it in case
yeah,
some people don't know. But
yeah,
he's like, "All I gotta do is do this, do this, do this, and I'm gonna find you, and I'm gonna know
yeah.
exactly where you're at." It's so
Well, it's true, isn't it? I mean, if I was a
yeah,
creator, as much as I like to see people, I love to see them. I wouldn't go on camera. No chance,
yeah. It's
because
really
it's scary.
yeah, it is really scary. And you know, I don't. I mean, that's my real picture. I could probably change out my picture. Tina is on my real Facebook. She knows exactly what my whole name is. She's right
Yeah,
there. And just because when I started chatting with Tina, I had forgot that I had according to Leanie Facebook and I
yeah.
did the wrong one. Well, luckily I trusted her and she, you
Oh,
know, but um, you know, my kids are just like, "Mom, please just be careful.
yeah,
Don't, don't, don't do it." And you know, my husband, the type of work he does, you know, I have to protect me.
yeah.
There's nothing to protect with me. I've got no record.
It's
I've
others.
walked the
Yeah,
line. I don't work a job that's gonna, you know, stop us from being able to live a normal life. You know
yeah,
what I mean? Like there's nothing on me. If you try to dox me, you're going to come back with nothing. You're going to be so
yeah,
bored with it, really. But
yeah.
if you got into my kids' lives and my husband's life, there are people that call people's jobs to get them fired.
Well, that's the
I've
reason
seen it
I wouldn't go
happen.
on camera for them, not for me, for them.
Yeah, and
Y-
that's thank you, Mel. That is seriously the thing. And if my son had gotten to me before I had set this all up, like he probably would have talked me out of even putting my own picture on there because he showed me. He said, "Look, this takes you right back to right here where you got this picture at, and that's who you
Yeah,
are." And I was like, "Wow." Well, I was like, "Well, maybe people won't know that. It's
yeah,
kind of too late now." But so there, my husband's never said anything because you know, he'll tell me how he feels about stuff and then he just leaves it. But my kids are adamant. They're like, "Mom, like you need to," you know how kids are. You know, you're
I
their
think it's
mom.
the young ones today, though, the way they can use these computers and the
They
things they
know.
do. I mean, it's scary. They say to me, "You don't do that and don't do this." So you know they do know a lot. So it's best to. I mean, if someone wants to get on the face, I love it. I absolutely love to see the
hmm
creator's face. But I totally understand where you're coming from because I'd be the same.
Yeah, I actually thought about.
Can you hear my
Um,
dog snoring, Leanie?
yes, I do.
Yeah, she's snoring. She's twitching away and she's snoring.
She's dreaming.
Yeah.
If they're twitching, they're dreaming.
Yeah, all
But
her eyes are going. Yeah.
I thought about the other night, I told my husband, I said, you know what? I think I'm just going to cam up. I think I'm going to do it. And he just was like, well, you should. Maybe you should. And then my son heard me say it. The one who told me I should not have put my picture up. And
Yeah,
he came in here and he gave me what for. He was
exactly.
like,
They wouldn't
you're
let you.
not camming up. Like, do not do that. And because I always, this is what I think, like, I'm in my 50s. Who's going to come over here and get me? You know,
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, who's coming? And he's like, it's not that people are coming to get you because maybe the people who will find you attractive aren't the ones that are going to stalk you. It's the people that want to hurt you. You might say something to piss somebody off. And
That's what I mean. You don't
I've been
know.
known for that, you know.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so he said, no, you just have to be, he said, you don't know what you're dealing with. So I'm trying to be careful. I would
Yeah.
like to cam up. I like to see
Yeah.
people too. But at the same turn, if I didn't have my children and I didn't have my husband, because they're who
God help
I try
us
to
what we'd
protect.
do. God help us,
Yeah,
Lainey, what we'd do if we didn't.
I know. Good
Keep us on the
morning. Good
straight and
morning.
narrow.
I know. And they're so smart. They're really all of my kids are so smart when it comes to that stuff. You know,
Yeah.
they're just like you just and they worry about you, you know, because you're their mom. You know what I mean? Like they've only got
Yeah.
one of you. So they're tough when it comes to me, you
Yeah.
know? So and
Oh,
sometimes smarter about me than I am for myself. Because you just don't think about that, you know?
no, you don't. Don't
So
forget, we're from a different generation as well.
yeah.
So we just don't like that when they tell you stuff and you just can't. You go, oh, don't be stupid. You know, they're going. You just don't realise you're being stupid. You need to, just don't give information out. And I'm going, information about what? Where to live? And they go, they just don't. We don't get it. We're from a different generation. We don't think anything. But the Walesers can be evil, Leanie, can't it? You know what I mean? And when you go to all these channels and you hear about all this crime and stuff happening to people, you're like, oh my god, you know, it's it. You do start getting a bit scared, but then I don't want to be scared, So,
Right.
but it is what it is, isn't it? They won't let us go on, and because of their jobs and stuff like that, I have to be careful, So it is what it is. As Wild Angel fell asleep. She'd been
She
up all
might
night.
have.
No, I'm here.
She might have.
No, I'm here.
I have to mute for a minute because in between the snoring.
Her husband's
Well, I
snoring in the
mean,
room.
there's one thing of being scared. It, you know, I don't want to live in fear either, but I do want to live cautiously. You know,
Right.
it's kind of like if you guys read what Blessed Mama said, she said, I am low key kind of a person as well until a murder happened in my town and I started advocating for the little girl murdered and it landed
Oh,
me in the news and speaking the facts on on social media. Yeah, and
oh,
you have to be how many times have you heard that doesn't happen in our towns? That's crazy. Like we didn't that happens in the big cities or the trashy
yeah,
cities. You don't
Yeah.
ever think that tragedy is going to come to your little tight knit town, and it absolutely does. So we have
yeah,
to be careful, you know, have to be
yeah.
careful. And so, as long as my kids are saying, no way, Jose, and I know how my husband feels about it, then, then I'm going to respect them, you know, I'm just going to
Can you
respect
hear
them.
snoring? I can hear her husband snoring and Jesse
Yeah, I
snoring as
muted
well.
just so you could hear it first.
Everybody's snoring. What time is it there, Maggie?
It's 12 in the going into the afternoon now. 12 minutes past 12.
Oh, so you're already in Tuesday.
No,
No?
it's Monday. No, it's Monday. It's midday.
how many hours apart are we?
I don't know.
We're only
So
3
what
hours
time is it
apart.
where you are?
6 hours for me.
Where do you?
7.
So
It's 7:12 here. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
so
12.
in the morning.
Yeah,
So
7 in the
you're 5
morning.
hours.
So
So
we're
we're
5.
Why did
Yeah.
I'm
I
6.
think we were 11 hours apart?
You might be thinking of like New Zealand or Australia or somewhere like that, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, because
They're a lot
with
further.
Tina, I think it's 8 hours with Tina.
Yeah.
Oh,
Isn't it mad? All
okay.
these different hours. It's crazy, isn't it? With
It
every
is.
how we can speak to people. I mean, who'd have ever known it?
Yeah. And that's the other thing is like you don't know when the best time to go lives are for the people that you know what
Yeah.
I mean? Like that you really want to connect with and all. So I try to just fill in the blanks, like whenever
Have,
Team Rose isn't on or
well, have
I
you
kind of
changed your time, Lainey? Have you changed at all? Because I never used to catch you at all. It's only been
um
recently I've been able to catch your lives.
I think it's because the last 2 nights Tina hasn't been on. So I've just covered like her shift. I feel like we're
Yeah,
in shift.
yeah,
So
because
I've
I
covered her
normally get
shift.
it when I wake up, she's live.
Yeah. Because
So
I
that's how.
usually go live my time between 10 to 11.
So
So
that's
that's
what.
probably early in the morning
So
for
that's
you.
the morning. So it'll be for us 10, 9,
Hmm
10. So that'd be about 6 o'clock for us.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
so, and then from there, I usually close mine out and then I'll go over to Tina's.
yeah. Well, I
So,
have Tina, and then after Tina, it's normally Rose. So
hmm
you figure out all your little times to catch people on.
yeah, yeah. Just best thing I can do is just say, hit the bell, and make sure it's
Well,
done
this
to
is what I
all.
said yesterday in chat. I'm not getting notifications for you.
Do you have the all on?
Yeah, I've done it. I've come out. I've unsubscribed because someone said try unsubscribing and then do it again. And I've done it. I didn't know you were on this morning until I was browsing around, and it didn't show me you were on at all. And I just came across you, and that's how I found you.
Maybe I'm
No,
doing something wrong. Maybe
no, it
it's
will.
my side.
I don't think. Is everyone else getting notifications for Leanie? And
Is
I have
anybody
this
in
problem
chat getting
sometimes with
notifications?
Rose.
You know what? You know what I do is I just click the live button and people that I'm used to going into their chat, it'll show me if they're live. And that's how I'm able to
Right.
find a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
So if
Yeah,
you
they're
pull
all
up,
getting notifications, Leanie. They
I
I
get
gotta
them.
put
know.
one on if I see
I
like,
Wow.
don't.
yeah.
Huh.
I don't.
Hmm.
So I said that to Maria G yesterday that I wasn't getting notifications because, she always tells me when someone's on. I mean, sometimes she doesn't because the girl is up the wall doing stuff herself. But sometimes if she didn't tell me or Melly Joe didn't tell me, I wouldn't know. So I
Wow.
don't know why. Honestly, it was happening for Team Rose, and then it was all right. Then it went fine, but it's you. I'm not getting notifications.
Hmm.
Do you think
Well,
it's because I've got other like creators who will follow and their notifications come up? Do you think you can have too many? I don't know why it's happening.
I don't. I'm a dummy when it comes to this stuff. I don't know
Yeah, me
anything.
too. I've got a clue.
Somebody somebody asked me to be, somebody asked me to be a mod for their channel, and I was like, "Do you know who you're talking to?" Like, no.
Yeah, well, that's what is it? Rose has made me a mod and I'm mod for Tina. I haven't got a clue what to do. I
I
said,
have me
don't make me
either.
a mod because I wouldn't know what to do. Maria
Mm-mm.
G, oh my God, she's unbelievable.
So
She
good.
is unbelievable. If honestly, Leanie, you've got her for the mods. Honest to God, I mean, I'm not adding any other mods, but she is super fast. If you want anything, it's there. She's brilliant. Even not modding as a friend, if you want to know anything, turn to her. Honestly, she's brilliant. I love her.
Yeah, she's the people that I made mods are the people that were in my very first live.
Yeah,
Um, and just for now, I think that's the way it's going to be. Me, Maria, and Warrior Nun. Warrior Nun is the very first person I ever made a mod for because
Oh,
the only reason was is because I was watching her and she was welcoming everybody in and stuff like that, and
yeah.
nobody knew me, right? And then I had somebody on panel and I was really, really focused and she was still saying hi to everybody, and I was like, "I can't do
Oh.
both of these things." So I threw her a wrench and I was like, "Please say hi to everybody. Make sure everybody's welcome here."
Oh.
And she did, and I was like, "And if you don't want that thing, you throw that back whenever
Oh.
you're done with it."
That's
You know what I
nice. You
mean?
don't need, in my opinion, you don't need a load of mods. As long as you've got a few good mods, you're set. You're set, because I think it's better when you've got a few. Because and I don't know. I feel it's better. I could be wrong. I've never had a channel, so
Well,
wouldn't
Rose
know.
and Tina are the only ones that I've ever seen that mod everybody, once they come in there. And I understand, they've made it clear why they do it, but like for me, um, I just don't, I don't feel the need to do that. And you know what? Um, I don't I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I'm starting to get tired here. But
Oh,
I at first I thought, do we need mods? Is modding a thing? But then when I did my first panel and I didn't want anybody, because I've been in chats
yeah,
before where people weren't welcomed into their chat. Their
yeah,
mods weren't welcoming people or anything. And that's bothersome because I don't have to click on your channel.
yeah,
So the least you could do is say hello to me. Well, because I had someone on panel, I wasn't keeping up with my, what I believe in. So
yeah,
that's when I was like, you have to have mods that are gonna welcome people,
yeah,
make
yeah.
them feel like they're valued.
Oh, they are. They're brilliant. I
So
mean, they're absolutely brilliant, the mods. I mean, I love it that if you go into Team Roses, you've got to say we object to bullshit. I think that is amazing. Where everyone
Yeah.
just goes in because
yes.
where everyone goes in and say Rose, yeah, she's made up, she loves it, and she gives you a wrench. That just tickles me. I think she is fabulous. I love Rose as well.
She
Honestly,
is fabulous.
you've all got a little part that I absolutely love. You are so down to earth. I just love you too. So it's we all have little loves for different people for different things, and it's just lovely. I just love that. We object to bullshit. I think it's brilliant.
Yeah, and if more people would eject to bullshit, the world would really be a happier place, I feel
Oh,
like.
most
You know.
definitely, most definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's right. And all these little things that she believes in, and people think she's crazy. And I've got a friend who is identical to Rose in her thoughts and her ways, and they all think she's crazy as well. And let me tell you, I do everything she tells me, and she's right. She is honest to God. When I'm sick with coughs and colds, she'll bring pineapple and all kinds to me. She'll take that, and it works brilliant. Whereas
Yeah.
before I'd go and get antibiotics and all this crap, but she's on the ball. She knows what she's talking about.
Yeah, she does. And Rose, come up, come up.
Oh,
Um,
was Rose in chat?
yeah, Rosie's in chat.
Oh,
Maybe we can get
I'm
her to come up and hang out with
I'm not
us for a
looking
little
at the
while.
chat. Oh yeah, Rose, come up.
Yeah, come up, Rose. Um, yeah, because I'm losing my mind. This is happening. It's going quick. Um,
Mm.
Have you
but
been doing the castor oil, Leanie?
no, I did castor oil one time, and I told Rose about this. I didn't do it the way Rose tells you guys to do it. But an old wives' tale is that if you drink castor oil, it'll bring on labor
Yeah,
for
that's right.
you.
It's what we think. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, we'll
it
be all
didn't.
right there, won't we? No chance. We're not
No,
going to go in labour,
it
are we?
oh man. No, I hope
I love
not.
her laugh.
Well, it didn't work for me, and I drank the whole freaking bottle.
Did you?
And
When you were
yes,
pregnant?
yes, I was so sick for 2 days on the toilet. I couldn't get off the toilet. It was
Oh my goodness.
terrible. It was terrible. It was terrible. And I was like,
You are so
I
sticky.
I don't understand this. So, I don't know. I don't know about that cat. I'm sure that the way that you guys use it is probably the way that it's really supposed to be used. But I was like, I've heard the wives' tale, like it can't be that bad. I downed the whole damn bottle. It was oh my God, you guys.
How did you drink it? Did you find it okay? Because I've had it and I'm
No, it
going,
was
a lot of people
terrible.
take it with bread here. When they're pregnant, they take it with dry bread.
No, I just drank it and that was terrible in itself, right? And then I wanted to vomit, but I didn't because I was like, damn, then I'm gonna have to drink a whole nother bottle. It was terrible.
Well, did the
Oh my
baby just slide out
God.
when it came?
Pretty much. Well,
Like it was on a slide. Woof,
I
right
spit
out.
my babies out. It was terrible. Terrible. Rosie, welcome. Good morning.
Good morning, darling.
If I had known Rosie to begin with, she probably would have told me, do not drink
Do not
the
drink it.
castor oil.
Everybody says that who drinks it. They're like, well, our show had the same experience. She drank this whole thing trying to have a baby, and she hated it, and she said it was the worst experience of her life. So
It really was.
I'm saying externally, only externally. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Oh my
I love the way
God.
Richie says that. Richie takes you up when he says it. He makes me laugh.
Yeah, it really was worse than labor. It really was.
Because you drank this huge amount of it that was obviously going to make you sick. I mean, drinking a huge thing of oil like that would obviously make you sick.
Rose, I was on the shitter for 2 days. Seriously. Like it was
horrible.
terrible.
Did you have the baby? But did it make you
No, and that's the bad thing was the baby didn't come out for like 4 days later.
Oh no, that's awful.
So I went through that for nothing.
That's really too bad. Because now you'll never use it again, and it could be helpful to you, But
I
don't blame you after that. But I'm not recommending drinking it. That's not what I'm doing with it. It's totally different.
Rose, can I ask you? You know when you put sorry, Leanie. You know when you put it on your face.
Yeah.
Do you leave yours on overnight, or do you do it all in the day?
No, I leave it on and I just let it soak in. My skin drinks it in because I need it. My skin is older, it's aging. I got white skin. I wrinkle easy, And so
you put it on overnight. Okay.
I just put it on. I put it on right after a shower, and then I put it on twice a day.
Yeah, me too. Well, I put it on in the morning. And then before I go to bed and I get mushed and all that, then I put it back all over my face and my neck and into my hands. And then I'll just lie there and I'm on me looking at YouTube, and it just soaks right in, doesn't it?
Soaks right in. Oh, hi, Lika. There's Lika. Yeah, it just soaks right in. The thing with the pads, I bought them, but you don't even need them. I don't need them at all. It's just your body just absorbs it immediately.
Yeah.
And that my skin is, I think my skin's better, a little bit better.
Well, as Mel said, consistency is key. You've got to keep using it, haven't you? And then she said she looks fabulous. It's not years off her. People think she's younger.
Maybe I will try it on my face.
Well,
yeah,
Leanie,
that's the thing.
Leanie, let's
try
do
it. The
it.
thing is, and in your belly button, a little drop in your belly button.
Yeah, I do that too. Every night.
Yeah, and actually, if you massage it all the way around your waist, where your belly button is, and go all the way around your back, that's another really great way to use it. It helps you lose weight, guys. Honestly.
Well, I'll try that, Rose, and if I lose weight, let me tell you, you are thin to me. If I have never been this big.
Hey, listen, if you drink it, you're going to lose weight.
Do you reckon?
So, oh my God, it was
I'm tempted. I'm tempted.
Drink it, girl.
If you lose weight.
Videotape it for us.
Yeah, but you're only going to lose weight. You're only going to lose weight for the day.
But I wouldn't drink this huge amount where you're sick on the toilet and vomiting. I wouldn't lose weight that way. I would do a little tiny bit. This woman that I learned from, she takes a little dropperful every night in her mouth.
Oh
Have you
no.
seen what Ray just wrote, Rose? Send me a card, Rosie, and I want you to kiss it with your lipstick.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
Oh my God. He's
wow.
probably going to use it and sell it and have me cloned in minutes.
Rose. Oh.
Could be worth
Wow.
$1,000. All right, send me your address.
Charge him, Rose. Charge him.
Yeah, I know.
$5 to kiss.
I'm actually sending a card to my youngest daughter with that book about the love relationships. And she, that girl, she's only 22, and she's 21 and a half. I think she's 22, and she's had more experience in love relationships in 22 years than most people have in their whole life. She's had all these boyfriends, these meaningful relationships. She's always, and I'm just like, oh my God. And the way she's always in therapy, navigating everything. Oh my God, she's like an old hat. I swear, she's 22. She's already lived with a guy. They've been living together for 2 years. They might be taking a break. So she's going through that, and she's already had like 3 major boyfriends. Anyway.
Wait a minute, at 22?
Yeah. She's already had, because she had a high school boyfriend that she was madly in love with. Then he graduated, broke her heart. She had to go through that. Then in the next year, this boy fell madly in love with her. She kind of broke his heart, but pretended he broke her heart, and she went through that. Then then they graduated. Then and that was a big deal. She had a couple little other things, but then she has this really serious relationship with this wonderful guy who she's been living with for 2 years, and he's graduating college. She graduated last year, so she's waiting for him to graduate. But they're kind of going under a lot of stress right now, so I don't know what's going to happen. But I just, with the way she talks about, and then the way she dealt with her father and I getting divorced, and taking me to court for 7 years. She had to deal with all of that, and that started when she was like 10. So she had to go through all of these huge, but we talked about everything, constantly processing, lots of therapy. And she's like an ace at handling relationships, friendships. She has these meetings with her friends when there's trouble, they get together and have these talk sessions, all this shit, that I didn't figure out till much later. So anyway, she's very advanced with relationship. I know it seems crazy. I'm like, oh my God, you're only 22. She's like a jet setter. She's flying to Colorado to meet with her best friend, and then she's flying to Arizona to meet with her brother, and then she flies back to us. Then she flies back to California. She's like this cool chick. I can't even get over it. She's really
she is the epitome of doing youth right.
Yeah, she's doing what I wanted to do. I always wanted to go to California and move there, and I didn't get to do it until I was in my 50s. I didn't have the money. I didn't have the wherewithal. I didn't have the ability to nothing. But by then, I was able to move to California, and she was my last kid at home. So she and I moved to California, and I had to get it okay with her father. And he fought us tooth and nail, even though he'd already moved out of the state years ago. So he wasn't even living in Maine helping me raise her. He was living in Massachusetts with his new wife, doing plays and whatever he wanted to do. So when I wanted to move to California to get away from the snow and ice, because he wasn't there to help me dig, and I have, a lot of hip problems. So it's sort of like, and my oldest daughter was living in California, and I wanted to be out there with her and support her. But he fought me tooth and nail, and that poor little kid had to go through this huge battle all throughout her teenage years. And so she's just been through a lot, but she's acing it, man. She's not suicidal. She's not, on drugs. I mean, I don't know if she's doing. She's not. She seems like she's good. She seems like she's doing great. She's got this.
She's got a good head on her shoulders by the sounds.
She really does. Yeah.
Sounds like she's killing it. Tell her more power to her.
I know.
Yeah.
Like, damn. The way she's booking flights on her own, and like she's paying for her own rent. I did just send her some I did send her a little help though, because her boyfriend is sort of strong. I just wanted her to have enough. But mostly she's doing it on her own. She has her own job. She pays her own rent. She's
Brilliant.
paying off her debt. I mean, that's a big deal.
Well,
It
she had
is
a good
I'm very
teacher,
proud of her.
didn't she?
I just talked to her.
She's had a good
What was it,
teacher with
hon?
you, Rose. She's had a good teacher.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty proud of it. And then she was telling me she visited my son for 6 days, and she was just like, "You raised a very cool, independent." My son is like, he's pretty cool kid too. I mean, he's 29. He's in 2 bands. He's got a full-time job. He pays. He has his own apartment now. He's not living with his loser roommates anymore. He's living on his own, enjoying with their weird dogs. He's got his own place now, and he's got the fact that he has 2 bands and plays out, and is paying his own rent and has a job. I mean, he's got a girl who's in love with him, a girl he's in love with. They're not the same girl, but he's living life. He's out there. They're living life. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, they're not
Good for
around
him.
me. I don't get to see any of them very often, but I do get to talk to them. But at least I'm almost rather have them out in the world in their 20s.
Oh, I totally
You know
agree.
what I mean, right?
Yeah.
Instead of just hanging around
Well,
here.
they're confident. They seem confident, young, ladies and guy. Like, he's very confident. That's brilliant.
Yeah, and also very, very smart about not getting hooked on fentanyl and not taking weirdo shit drugs. And honestly, I think the boyfriend was a real blessing in the last couple of years, because where she has been in college, there's a lot of homeless and a lot of crazies moving in there. And I just feel, and she's a tall, slender, skinny chick who easily could be, she's not like a buff, badass fighter chick. He's protected her.
Yeah, it's like protection. Yeah.
Exactly. So I think it'll be sad if they break up. And if they can't heal it, I think it's going to be a big heartbreak for her. But she also wants to be young and cool and single and out there. So not out there hunting down
We've all
men.
had our heartbreak at some point, Rose, haven't we? And you think, you're never going to get over it, but you do.
And sometimes, when you break up and then you get the person back, you get back together, then you really know it's a strong.
Yeah, that's it.
Right?
Yeah, 100% on that one. Yeah.
Teresa Bronson is here. So you guys have had a pretty nice live. 5 hours now already, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's been really interesting.
What I miss? Any highlights you can fill me in on quick before I have to?
I'm gonna let them highlight you real quick. I'm gonna go check on y'all. I call my husband Beefcake, so if you hear me say Beefcake, that's what I'm talking about, because he is my beefcake. And I'm gonna go check on Beefcake real quick because he's packing, not to leave me or anything, because y'all know that I'm the bomb diggity, but and he gets to live with this. What up?
Wait, Beefcake is your son?
My husband.
Wait. Beefcake is your son or your husband?
My husband.
Sorry, I'm getting husband. Okay.
The man who pays my bills.
You were afraid he was going to move out on you? Is that what you were saying?
No, I said he won't. He's packing, but not to leave me. He's going on a business trip, so I'm gonna go check on him and see if he needs anything. So I will let. I think Wild Angel fell asleep, which is fine.
Oh, she was tired, I think.
Yeah. But I will let Maggie fill you in on something. It's been interesting, Rose. It's been. Tina came up for a little while. Maybe Maggie will talk about that a little bit.
Oh yeah, tell me about that.
I'll be right back.
Well, okay, Leanie. Well, Tina was talking about her experience of. She said she wasn't cheated on, but oh God, what was the word she used? Can anyone in chat remember the words that Tina used to talk about her boyfriend that she found was with someone else? But anyway, so she tells us about that, and then they were talking about boobs, boobs, big boobs, and Leanie said that they used to see her boobs first before they'd see her, and about them, whether they were droopy, whether they were firm. So there's Wild Angel, she's laughing. So then we got on to back surgeries and back problems and relationships. Oh, it's been all the topics of the world.
Wow. I'll have to go back and watch. I caught a
Listen
little
to
bit
that
of
laugh.
Tina. Yeah, that's awesome.
We've even heard Wild Angel's husband snoring. Oh, we talked
Snoring.
about
I know. I
dogs
keep
as
having
well.
to slap him in the shoulder. I'm like, dude, shh.
Go on, you can give your input, Wild Angel. I keep calling you Wild Angel. I'm terrified to call you your name and forget if I can.
Sherry. Yeah.
Is that okay for me to say that? Because
Yeah,
sometimes I
it's
say it
fine.
and I go, but yeah,
Gosh, I
it's
got to get
been.
ready to go, guys. I'm going to do a live. It's either at 10 or 11. I've got this water guy coming, so I'm going to do a live like at.
What time is it with you
It's
then now, Rose, so I can wear house?
It's going to be either 10 a.m. my time, which is in 2 hours and 20 minutes, or
Right.
it's 11. I think he's coming. Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So I got to get ready to move everything and go down there and meet this guy. I've been dreading this. I've been putting this thing off. They finally pressured me and they like threatened me if I don't have my water meter changed, they're going to like cut off my water or something like that.
Yeah, but they can't do that, Rose, can they? They can't cut off your water.
This is what I need to find out. They're threatening. They're literally
Well,
threatening.
let me tell you now, the woman next door to me said to me she has never paid a water bill. She keeps getting the letters through, saying pay your water, blah, blah, blah. She has never in any place that she's lived paid her water, she said, and I won't pay it either.
Wow.
And she's lived here now for over 20 years.
Wow.
And she said she has never paid her water. She said, I will never pay it. You shouldn't pay for our water, and I'm not paying. And apparently, I know here, they can't cut you off.
Really?
Well, that's here. I don't know about where you live.
Right, because the water company was sold to this California company, and that's why I feel like I'm up against some other entity that is not a regular main entity.
Yeah.
So this and I'm worried about this because they have raised the prices astronomically. And
it's terrible. I mean, there's Lizzo in chat. She's saying in the UK they can't cut you off. She's never paid her water either.
Well, really?
So I would ask someone around your area, because who doesn't pay, there'll be someone. I'm telling you, Rose, it should be free. You don't pay for your water. I wish I'd stopped.
Mama.
I'm
so I hope you
terrified
guys you're probably all too worn out to join me on my live at midday, but you can always catch up if you want.
I will be, Rose.
That'd be great, honey. I'd love to see you all there. It's between 10 and 11, and then I'll just probably, after the guy leaves, and I'll film the whole thing. I'll be on my phone. Then I'll probably do hang out and talk with you guys, around lunch time.
Okay, Rose.
Okay. Love you guys. I will be back. Love you. Thanks for having me
See you
up.
later.
I will see you in the chat. Big kiss.
She's funny. So as far as I know, I do know that they can't cut your water off here. So I think she needs to find someone who lives close by who won't pay the water, because as you know, there's always someone, and see what the score is there.
Right.
Because I know they can't cut you off here. So, and the bills are just terrible. I mean, I'm upstairs in the bedroom till about 4 o'clock to stop putting the heating on, because it's warm here in bed. I'm sitting in bed all this time to not put the heating on. It's because it's cold downstairs, and I'm trying to save, because it's just so expensive.
Yeah. Here in the States, you have to pay the water bill. They'll turn it off.
Do they really? Have you? Is that fact, that Leni?
Yes, it's a fact. They will turn it off.
Oh my God!
Because it's owned water. So, yep, they will turn it off.
Oh my God!
Will. In fact, that's how they evict. That's how they get. Because it's kind of hard. It's getting harder to evict people. It's called the squatting laws and stuff.
Yeah.
Now. So it's getting hard to evict people out of properties and even out of your own home. If you have somebody come and live with you. And one of the ways that people, how they get people to move out is they'll start turning off the electricity, the water, stuff like that. Yeah.
I think what some of them are doing now is the landlords is they pay everything, and then you've got to pay them, so you can't get out of not paying your water. Do you know what I mean? You've got to pay the landlords. So
Yeah,
I
and
think,
that's how the landlords do it too.
yeah,
So, yeah, everything. Well, here, like if you move in, I haven't rented in years. We've always owned
no,
our homes, but here you have to just put everything into your name. But I have heard more and more landlords, and honestly, if I was ever going to rent a property, I would still have everything in my name and have the
yeah,
tenants pay me. That way,
yeah,
if they quit paying, um, then I can turn everything off and
yeah. Well, I'd
they're
do
gonna
that.
leave.
Yeah, put it in your
Mhm.
name. That's how they're doing it now. They're
Mhm.
getting on to people not paying the stuff. So I mean, there's a girl over the road won't pay her gas. She's saying, no, I'm not paying it. So they're getting all kinds of bailiffs turning up to say you are paying it, and she's saying, no, I'm not paying it. So she won't answer the door to them, and that's been 12 months, and she
That's
got her
insane.
own gas meter in.
Mhm.
So, and she hasn't paid. So she's up on all this. Do you know what I mean? Where me, Lainey, I'm terrified. I'd be scared. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'd be going, oh my God, they'll catch it in the end.
Mhm.
So I do get scared. I mean, as for TV license, I'm going to stop paying that because I know loads who don't pay it. You get a letter every 2 years asking if everything's still the same. You know, you're not watching your TV and the channels that you got to pay for, and you just click the box and say no, and that's it for another 2 years. I mean, to be fair, I only watch catch up anyway because I'm also
Yeah.
on here looking at YouTube. So
Mhm.
that's something I'm really considering not paying.
Well, so we have on this property we have a whale. So, we don't have to pay water. We don't have to pay for our water because
All
we own the
right.
water here, but unless you live like out in a property that's got your own well, like you're using city water, they're gonna get their money. That's for sure.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
It's all the bills that I mean, I just don't understand how these young families are coping because even days out here now, the prices that they're charging, for little, like they have little fun days and stuff like that, and the prices they're charging families to get in. I mean, there's an aquarium and it costs, this is going back, 20 years, and there was myself, Alec, Ryan was a baby in the pram, and me nephew, and it cost us £75 to get in and that was
Wow.
20 years ago, Leanie. And the price
Wow.
now that you want to see how much it is, these little theme parks and stuff,
Oh,
and it's just honestly. And now there's one in Blackpool. You used to go in, famous Blackpool Beach park, and now you've got to pay to get into the place itself that you just used to walk in, and you get your bags checked to make sure that you haven't brought any food in. Whereas we take our own food, sit at a little picnic table, and eat with all the kids. Well, you're getting your bags checked
yeah.
now. They don't even allow you to do that. It's
Wow.
just we're getting ripped off here. Honest to God, our country is just gone out the window. It's terrible.
Well,
Ter-
I mean, it's the same. I remember when people, and my husband and I were talking about this. I remember just 10 years ago in the US, if somebody said they made six figures, like that was a big deal to be able to, I mean, everybody wanted to get to six figures. Most people didn't.
yeah.
Now in the US, if you don't make six figures, you're not living.
Oh
Um,
God.
you're probably not owning your own home. You're probably you're definitely not buying a new car anytime in the future. Um, I feel like they keep everybody um at below, like right above poverty line. That's what I feel like.
Yeah.
So what happens is the more people start to make it their jobs, like everybody here was screaming, we need to raise the y'all, my brain is starting to shut off seriously, but we need to raise
Oh.
uh the what is it, minimum wage. Jeez Louise.
Yeah. I
Raise
got
minimum,
it.
but what happens is when they raise minimum wage, then everything else is just going up too because they need to keep you like
Yeah.
as close as they can. They don't want you to get ahead.
Oh no. Oh
Because then
no.
because they look at it like, well, first of all, you'll depend on the government more, right? If
Hmm.
it's sad to say, but a lot of people live on assistance because it's easier to live on assistance than to go out and work a full-time job and get the same thing. You know what I mean?
Well,
Like the same place to live, the same um, things in life. You know what I mean? So it's just really weird. It's like it's so weird how
yeah,
things.
there's a lot here don't want to work, Lenny. They get a lot of money off the government
Uh-huh.
for saying they've got mental health problems because that's something that no one can prove. Do you know what I mean? So there's a lot of
Hmm.
them claiming for mental health and they're okay that I know of. And, the likes of people are going to work every day and they're getting hardly anything.
Hmm.
And if it's for working like 5 days a week, it's just crazy. Honestly, it's
Hmm.
crazy. But now what they're getting now, it's a universal credit. I believe it's awful. I don't know much about it, but it's a pittance. I'm told what these families, young kids, with babies and that are on,
Hmm.
how they're surviving. I just don't know. It's awful.
Yeah, it is. It is
And
really
they're saying
awful.
they've got no money. We've got. They're saying, we've got people sleeping in doorways,
Mm.
thousands like yourselves, and our government are giving money to everyone, but not our own.
Yeah, we got this. Yes, we have the same thing here.
How
We've
bad?
got veterans, people that fought for this country that are sleeping on the streets. And mind you, a lot of the homeless people that are homeless, they want to be homeless because of
Same.
their mental illness. You know what
Yes.
I mean? They can't be
Yeah.
with people.
Oh.
And I know, but you know what? We sh if I if I ever had money, and I won't, but if I ever had big money, like in every big city, I would build a concrete
Oh my God! I
building
said the same.
that was.
I said the same
Yes. And and
for
and
sure.
people say, "No, you wouldn't, because you would have squatters and it'd be dirty, it'd be this, it'd be that." But you know
No.
what? Then maybe it would be, maybe it wouldn't be. I don't know. But then I would hire those same homeless people to go around that area,
Yeah.
and or maybe just on their floor and clean, and then they could still stay there for free. You
Yeah.
know what I
Yeah.
mean? And nobody will mess with them and stuff like that. I
Yeah.
think money's being put in the wrong places.
It
So
definitely
whenever
is.
I hear we're giving other people billions of dollars and we've got homeless people here,
Yeah.
we should. And on top of that, the medical crisis that are going on, people can't afford health care, and they can't afford their medications and stuff like that.
I mean, we're lucky in
It's
that way with the NHS. So we're very fortunate.
Good
it's
morning,
an
ladies.
good morning,
Morning, Rich.
Richie.
Well, Maggie actually, called me out in the live chat, so I said, okay, I guess I'll come by and say hi for a bit.
Good. Well, you've took your time, Richie.
No, I was
You
just,
did.
just hanging out.
God, you know how to make us wait, don't you?
Oh yeah, I forgot. Never keep the ladies waiting, right? Never keep ladies waiting.
You're a tease, Richie.
That's a
You're a
bad
tease.
thing.
You've teased
I'm
us.
not a tease, man. Shit.
Yeah, you are teasing and
I'm
flirting
not.
with Team Rose. Getting you. Oh.
Yeah, well, even
But
though
who couldn't love her? Who couldn't love her, Rich?
wow, you just took over the whole show, huh? Shit. Timeline. Yes, you sure did.
I try to bring I think the idea of having co-host is kind of cool because then I can do whatever
co-host.
I need to do.
What you said
But
earlier, I'm sorry, but what you said earlier, I was laughing right here when
oh, the Lady and Richie show.
Yeah, I was like, what the hell?
We should have a Leanie and Richie show at
Once
least
a week
once a month.
Yeah, it had a good ring to it.
The
Leanie and
Lenny and
Richie
Richie
show. Yeah.
We could go viral, Richie.
Yeah,
Oh,
definitely.
shit.
Go
You
for
sure you
it,
want to do
guys.
that? Are you sure you want to do it?
Yeah, go for it.
God.
Oh my
It would
God.
be.
Go
Oh,
viral?
sorry.
Oh,
Hold
man.
on.
I mean, I have enough, trolls on social media, but man, can you imagine if it went viral? Hey, that'd be crazy.
Oh, that'd be great. So you need to do it. Definitely Leanie and Richie show. Just
Yeah, I
once a
think we
week. We'd love
I
that.
think we should. It would be fun because Richie's easy to work with. I mean,
Yeah,
to
God,
me, he was
thanks.
so easy.
he
So
And
is. He
easy.
just sits
That's
there,
a
doesn't
posting
he? And
name.
he's that good with it.
yeah, and when I needed a break, like, to go
Yeah.
smoke or make myself some food, I was starving. He's like, "I got it. Go ahead." And I still had my headphones on, so I was listening to
Oh,
him.
Oh, you
And
did,
he
huh?
was yeah, and he was just rolling with it. I was like, "Right on."
Well,
Like, yes.
I do have a lot of experience with social media, but I'm not an expert. But when it actually comes to like panels and stuff, I've learned over the years how to actually talk to people and the live chat. So I've learned a
maybe I
lot.
will, Rich.
And
Maybe
shit.
I will.
I think you do well too, Maggie. I've had to leave
Yeah.
you
Oh,
and
no, I
Angel
talk
alone.
too much. I know I talk too much. I get carried away. I forget there's other people wanting to talk as well. I do. I hold my hands up to that.
Well, you're sensitive to, like, if the host says, "Hold on just a second," and they have to do so you're sensitive to that and you're able to stop, and that's good because you want to have people talking and being able to carry a conversation. Um, but there are some people that come up on panel and you're like, "Hey, hold on just a second. Hold on a second." One time I
Yeah.
was listening to Rose before I became a subscriber of Rose, because I told you I was hanging out and, figuring things out. And one time she had like two guys up on panel and they were all talking, and she was just being quiet and doing her whatever she was doing and letting them have a discussion. And then she kept trying to pipe in to say something and they wouldn't let her talk. They were just talking over each other. And I
Mm.
mean, she let them have it. Let me talk on my GD panel. It's my panel, for the love of God. And I giggled so
Oh,
hard.
I
I was
know.
like, "Give them hell. Give them hell." So, there are some people that just don't know, you
Yeah.
know, that, especially when the host needs to stop it a minute and handle business on the channel. But I think you've got that. And I like people that talk and can keep a conversation going. That's what I loved about Richie the other night too. Boy, he was on it.
Thanks, Lainey.
Oh, you're welcome. I'd love for you to come. I love just hearing you talk. I think all of you, English people, and then the Aussies need to get together, and all of you have your own channels, so I can come and hang out and just listen to you guys talk.
Well,
Because
we think the same about yous. I love your accents. Every one of yous are all a little bit different, and it's just I love it. I could never. I'd love to try, and I have tried, but I just can't do it.
yeah, I can't do it either. I can't. And you know what's funny was my husband yesterday. It, he listened. Because I asked him to Warrior Nun came up on panel and talked to us for a little bit about her life yesterday. And I asked my husband, I said, I need you to listen to this because my husband's done a lot of research in areas that I haven't about like child trafficking and things
Yeah.
like that. Um, and so I was like, can you listen to her story and then give me your take on it, what you thought? And he did, and he didn't listen to her for maybe not even 2 minutes, and he stopped it because he was listening to it in his earphones, and because I'm not gonna you know how I feel about listening back to my lives, and he was listening to his earphones, and he stopped it, and he said, um, "She is, in what's it called? Indigenous? She's from the indigenous area," and I was like, and she told me that later on. So he hadn't
Oh,
even heard that yet, but he can recognize the
yeah.
different accents and where people are from. I was like, "How did you know that?" And he's like, "Yeah, she's like really close to she sounds very much like she's um Aborigine." And I
Oh,
was like,
wow.
"Wow." So he can tell the different accents and stuff and I was
Oh,
like, "Well, carry on."
I know.
I think
And
that's cool.
see, I say users all sound the same. I mean, I can since I've been listening to you talking on YouTube, I can tell some of the difference, but I think you all sound the same. I mean, I only recognised the difference between yous and Canadians is they say house differently or out.
Uh-huh.
You know, they say that. That
Yeah.
was the only way I could
Mhm.
tell the difference between the two. But I now I've realised across America all the difference. There's a little difference with you all when you're all together. I can hear the difference, but
You
otherwise I
can?
wouldn't. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, especially probably like for Richie and I, we have totally different ways of our accents are different. Richie doesn't think he has an accent. He has a complete accent.
No, I don't.
And I can definitely tell that. I mean,
He's
because to
from
me,
California, right?
a lot of Californians talk just like Richie talks,
All
and
mellow
well,
and
so
shit. Like
to me,
real
you
mellow.
talk the same.
I
To
mean,
me now, I can't tell the difference in your accents.
really.
Yeah, can't.
So
You
what if
just sound the
somebody?
same.
What if someone? Well, I think Harvey's the one that one time said to me, I hear California in your voice." And that's the only time I've ever been told that.
Yeah.
But when somebody real Southern comes up here, can you tell the difference in that? Like a
yeah, yeah,
Northern
yep,
accent?
Yeah, I
of
can see
course.
I can
Yeah,
hear a little bit, but
yep.
you and Richie definitely sound the same.
Yeah. Well, the longest of my childhood, the longest period other than living where I'm living now was 8 years, and it was in Southern California. So everybody talked where I grew up at. That's what they sound like. What Richie. So that's also why I right away like I connected with Richie because
Yeah.
it's like listening to people in my childhood again talk.
Oh, okay.
It's the
So
R's. The
Catch a
R's are
rebel.
very pronounced.
I agree, man. Yeah, about the
yeah,
veterans. Yeah, yeah, of course.
for sure,
Yeah,
for sure.
because on my mom's side of the family, a lot of them served their country, and we only had one who came back from Vietnam, and a long
Oh
story
wow.
short, uh he was a cool guy, but he got really deep into drugs and alcohol, especially heroin, and
Hmm.
he died back in 1989 when I was like 14 years old. He was my cousin Junior, and he had PTSD, and you know he just couldn't deal with the flashbacks and the
Mm,
PTSD, so he used hard drugs, and he used hard drugs over there too,
yeah.
and it was sad, and we offered to just get him help, but I mean he was too deep into it, so like
Yeah.
after a while, he overdosed and he died in like 1989. So and
Yeah.
yeah, it's I mean that war, well, just like any war messes up a lot of man, you know.
It does mess up, and
Yep.
people don't really realize like what those men and women go through.
Oh
They don't
no,
under.
yeah.
I don't think people really understand what the word freedom means and how we got it. You know what I mean? Like the real price. They just think, oh, yeah, we went to war and like I'm sorry, some people were killed and stuff. But what about the living that come back from war too?
Yeah.
And they're
Yeah.
never the same. They're
Yep.
never
Hmm.
the same. And there is no, you guys, there's no helping them because
They
they've
can't even
seen the
sleep at
most.
times. They can't even
Yeah,
sleep. Yeah.
yeah, they've
Oh,
seen the most vile, tragic
Yep.
things
oh
that their
God.
minds will not shut off and they
Yeah.
can't be helped. So
Hey,
I don't know.
yeah,
I come
yeah.
from a long line of military men
Okay.
and
Good.
I'm a patriot
Same here.
100%.
Same here. Because my mom takes that shit seriously, man. Yeah, I mean, especially with the American flag, because we always fly that outside of our home and everything and all that kind of stuff. But I remember there was many guys that I used to work with when I used to work in the restaurants and at the school district, especially with the maintenance department, and a lot of those guys were like in Vietnam and Iraq and shit. But I remember I used to work at this one. It was a diner, right? And there was this guy who I worked with. His name was Frankie, right? His name was Frankie, and he's probably at least, well, this was like back in like 2005, I think, and now he's probably about in his mid 70s now. So he didn't tell me right off the bat, but uh he had like the left side of his face, it was like kind of burned and shit, like burned, and he had a fake eye, like, in his left, the socket, right? Is that what you call it? Like his eye socket. Is that what you call
Yes.
it?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So one time we were, after work, well, having some, some weed and some beers and shit, and that buzz, kind of got to him because he was older than me, and he just kind of told me a little story about how he got burned, and I said, all right, well, I never asked you about it, bro. He's like, nah, it's all good, Rich. He's like, what happened was he was a medic in Vietnam for like 4 fucking years and shit, and he said that they were shot down by the Viet Cong in a helicopter with the RPG, and they went down and they crashed, and there was some Americans in that fucking helicopter that died. Well, they were injured badly, but they all died in there, but only him and the pilot kind of made it out. Well, they did make it out, but they, the fire was so hot, right, with all the fuel burning, they really couldn't go in there and save lives and stuff. But after he did his time, he came back to the States, and he went to school to work for the emergency room, right, as a nurse. So he only lasted like about 6 months. And I said, 6 months? He goes, yeah, man. I didn't quit, but well, I resigned. I said, why'd you resign, bro? Because that is some good fucking money you're making. Plus, you have the the experience. He goes, well, I started to just get the flashbacks and the PTSD, because I was over there. And then I said, wow, really? He said, yeah, but I told my boss, he said, look, I can't do this. I appreciate the offer, but I seen a lot of young men died in my fucking arms that I try to save. And I was like, oh my God, bro, that's fucking crazy, man. And then I told him, all right, Frankie, so look, say if I got shot right now, or if I got stabbed and shit, you would know what to actually do. He goes, well, it depends where you're shot at. He's like, if you get shot in the liver, you are pretty much done. He's like, if you get shot in your leg, well, up by your inner thigh, you will bleed like a son of a bitch, like a water hose, just he's like, but I could actually keep people alive until the medics come, but that's all depends. I was like, that's some crazy shit you've been through, bro. I just want to just share that story. Yeah.
Thank you, Richie.
Oh.
I mean, he was a good. I mean, he was a cool guy, but I mean, after he resigned as a nurse, he became a chef. The rest of his life.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. It breaks my heart, you guys. It breaks my heart. I know there's nothing really you can do because
but that must have been hard though, huh?
Yeah.
No, but I mean, I'm sorry to like put you out, but I mean, being a medic that over there, that's crazy shit, man.
Yeah, it's
probably bloody as hell too, man. Shit.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. It makes me ill. All right, Harvey's looking for an American woman that can get him a green card.
Yeah. And I'm going with him, and so was Maria Jane, Lizzo. So we're all coming over.
Sounds great. Sounds great. Come on.
I love America.
Oh, I'd love to go over and meet you all aboard.
So if there's any like woman if there's any American woman in here that needs a Harvey,
American woman, stay away from me.
Yeah, he's only looking for a green card. He needs a marriage for I don't know how many years you
He's-
need it for that.
He's got a few bob as well. He's got a few bobbies, you know. He's minted loads of money. There you go, Harvey. He'll share it with you, won't you, Harv?
But here's what I will say, Harvey. I mean, talk is cheap, buddy. So anybody could say they got money. So we're gonna, before I let any of my subs marry you, we're gonna have to see some W-2s and a bank account. I was just joking, kind of, but yeah, there's been a lot of people that have messed with people thinking that offering all this stuff,
Yeah.
and guess what happens? They don't have shit.
Oh, of course.
They don't have a pot to piss in.
I've heard loads of them. Yeah.
Mhm. So we're gonna need some proof. That's all I'm saying.
Proof, Harvey. Let's see your bank.
And not, yeah. And Harvey, I also have to tell you this, Harvey, a BMW means nothing.
Jack shit.
Really.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean anything. You got to come up with a different car. Because BMWs, like the thugs in our country, are driving BMWs now.
A BMW, a big Mexican woman, or what?
Yeah, we call them Beamers here.
Oh yeah,
Beamer.
Yeah.
Beamer, yeah.
So you got to come up with a different car, because an American woman is not going to be like, oh, he's got a Beamer. Yeah. Like, let's go hit him up. Yeah, you got to come up with something else. I'll give you a list of things that, and you know what? A lot of American women, even if you say you have like a lot of money, we don't give jack shit about that either.
Yeah.
No,
but,
really.
Harvey, there is a flip side to the American woman nowadays, because I've seen it for a long time now. You have a lot of independent women out there.
Oh yeah.
That like having their own space, their own place, and they would rather have their boyfriend have their own place. So they
damn right.
It is.
Do you know what? I think that's a good idea, Richie. I think if you were together but live separately.
Yes.
I think it's brilliant.
You're right. Plus, they don't mind, the whole drive to go stay at his place for the weekend, or he doesn't mind, driving over there.
Exactly. It keeps it alive. I think it keeps it alive.
It actually changes a lot.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with you on that one.
Yeah, but a lot of
I have a mortgage
out there, who are independent. No.
Maria said, I like Volvos. That is funny. Hey, Harvey, I can show you my mortgage payment too. That doesn't mean that I'm money. Yeah, got to drive an Audi. Yeah, teacup. So I'm going to have to get you a list of what's going to impress the ladies here, because shooting it out that your house is worth $1.2 million here.
Or your tax
Say it how it is, Leanie. Go on, girl.
It's just not impressive. It's not, because what you don't understand is trailers here in the USA now, you're not getting a trailer for less than $80,000 single wide. So can you imagine getting a 3-bedroom, 2-car garage house? I mean, your $1.2 million ain't going very far, but maybe 2 years here in the USA. It's just not. So Richie is right. Women, a lot of women now, we're working. We've got our own money. We can do our damn selves. So what I want to know is what you can bring to the table other than your money and your Beamer.
Yeah.
That, I haven't heard yet. I have not heard yet those magical words that every woman looks for. Because all of us don't give a damn. All of us don't give a damn about your money or what you're driving. I mean, we could all sit around and say, y'all, I drive this and I got that.
Ladies, don't you just love this woman? Don't you just love this woman? Go for it, Leanie.
Yeah, we don't. We're not impressed by that.
Nope.
Nope. Times have changed.
Oh, so much so. And Harvey, I've all my house is paid for as well. Like she says, it's very different now. I mean, there's girls want so much different than what you can offer. I mean, it's good to know that you be set up, but I don't know. I wouldn't be the type of girl that'd be interested at all in that.
Yeah, I'll
So,
give you a list though if you're interested in it. One
yeah,
house each. Yeah,
ladies.
we can get our own house. Believe you me, we're all sitting in some sort of dwelling, whether it's a house, a trailer, an apartment, a hotel even. So you got to come up with something different than that.
Oh, so hang on. Plus, I have a very high IQ. Oh, well, you know what? Mine's the worst in the world. So I would never be attracted to someone for his IQ. Sorry, Harvey.
But
That's
I can
definitely a
dox
no
where
for me.
well,
So come
I'm
on,
not
something
asking.
else.
Believe me, Harvey, I'm not asking you to dox anything. I'm just letting you know if you're really looking. And that's what I've seen. I've been watching you in chat, Harvey. Now I love you. Bring it in. Let's hug this out. And I'm watching you, Big Daddy. Okay, I see it. But what I'm saying is, all this little sweet stuff you're putting in here, us women are sitting here going, "Oh hell no, we're running. We're running." He's looking for something that we're not willing to give, and he's got something, and he ain't got something that we need. And it's not money. We're not on here because we want money.
I mean, there's always someone out there that would take him for his money. Do you know what I mean? And you don't want that, Harvey.
That's
you
not
don't
the one
want
you
someone
want.
to want you for your money. You want someone to want you for you. So don't ever go on about saying you've got money and you've got your house and you've got this, because that's just going to attract the wrong women.
It is really, it's a letdown.
It
it is.
Honestly, love, it's. I mean, I've never gone with anyone who's had a load of money. Do you know, it never bothered me. But you want someone for you, not for your money. So I would not be advertising that, love.
I really like this comment that Teacup Mama said. She said, "Nice small gestures and being humble. My dad was very successful, but never talks about it or shows it. Can't flash the wealth here." And that is true.
Yeah,
because
it is true.
People who've got money, people
Mm-hmm.
who've got money don't talk about it.
Yeah.
And people, they just don't. I know somebody who owns his own business. He's very, very, very successful, and he makes a lot of money. But you know what he tells everybody he does? He tells everybody he's a janitor.
Oh.
They're called custodians now.
Good.
Well, when he was growing up, I mean, none of my family's politically correct, y'all.
I was one for a long time, custodian, and I loved it.
But yeah, so he will tell everybody because
I might do it again.
Go do it. So
I used to be one for 15 years at the school.
But I promise you, $1.2 million or whatever you're bringing that's not going to last 2 years here in the United States. It won't. It won't. Not cash money, no.
Hey,
if I sell over $1 million, not bad really in my education. What do you do now for work? If you don't mind me asking. No. I'm talking to Harvey. I'm sorry. I have to get into this with Harvey.
I think he's retired, Lena.
You're retired.
I'm not sure if he's 65. You're 65, Harvey?
Yeah.
Hang on. He's put, I don't.
A great lover.
Said earlier. Hey, I remember,
Harvey, nowadays women can buy a lover. Did you know that? You still are not saying the words that a woman wants to hear. I'm watching though. When you come up with that word, I'm going to hit the bingo bell. You're going to have it. Keep thinking you're smart. You're saying you got a high IQ. You say you're smart. So you're going to get it, because right now, all this stuff that I've seen put out, I'm just not drinking the Kool-Aid, but you'll figure it out. You're smart. You're smart. Keep going. Keep going.
Oh, who, me? Well,
yeah.
I mean, okay.
He works part time. Sorry, Razor. I was just saying he works part time. I got it wrong.
No, but
okay.
Well, it's actually been a while, but I used to hang around with a bunch of friends, right? Males and females, right? For many years, right? And most of the time, like at a barbecue or like a birthday and all kind of stuff, like the party dies down and there's just a few of us outside, right? With drinks and all that kind of stuff, right? And that was when I would try, not actually try, but I would pick these chicks' brains and shit, right?
Yeah.
Just to see where their mindset's at about relationships or guys, etc. Right? So
Yeah.
we would have these deep conversations in backyards and shit, right? By the pool or the barbecue, right? And you know, we are still friends, still like, you know, on you know, Facebook and Instagram and everything, but we don't really hang out like we used to, right? Because you know, we all get older and everything, you know, and they have families and shit and everything. But the ones who I know, you know, they work for the state, the county, the you know, the city. Some of them, you know, working you know, at the border, you know, or a CO at the prison or in the office at the prison. And a lot of these women are, you know, single mothers and shit. And I've always asked them, would you go out with any guy who makes less money than you? Some of them said yeah, but then there was a lot of them who said if and I was like, wow, no, this is what they said. If he's not on my tax bracket, then I want to pass. I said, why is that though?
Oh my God.
Because he brings nothing to the fucking table, Rich. I was like, oh shit, and then I was like, okay, so what do you really look for if you were to go out with the guy, right? And it, you know, grew from there. Pretty much they all said, and I kind of agree with them. They said financial stability. I said, yeah, that makes sense because most women want that, right? Tell me I'm lying. Because yeah, they want financial stability. Do you think they want to fucking, you know, struggle and just make ends meet? Well, the ones from the hood don't, you know, care. But I mean, you do have a lot of females out there now who can actually just take care of themselves. They own their own homes and shit now, man. I mean, my mom was never that type to just stay home. No, both of my parents worked full time all the time. So that's how I, you know, grew up too. Like, you know, my dad worked full time, my mom worked full time. My mom refused to fucking stay home. And I don't even know how she raised 3 boys, man. And I was like, and she worked, she cooked. I mean, she would shop. I mean, I don't even know how the hell she did all that, you know, because you know, boys are rough, you know, growing up and shit. You know, I mean, my little brother always had to go to the hospital because, well, he got cut, you know, on his head and shit. You know, he had to get stitches, and he was always sick, you know, with asthma. And it's like, mom was just superwoman, man, like crazy.
Oh, I appreciate you saying your mom was a superwoman.
Oh, she was, man. She was, man. I mean,
you know, that is so endearing to me because all moms need you guys.
Are the backbone, man.
Oh gosh, Richie, you just stole my heart.
What did I miss that? What did you say, Richie?
Things I say. Well,
he said that his mom was the backbone, that his mom was a superwoman, and
isn't that fab?
Big time.
Mothers need to hear that, you guys. Moms need to hear, and I'm not just saying that because I'm a mom.
No,
but
I agree.
Moms are the most. Being a mother is the most thankless job in the world, but it also is the most rewarding.
Do you get good remarks from your children? Do you get good things said to you to make you feel good about yourself?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Brilliant. That's fabulous.
Yeah. My kids are, you know, the older they get, you know, right? The older
well,
they
get. I'm hoping that because it's a very thankless job. I don't feel made to feel special by mine. I've only got one child, but when he was younger, I was his world. But now he's like holding on his own feet. I mean, he'll say to me, like I say, you have respect, I'm your mum. And he says, you're no different than anyone else.
How old is he?
He's be 22 this month.
Oh, honey, that changes.
Does it? I hope so, because it breaks my heart. It really does, because I do everything for him, Lainey.
And honey, that's part of the problem, though.
I know, but I'm being honest with you, right? I mean, Maria G knows this. She knows the story. Before Christmas, the man over the road, he's 53, and he lived with his mum. His mum was 91, 92, and she passed away. He was an only child, and I only found this out afterwards. They always went away on holiday together, went everywhere together. The dad died a few years back, and everywhere he went, he was with his mum. And anyway, she passed away in November last year, and so he was on his own. So I said, I mean, like, I'm disabled, but I've got a brain and I can speak. So I said, if you need a hand with anything, let me know and I'll help you if I can. He didn't know what to do. It turned out his mother paid for absolutely everything. Everything. So when he worked, his money was his own. So then he had to take over the house and bills, and he just was losing it. He said, I just don't know how to cope. And it was, so I had to arrange the entire funeral. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to step back from my son here, because to see him, that made me step back, and I have stepped back an awful lot. And he doesn't depend on me. He's very confident, and he'll do he won't even let you show him how to do something, and he'll do it wrong, and I go, well, you didn't let me show you. And he just won't. He's very, he thinks, I mean, he's at that age now where he thinks he knows it all. You've never lived. He knows everything. And I have a step back because I don't want him to be like that. But he isn't. Yeah. He isn't turning out to be like that, which is good. He's very independent. He'll do his own calls and stuff like that. Which, I was worried he would never be able to do that, because I did do so much for him. So you've got to be kind, haven't you, to step back, to let them do their own thing eventually. And it doesn't get you any more love, any more respect. It doesn't. Yeah. It goes the opposite. It goes the opposite way. That is, my mum used to say, the worse you are, the better you're thought of. And that is a fact.
Well, what happens is, instead of them, the longer you keep doing it, especially when they go into adulthood, the longer you keep doing it, they just think that that's how the relationship is supposed to be. Yeah. So you raise the child knowing that, like, my kids all got their first job when they were 15 years old.
Wow.
It was just a part-time job, maybe a babysitting job or fast food or something like that. Because, and I always thought to myself, I want to set my kids up where that they had an very independent life, aside from me. I wanted to be the mother that, now I wanted all my kids to live in the same kind of area, at least the same state. Yeah. But if they moved even a couple states away or whatever, hey, little girl, if they moved even a couple states away, that it would just be so special to come together. You know what I mean? And and I know they were safe, and I knew that, and I would know that they knew how to handle life. So I raised them very independent like that. And so much so that, like, the youngest one, who's 15 years difference in him and my older three, there's 15 years difference. He actually wanted to get a job, like, when he couldn't wait to turn 15
well,
years old.
He's like this. He wants to do this. He's still in university. This is his final year. He's done 4 years in uni. So hopefully he'll get his cap and gown this year. So, but he's good in that way. He's got a good head on his shoulders.
Well, that's
he
good.
Knows. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it'll come around. I really do, because each child and each parent go through the hard times at different stages and different ages of their life. But 22 is still very young and not old enough to appreciate.
I have been told that. I have been told that. Yeah. But when it comes to Mother's Day, and you don't get anything, and it just breaks your heart. It's just another day. Mm-hmm. And it was last year for the first time that I got something. And you know what? It didn't matter what it was. But I was just, oh my God, it did not make me feel good. I got really weepy because
Mhm.
I thought he's remembered, you know what I mean? It was Mother's Day, and because I told him, I said, you know, it hurts how important it is, what Mother's Day is, and stuff like that, trying to tell him. But anyway, so that's where I'm at. It's just, I feel like it's just a thankless job right now.
And it is, but I'm telling you, the relationship changed, and it may take him becoming a parent himself before he just sits back and realizes, dang, my mom, she
Hmm.
did it all. Like, I don't even know how my mom did it. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So sometimes it takes some kids like living life that long before they value their parent,
Hmm.
and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it doesn't. So
I've seen it.
um
I've
it'll
seen
come
it.
I promise it changes.
Yep.
It changes all the time.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
but once they become you develop a friendship, they'll always be your child, and they look
Yeah.
for you for guidance or call you for prayer or something, when
Yeah.
that. But what happens is a friendship will take over, and then
We were
you'll end up
always
being their
so
best
close
friend.
till he was about, oh, I'd say till he was about maybe 18, 17,
Oh yeah.
18. We were always really close, you know. He'd come to me with anything. But now it's
It's so
totally
normal.
changed, is
Yes,
it?
it's so normal.
Oh,
Yes.
that's good.
Yes, because my baby, well, all of my kids, but my baby's the only one that went off to college, and
Yeah.
he was very close to me. Like he would wait till he would wait up for his dad to go to bed at night so he could just sit
Yeah.
up with me by himself,
I was the
and
same
we
way.
would
I
and we
was
would
the same
talk
way.
about.
Oh,
I was the same way.
Because at that point
Yep.
he could be a mama's boy, right? His dad
yeah.
wasn't there, and not that he came and cuddled with me at 16 years old, but he'd sit across the room and we would
Yeah,
just talk about stuff,
exactly.
and
Yeah.
and
God,
then when
I
he
was the
went
same way, man.
and then when he
Because
Oh.
went to
I've always
college.
felt more comfortable with my mom than my dad. I'm sorry.
No,
Oh.
it's okay. Then when he went to college, he became independent, and so when he comes home now, he always hugs me hello, always hugs me goodbye, but we don't talk. We don't talk, right? He doesn't call me on the phone anymore to talk to me. He calls me still if he needs prayer about something or
Yeah.
if he has anxiety about something, but the
Yeah.
phone calls are stretched out more, but I know from experience that once this part of his life is over, where he's got his first taste
Yeah.
of independence
Yeah.
out there, once that's over with, like, he's just going to be my boy again. And he's
I
never going to
hope,
be that.
because I miss him in that. I felt like I'd lost my son. You know, it was just hard. I mean, he always kisses me good night and
Uh
says he
huh.
loves me. He always does that. But all the rest of it has gone out the window, and I miss it. You know, I'm like, oh my God, where's he gone? It's you
Yeah,
just want
it's.
them to need you again, don't you? And
Mm,
little things like that. But I'm glad that he can do his own thing. He's got his own mind, and you know, I'm glad for all that. He's independent. That because I was worried about that because I did so much for him. And then after I did that
yeah,
for the man over the road, I knew that I had to really step back and stop trying to interfere and do things for him. And like he'd even say to me himself, Mum, I can do it myself. I can do it myself. And I go, no, 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 we are, you know. But like you say, it
hmm
doesn't get you anywhere. So I'm just holding out now, Leanie.
it'll happen. I promise. I promise. You're going to have an incredible especially since he does hug you goodnight still. You
Yeah,
know, you will have an incredible
Ah,
relationship
man.
with your son. I promise.
I hope so.
I got a story
Richie, was you
for both of
always
you
like
since
that
you're
with
here.
your mum, Richie?
Huh?
Was you always loving with your mum, or did you go through a stage where you backed off a little and you
Um,
wasn't so like nice
well,
as you know you should be?
well, my my mom is still alive. She will be 70 soon, and her and I have always been tight.
Oh,
Always been tight. But I do have a friend of mine since I've known since 1991. Um, you know, we used to work together, and
mm-hmm.
uh, her and her son, which he is my friend and everything, and her and her own son have always had a very rocky relationship, and it was always bad. But things are better now because he changed his ways a long time ago, and
Yeah.
I remember there was times where she would come to work, she was pissed off, she was oppressed because her son which he's a friend of mine. Well, I knew he was in jail before she did.
Yeah.
And it was
Oh,
the
yeah.
first time, right? It was the first time. And I remember I was at work, and then, she came in the morning and, and she had to talk to me. She's like, "Did you know he was in jail?" "Yeah." "How come you didn't tell me?"
Mhm.
He said, "It was 3 in the morning. What the fuck? I mean, I'm not going to call your house and, wake your husband up." Those kind of shit.
Yeah.
And then, long story short, right, she had a bail him out of jail, twice in the past.
Yeah.
And the third time he called, it was like 2 a.m. or like 2:30 in the morning. And her husband said, and they had an argument, right? And I was like, "You don't gotta tell me what really happened." She's like, "I need to vent out, Rich. Please hear me out." I was like, "Okay." She's like, he called from the county jail again, and then she told him, "Look, first time, okay. Second time, okay. Third time, no. You
Yeah.
straighten your fucking life out. I'm sorry, but you're staying in there." As he told him that, she goes, "Fuck yeah, I did." And then she said that her husband was about to get dressed and go over there, and she says, "Get your ass back to bed. You got to be at work at 6 a.m." And I was like, "Wow, really?"
Mm.
And then I said, "You told him that?" She's like, "Yeah. That money is for our bills and our rent and all this kind of shit, right?" And then she told me she got, yeah, wait. Yeah. She told me he got pissed. "Yeah, but that's her son." "Yeah, but he needs to fucking stay in there and figure out how to fix his life." I was like,
Yeah.
"Oh, man."
Mm.
Hey, but look, I told her, "Look, he is my homie and shit, but look, I have to take your side because you're right. This is the
Yeah.
third time,
Mhm.
and he's done, jail time like for a year one time, and he went to prison once too." And then I said, "Look, maybe this is the best thing for him to stay in there for a while, just to change his fucking ways,
Yeah.
BRB.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
his mom told me, "I am tired of wasting money on you. You have 2 daughters that you gotta fucking step it up and fucking get a job
Yeah.
and take care of them."
Hmm.
And she said that reality needs to hit him in the fucking face to fucking, man up.
That's
Yeah.
what my husband says that. I mean, my
Was she
son
wrong
has
about that? No. I don't think
well,
she was.
my son had a strict upbringing, not by me. I was the soft one. His dad was very strict with him. And so he's been brought up by a very strict dad. I was the soft one. So I give in, and that used to cause so much trouble in here, because I'd be like, "Oh, because he was a good kid, Richie, he was a really good kid." And dad was so strict with him. But now he'll go to his dad before he comes to me. So give up.
No, don't give up. No. I mean, my 20-year-old, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. You can hear you.
My 20-year-old is right now he's closer to his dad, because he doesn't want the mothering as much.
Yeah.
And
Same.
I've had to learn that. Like my husband had to tell me, like when he first went to college, my normal thing is to say, like, "What are you doing?" But what are you doing to me is not asking you what are you doing. It's a
Yeah,
greeting.
same. Yeah,
It's a
yeah.
greeting. But he wasn't taking it as a greeting. He's like, "Well, I'm doing
You
this
wanting
or
to
that."
know what he was up to. Yeah.
Yeah. So my husband, I talked to him about it. He said, "Look," he said, "don't ask him stuff like that. Don't call him and say, hey," or text him and say, "Hey, do you want this? Are you doing that?" He said, because I was like, "Why is your son calling you and not calling me?" Like,
Mm.
and he said, "Look," he said, "this is what I do when I get worried and I haven't heard from him for a day or two." He said, "I'll text him and whatever we have in common, which they have like football and racing and stuff." And he said, "I'll just send him a text that'll say like, did you see that the Kansas City Chiefs did this, or that the
Yeah.
Steelers did that. And he said, and he'll answer me, and I just know he's okay. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? He said, I
Yeah.
don't ask him, like, hey, are you okay? Do you need anything? Like he said, because if he needs something, he's going to ask me. So
Yeah.
I just put that out there. When he answers me
Yep.
back, then I know he's okay, and I leave it at that. He said, you got to find something that you have in
Yeah.
common. I about started crying. I was like, I don't have anything in common with my son.
Yeah. I
Because
know.
all I had in common with him was I was his mommy. And we
Exactly.
would sit up like after his dad went to bed and talk about things that were important to him.
Yeah.
And now he's in college and he didn't need that from me anymore. So
Oh, it's exactly the same for me, Leanie.
yeah, it comes
Exactly.
around though, I'm telling you, it does. And it's like when they become your friends, I mean, when they're old enough to be your friend and they come to you and they ask you for your advice every great now and then, it is a whole different ball game when they become your friends.
Yeah. I mean,
And
he never
so
goes out, only to uni and to the gym with his dad. And that's it. He doesn't go out the door. But he's in his room all the time on the computer. Not always playing games because he's a gamer. He's doing uni work and stuff like that. But otherwise, he comes out of his room, it's to eat or drink or ask his dad something. I just get a grunt.
yeah, that's the way my son is too. When he comes home, he'll hang out with his dad and in that room over there, watch a game with him or something. But for the most part, he hangs out in his room
Yeah.
because
I
he's
think they all
talking
do
to
at that age now, don't they?
yeah, and they're talking to their college buddies, and
Yeah.
my son's in a fraternity, so he deals with that. Teacup Mama, take the link. Come on up.
Oh shit.
Teacup
Steffers is
Mama.
live right now. Steffers is
What's up?
live, I think. Steffers.
Steffer.
Yeah, you know Steffers? No?
No, I don't.
Yeah, she's a YouTuber. She's cool.
What's her name?
Steffers.
Is that her channel name? Steffers?
Yeah, Steffers.
I've never heard of it.
Steffers.
I've heard of it, but it's Stephanie in here.
Yeah, Stephanie. Yeah, well, I mean, her real name is
Oh,
Stephanie, but yeah, she goes Stephanie.
What is she called Stephanie in the chat?
Is she in the chat or is she live? What are you telling us?
She's live.
Oh.
No, it's all right. No. She's fucking cool. She's cool.
Yeah, I have heard of Steffers, but I've never watched.
I mean, there are so many, channels out there that I watched, and then there's times they actually, go live, and there's times where I miss her live and I watch it later on. So, but like, there's times like, well, mostly like on a weekend, man. It's like I get all kinds of links, man, like in Messenger or on fucking Instagram with all these StreamYard links and shit just to join their panel. And it's like, look, I'm at the store or I'm shopping or I'm at the grocery store. It's like, well, I can't hop on right now, guys. Sorry, man. Shit.
Yeah, good to be wanted, Rich.
I'm not that fucking popular and shit, but damn, man. I'm like,
I loved it when Leanie asked me to come up. I felt that special.
Are you kidding me? Like,
Leanie. Hey, Leanie. You should have been a counselor, man. I swear to God, man.
Oh, no, I love her.
Great fucking feedback. I mean, you are very easy to fucking talk to, man.
And honest as well.
Yeah.
I love it. Yeah. Like Team Rose, just says it as it is, and I love it.
Team Rose, the one and only.
I want to ask Rose, you should be going live pretty soon, right, Rose?
Oh, she in chat again?
Yeah, she just came back in chat. She's actually talking to you.
Oh.
Maggie.
Team Rose.
So she must be listening.
Rose,
our mothering job is really over in the basic ways. Once our sons become age 12, it's something our loving mothers have to accept, I think.
Yeah.
I know it's hard, isn't it, Rose, when they don't need you anymore? But it's not even that he doesn't need me. It's just that I just feel like he doesn't care, and I really mean that. When he comes and kisses me goodnight, it's like, oh, I feel all good about it again. But
yeah,
before that, there's just nothing. I don't feel special to him in any way. And as a mum, like, you want to feel that little bit different, don't you? Well, I do. I want to feel that I'm something special to him. And when I put it to him, he says, "Of course I love you, mum. Of course, but but I say, but I'm your mum, right? You respect me. There's some things that you don't say to your mum that you say." He goes, "Yeah, it's different times now. You're no different than anyone else." And it's like, oh, give up in that way. You know what I mean? Just let's see what happens. But Leanie, as you say, let's see what happens.
I think something great's going to come of it. I really do. Because even, I mean, my son is 20 and he's going through that too. He don't have nothing to say to me or whatever. But
Yeah.
I do have, I do remember from my older ones doing it. They just didn't do it to this degree that he does
Yeah.
it with.
Do you think
But
it's at this era, it's all these kids at that age seem to be doing the same thing?
I don't know if it's this era as much, but I think that
Stop it, Rose.
I think it just depends on who who they are and how independent they are. And in the end, we want them to be dependent because we're not going to be here forever, right?
Yeah.
So we
Rose
really
looking,
want them to be
Rose,
independent.
talks to ladies and
Yeah.
shit,
So I think you're doing the right thing. I know it's hurtful. Like, I think I'm past the hurt of it, though. I really am. I'm just like, oh, nice to see you. Now
Yeah.
I just make a joke every time I see him.
Nah,
Oh,
you're eavesdropping,
nice.
Rosie. You're eavesdropping. I'm sorry.
Nice to see you. Stuff like that to him now, and he
Yeah.
just kind of giggles at it and does this thing, and then he's just honest with me. Like when it's time to go back to college, if he comes home on a break, and
Yeah.
and he's getting out of here. I mean, 6 o'clock in the morning, he's packing his car. He's out, and I'm like, oh, so are you happy to be going back to college? And he's like, yes, ma'am. I'm like, you don't want to stay here just a little bit? And he's like, no, not really. He's just like me when it comes. He's so honest about it. And I just giggle and I'm like,
Yeah.
one day you're gonna love me again. Like you're gonna
Yeah.
think I'm the cat's meow again. And he's like,
Yeah.
I love you now, Mom. He's like, just you're too much sometimes.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. That's exactly it. Yeah, it's just it got to. I mean, like you say, you're past the hair part. I'm still there, so I just want to pass that bit. You know what I mean? And just be like, okay, well, whatever. When he comes in, hello, and then just leave him to it. Because when he comes in, I go, "Hi, Dave, you had a good day. What's happening?" And it's like, just grunts. Like just can't be bothered. In other words.
Can't be bothered. That just reminded me. I remember a kid that was my nephew's friend, and he came over here from England somewhere, and he was doing some kind of work here, like work program here. So he had to go back to the UK. But so he worked at it was a kids camp. He came over to work, and that's what he used to say all the time. I can't be bothered.
Can't be bothered.
I love that. Hey, Evie. Good to see you. Team Rose, are you going to be going live? Did I miss that? What time did Team Rose say she was
10:30. 10:30, she say.
What time is it? What time? So it's 9:45. 9:45? Yeah, I think it's 9:45 where Rose is at. So
no, it's 8.
So it's a quarter to 2 here.
No, Rose and I are not on the same.
She's on the East Coast.
Are we?
Yeah, no. Well, Rose right now over there where she's at, it's a 9:45. No, wait.
Yeah, that's what I said. Richie.
Oh,
Richie,
yeah.
That's what I said.
Oh, yeah. 8. Yeah, you're right about that.
Oh, I've no idea. I'm up the wall.
My son and I were extremely close. When he turned 17, he went and lived with his dad. Yeah, they do need their dad.
Oh.
Yeah, well, my real dad, shit. Well, I mean, my real dad and I don't have a relationship, but I know who he is. But my stepdad was the one who actually raised me. So yeah, so it's a long story, but
Team Rose gets me.
But
she
it's
wants
weird.
to feel special too.
It's actually weird because me and my dad looked the same. We talked the same. It's weird, man. It's fucking weird.
Wow.
I've actually met him like the first time when I met him, I was about 9 years old, and then I met him again when I was like 23 years old. That was weird. It's a long story, but I'll share that shit, sometime.
Yeah. Oh.
You should.
Well, I have like on different lives though, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I have a lot of sisters that I don't even know, which is weird too.
Yeah.
I mean,
How many sisters do you have, Richie, and brothers?
From I know, there's like 7 sisters and 2
Wow.
brothers, and he also has. Well, my real dad has kids from some other lady. So my
my
mom
God.
actually told me he has at least 15 kids altogether.
Holy
Oh my
Hannah.
God. You have to say, oh my God, in Rose's voice. Go on, Rich.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
I love the way he does it.
Oh my God.
I would love that on a ringtone, I would love that.
We'll download it, shit.
I know I should do that, shouldn't I? I wouldn't know how to do it though.
I would love to actually hear Rose on a GPS, man. She'd be all pissed off.
Oh, brilliant. Oh my God, yes.
Rose should be GPS. How fun would that be? Rose's voice on GPS.
Oh my. Turn left, turn fucking left, I said.
Turn the fucking left, right here. God bless it. I fucking said turn left, you dumb bitch.
Yeah, you
Turn
stupid.
Rose, don't even start, Rose. Because every time, Rose, we have debated, it gets heated and shit. And you're the one who explodes. So
who loves listening to Rose on a rant? Be honest.
You never seen me debate with her, Leaning.
She.
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
I said you've never seen Rose and I have a debate about how we disagree on shit. It's awesome, man.
No, I've never seen it.
Fucking priceless.
I've seen Rose debate with a couple of people or fuss with a couple, but my favorite is when her and Tina fuss.
It's all good though.
I love watching.
I
love you. I really feel like I should make Tina and Rose fight more, like figure something
out. Oh my God, Leanie!
I giggle so much. It's
how funny when they fight.
It's fucking hilarious, man.
It is. I love it so much. I feel like this really bratty sister.
They're like 2 sisters and shit. You can just go at it.
Yeah.
They fight and then they go normal again, and then they fight again, and then they talk just normal. It's crazy, but it's so funny.
And it works for them, right? It works for them.
It absolutely does. They're funny together. So funny.
Yes, they should go on the road. But
you may think that.
Go ahead, Richie.
You may think that, but it's not true. Because you know what? I said it before, and I'll say it again. If you're gonna debate Rosie, you better go in there with your fucking guns loaded, man.
I agree.
Facts, not opinions, facts.
Oh no, she won't take any prisoners. Oh my God, I can't say enough about when Rose is on a rant. It's just unbelievable. Honestly, I love it. It sounds terrible, doesn't it? Because I don't like seeing her upset or anything. But when she's on one, and it's an experience.
Yeah. I think everybody does have to experience a Rosie rant. That's for sure.
Definitely. I love her debates. Oh, she won't give up. She gets it in. I love it.
Yeah, I dig it too. I definitely think that somehow we need to get in touch with whoever does the GPS, the Google, or whoever does that. That's in my car to have Rose. You know how freaking funny that would be.
There's got to be someone out there that knows how to do that. I'm going to ask my husband if you can get your own GPS voice.
That would be awesome because I am always lost, you guys. It doesn't matter if the damn GPS is on. I will get lost, especially at night because I have trouble driving at night, especially if it's raining. And to hear Rose yelling at me, "You dumb bitch, I said to turn right.
Oh, yeah.
That's your right. That's your right. You're going right. Stop. Stop the car. Stop the fucking car. Right now." You know, listen, the first time we wouldn't be 30 minutes out of the way. Turn this bitch around.
Oh my
so
god!
good,
But
right?
Lainey, you know what? You're like before with Harvey, you wasn't letting up. You're like it in some ways too. It's like in something you see something you think, oh, you know, I can tell you like, oh, I can't be quiet on this. I'll have to say something, and the next thing you don't want as well. So
Yeah.
it is funny when you see us like this. It is.
I, you know, I don't know.
I do.
I
I do.
okay.
I do.
And half of what comes out of my mouth at that point is just shit, right? It's just messing with them, you know. It's messing with
Women
whoever
are
I'm doing it. I gave
women are
Richie
a real
hell for
mystery,
a
man. I
long
swear to God.
time.
Women are a real mystery. I swear.
Do you
Yeah,
think so? When
but
men
that's
say
how we
that, I wonder what they
True.
mean. What did it
It's in
actually
a good
mean,
way.
Richie?
It's in a good way.
but we're
Oh,
interesting, right? You know, predictable women, they're just not interesting. Predictable
someone.
anybody is not interesting.
Oh, I love interesting people. I love difference. What's
Yeah.
that mean? Lol. I love when Maggie does that. Does what? Oh, jeez. What's that called? Oh, so. Oh, I get everything wrong. What's that
Oh
say?
God, Rosie. Yeah, you're right about that. About the whole ABORTION part. Because, and I try to explain to her about why, and then she didn't really want to see that part where I was coming from, and then that's when she got kind of triggered. But that's fine. But she just ignored that part when I had to bring in the whole religion part to it, and then that's when because she loves to actually throw out like at times how I wouldn't understand because I'm not a parent and all this kind of shit, which kind of it's actually true because but the way she says it, it's like digging the fucking dagger in the heart.
Oh, she can hate you with words. My mum was the same, and Rose is the same. She can hate you with words.
Mm.
She's
Well,
brilliant. Don't
I
get
have
in a
thick
fight.
ass
I'd
skin,
hate
so
to get in a fight with Rose. I'd hate it.
oh god,
I'd terrify. I think I'd run.
she's from New
I
York,
think I'd
man.
say,
What do you expect? They're all out
oh.
over there, man. You
Yeah,
know?
but I'm from Liverpool, and Liverpool people are supposed to be rough and ready. But I think I'd run from Rose. Wouldn't want to get into any conflict with Rose. No way.
At least you know where you stand.
Exactly.
I don't make a remix of clips of Rose's soundbite. Do it,
Oh my God,
Tashi.
do it. Yeah. Can you do that, Toshi?
So good.
Oh
Oh,
damn.
wouldn't that be brilliant? I'd love that.
Hey Rose, you know what though? There is this one guy who I know who is your age, and he would cook your ass any day of the week.
Do you know what? I'm going to try and get
You don't even know
Rose's
who
clip.
he is. No, you don't even know who he is. He's a co-host on a panel, and this guy is like the fucking brain, man. That's why I call him the brain. I said, dude, you fucking know too much for your own good, homie. Shit.
Maybe Rose already knows him and already.
No.
No.
I don't know. Oh, none of you guys even know who he is, man.
Why can't you share? What's up?
I could actually. Well, I mean, you know, he hops on panels, but it's not like, you know, he hops on different ones. I mean, he used to hop on them, but it's like, I mean, he's on Hawaii time, so like I don't know. I mean, if he's awake right now, but you know, he's always dedicated to one channel, which I understand that. But yeah, I mean, every time I hop on their panel, man, I mean, he's fucking says some very good shit. I mean, he's aware on every topic you can actually think of, man. I'm always blown away, man, with what the fuck he says. He's a cool
Wow.
and
it'd be interesting to hear.
Actually, he's retired from the military, and he's actually been stationed all over the fucking world, which is pretty cool. So like, yeah, he's about 61 years old now, but He was a cool fucking guy though, man. I mean, this guy is really fucking nice, man. But he, you know, he just lays back on panels. But when like people want to debate him about political shit or like world issues or the economy or anything, I mean, he really knows his shit, man. I was like, damn.
Wow.
Maybe one day I'll try to get him on here. I'll try to get him on here, but it's not a for sure thing. So I don't know.
All right.
It's all quiet now. Huh?
I'm wearing down, guys. I'm wearing down.
Oh my god, 6 hours.
Almost. Oh my
Only
god.
6 hours. Yeah.
Oh my god, 6 hours.
God,
I love it.
God.
I think everyone says that like Rose now.
You should make that shirt, huh? Oh my god.
Oh my god.
What's in the bottom right there?
Gee, I love when you do it as well.
My mom used to say, "Oh my god," all the time, and I hated it so much. And then my kids would say it, and I hated it so much.
Also, hashtag stop it, Dave. Stop it.
Stop it, Dave.
I find I'm saying "oh my god" more now in here. Oh my god, I'm using a lot of the American expressions as well.
Dave, that liberal motherfucker. Yeah, he's all right.
Unpredictable women are the best. Seriously, I think.
Wow.
That's just what I think.
That was awesome right there. Unpredictable women are the best. Damn.
They are. Well, see
definitely.
what Rose said? We were talking about unpredictable women, and she said
Sorry,
it's funny because I married 2 men that were predictable in every way, whereas I was always.
I'm just kidding with you, Rose. It's all good.
So, yeah, I have to clean up this huge mess that my dogs made in here.
Oh
shit.
yeah.
Look, he's here. He just showed up too. See, look.
Oh.
Look, I told you. Look.
3 Dot Dave.
Did you
There
see
he
his
is.
thing? Look.
He's stalking Rosie.
Look. Did you say his thing 3 fucking times? He appears.
Wow.
Dave.
Something's going on.
Time for Dave to take over the whole fucking panel now.
Something's going on. How does Dave know when Dave's being talked about?
Dave is here.
Dave says, "Hit the motherfucking like."
The liberals is here, Dave. You motherfucker. I like you, Dave. You know
maybe
what?
Dave hangs out in the bushes.
Even though Dave and I don't agree on a lot of shit.
As soon as you say you're getting off, Dave appears. He's like, "No, you're not. No, you're not."
No, I think
Rosie,
Dave
I'm not even
hangs
talking
out.
shit about you, man. I'm
Gotta send you the link.
Oh God.
I think Dave hangs out and chats and just waits for Rose to call his name out, and he's like, "Bam, I'm here. I'm here."
That's his bestie.
Yeah.
Look, they have a fight as well, and then they're all right. He's been blocked, and I don't know how many times, and then he comes back on. They're funny. They are funny.
Why would you block Dave though for, man? Come on now. I mean,
Rose is always having a fight with him.
I mean, I would never actually block Dave. No. I mean, I would disagree with things he says, but
I don't know if she actually blocked him. I could be just say, I don't know. Rose, have you ever blocked Dave?
God, that Guy Ritchie.
See there?
There he goes. Hit that motherfucking like.
It's
Thank
Monday.
you, Dave.
It is.
See what Rose said, Richie? She said, "Send me a link to that guy." Yeah, you need to send him over there to Rose. That'll be a good show.
Oh, we will. He'll go over. He makes sure everyone hits the like on the way in. I mean, I'll be honest. I go in and I forget to hit the like. So when he says it, I go, ooh, and I hit it.
Yeah,
she knows. I'm just playing around though.
But I want to know now if Rose has actually blocked 3 Dave.
She says she has.
I don't think.
Yeah, I think she has, because I've been there when she says, no, he's blocked, he's not coming back in. Oh,
damn it, Dave.
He brings it.
Dave, have you been blocked from Rose? Have you been blocked on Rose's channel?
And how did that
so many
feel?
times on different fucking lives? It's insane.
Hey, how does it feel to be blocked from Rose's channel? How does it feel?
I don't know.
It's got to be treacherous, right? It's got to be like like
He said
torment and
he's
just
never been blocked. I could, honest to God, post. Team Rose, have you blocked Dave? I'm sure you blocked him one time.
She only blocks if you are being disrespectful and if you get real fucking personal.
Yeah, because she lets anyone say anything, doesn't she? But maybe I was wrong.
I thought she said she had blocked him before.
I thought she had.
Or maybe she was threatening to block him.
Maybe.
Shut the hell up, Dave.
I'm a kid now, huh? Yeah. At my age.
Well, Dave said never, so I must be wrong again.
Oh no, Dave hasn't been blocked there. I don't think he has. No.
I could have swore that he did, but yeah, look, hatred of motherfucking Dave Peaches. Rose, have you blocked him anytime? Yeah, I blocked Dave a long time ago. We were right. We were right. Yes. Dave, you were blocked. Yeah, she blocked him.
You were blocked, Dave. Take that.
Hashtag.
Look, and now I can't get him back, so I have to change accounts to see him.
Where's Dave?
Dave's not here.
No, that's what I had to tell him. Like,
yeah,
when he did
there he is. He's still there.
When he came up on my panel that one night,
I saw it.
We hadn't seen him in like 3 days. Like, nobody had seen Dave, and everybody's like, "Where's
Everyone
Dave?
misses him when he's not around."
Where's Dave? So I told him we need to get T-shirts made, and then when we can't find Dave and he's not listening for Rose's call, we'll all just start wearing our T-shirt. Where's Dave?
Where's Dave?
Yeah, where's Dave?
See what Rose said? And now I can't get him back, so I have to change accounts to see him. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh
no. Oh, Dave Radar.
2 accounts blocked, Dave. Because he asked for it. Now I can never see him from those accounts. Oh. Dave, come up with another name.
Nah.
Oh, no, we'd have to stay 3 dots.
Dave is just
he could still be 3.Dave, but maybe like 3.Dave.
I know it sounds crazy, but it sounds cheeky to me. 3.Dave is like cheeky. It's him all over. 3.Dave, yeah.
Oh.
When you block someone on another person's channel, you can never unblock them on your own channel. Why? When you block someone on another person's channel, you can never unblock them on your own. You must be able to, Rose. Oh, Dave's giving you a huge... Oh, I've given it a hug.
Hey, thanks, guys. 55 likes and 52 in chat. Wow, thanks, guys. Hey.
Dave, are you the one that blocked me from PCT's channel for shits and giggles?
Wait, what?
It's good to see you again, Dave. It's been a while, bro.
Oh.
We all love Dave. I'm his #1 fan. I love him. I've watched Dave for a long time, and I've never spoke to him until recently.
He's first,
great.
But you know what, though? I'll admit this. When I first talked to Dave, I didn't even like that motherfucker. But then,
really?
I didn't. I couldn't stand his ass. But as I got to know him and his humor, he's a cool guy, man.
Yeah, well, I was exactly the same with Rose. I used to bypass their channel. I used to think, oh, no, can't listen. She's always screaming and shouting. But one day, I don't know what made me, and I stayed there. And you know what? I could have killed myself because I thought, why have I never stayed on this channel? Oh, my God. And I adored her from that moment. But I didn't get it. I didn't get her before. Couldn't get her. Just used to go past the channel. But now, I just adore her. I love her so much. Chas. She thinks Dave's dark blonde. He has brown. In my mind, he's got brown hair, I think. brown hair and blue eyes. But I don't know what I can't. His face is blank now. I'm trying to make him out. When he talks, I get a
God,
picture.
Rose. Dolly Vision? No comment.
I think he's got dark brown hair too.
No
Oh,
comment.
she blocked him. She blocked him twice, Leanie.
Oh God. He's giving me crap on Dolly Vision.
Oh,
Wow.
Dolly Vision.
Wow, 3 Dot.
Turtle Nation and shit. Fucking Turtle Nation right there.
Where's Dave?
He's there. He is. He's in chat. Let's go.
Hey, look. One thing I'll say is this. Look. One thing I'll say is this. Look. I got no hate towards fucking Dolly whatsoever. I don't watch his shit, but I've seen it in the past. But I respect his hustle, though, man. I really do. Because, you know what? Hey, man, you all got to make money, right? Sometime. And look, if, his soap from the movie, idea came from what? Fight Club? I'm all for it, bro.
Rose, the whole blonde thing is him trying to throw us all off.
Hey,
I agree, Rose, he's lying.
Respect the hustle, bro, right? Respect the hustle.
Respect the hustle, that's for sure.
Yep. He's not, doing nothing bad, but just having content. And look, to all the haters out there, if you don't like, Dolly Vision, then don't fucking watch it. That's all you got to do, right? Just watch something else.
Same for every channel there. If you don't like, just go past.
Yeah,
instead of slating the creator, why bother?
Yep.
Why would you do that? But some people like to cause conflict. So
Tashi corrects me.
Respect the hustle, man.
Tashi, imagine him blonde like a surfer, but afraid of sharks, so he sticks to paddling in the shallows. Bless mama. Dave.
People don't want that times, but I'm sorry about that.
Oh, maybe he is bald.
Joanne, maybe he's bald. Jerry hasn't got an ear on his head. Oh, he couldn't. Maybe
I've never
he
seen him,
is.
so I would have known. I mean, I've heard his voice, but
yeah,
I never would have thought.
Or an avatar. So
wow.
I don't know.
So we're all trying to know what Dave looks like, and we're never going to know because he's never going to show us. I know he won't.
Look, Dave, you could at least show a photo of your avatar just bury the hatchet, bro. Just say, okay, look, everybody, here's how I look. Boom. But would it really be him? Probably not.
Dave, I showed my ponytail before, Dave, like a palm tree.
Yeah, she did. And the top of her forehead. Sure did. All About Dave is getting a name in one of Rose's books. What do you gotta do for that?
Oh my God, Dave! What?
Oh my God, Dave.
Rose. What? Are you fucking kidding me? What?
But it's badass though, how Rose actually she actually with that saying, right, we object to bullshit, which is fucking awesome. It's like, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Or hashtag no more bullshit. I love it. That is like right.
Brilliant. I love the way you've got to say it when you go in. I love it when you say it when you go in.
Going where?
When you go in Rose's channel, you say, I object to bullshit.
Hell yeah. We object to bullshit, damn it.
And then she always replies, that's it, yeah, we reject the bullshit.
Yep, we object to bullshit. No more bullshit, man. Hashtag stop it, Dave. All that kind of shit.
All right, guys. I think I'm fixing to close this out. I've got to clean a living room.
Well, I showed up late, but I showed up.
And I appreciate you guys coming. I thank you so much. This was a great panel. Loved every minute of it. It's always a good time when y'all come up. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, Lena. I really enjoyed it.
You have a good day and a better one tomorrow.
Thanks, guys. I'll see y'all in a little bit over at Rose.
Take care. See you, Rich.
All right. Peace out.
Bye. Bye, chat.
God bless you guys, eh?
Bye, everyone.
All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out with me for almost 7 hours. I appreciate that. I don't feel anxious anymore. I think I only offended one person, maybe two, maybe two. I think I might have offended two. I know one, but maybe two. And really, it wasn't mean to be offensive. It's kind of a joke, kind of not. But I appreciate you guys hanging out with me, and I really do love you guys so much. And I'm not love bombing. I seriously do love you guys so much. I love some more than I love others, but I have love for the community. And thanks to those that subscribed. Thanks to those that hit the like. And a big, big, big thanks to those that will watch the replay. Love you guys so much. I'll see you guys over at Team Rose. Talk to you later. Bye.